comes and balls outside the off stump. Oh, well, it looks like he's been caught behind. He has been caught behind. What a breakthrough at the end of the first day. Nichols out. That's an enormous wicket in the context of things. How this game has turned around. New Zealand sort of had a really good day, but England have fought back.
Hello, and welcome to the second day of the third Rothsay Test match between England and New Zealand from Trent Bridge. A scorching Trent Bridge, might be the hottest day of June ever, like yesterday was, and a couple of days before that. We'll find out more about that very shortly. But if you're just listening now, you'll know. New Zealand closed the first day on an imposing 361 for 4. That seems like a mammoth total, doesn't it? But when there were 317 without loss, it felt like it could have been oh so much worse for England. Magnificent 150s from Tom Latham and Devon Conway, but England sticking at it in the wilting heat and somehow picking up 4 for 44 in the last hour of play. I'm Daniel Norcross. Alongside me are Ashes winners and former captains of England and World Cup winners Alistair Cook, Alex Hartley and Stephen Finn, and we're going to just chew the cud over yesterday's play, look forward to what we might expect today. It's going to be a tall order for England getting those last 6 wickets, but by getting rid of Ravindra right on the nick of stumps, that has given them something. It's given them real hope. And of course there's the precedent of 4 years ago when New Zealand made 550 and England still won in a fourth innings chase that kicked off really Bazball. They'd won the test before, but that was the emblematic test. And with a management under so much pressure, you just feel this test match is going to be oh so key, if you'll pardon the pun. Right, I do believe that Chris Fawkes is ready for us in the weather centre, because oh so important weather, not so much just today, Chris, but what we might expect over the next 4 days.
Yes, that's right, Dan. I've got my eye over the weather for the whole of the match. And, well, conditions at the moment, 29 degrees Celsius. We've got a light southwesterly breeze. It is more humid than it was yesterday. I can see those humidity levels much higher. Little overall change with the picture as we go through the rest of the day, with those temperatures just rising hour by hour. And mid-afternoon, we're looking at highs hitting 34 degrees Celsius. So a hot and a humid day. Heading into the weekend, there are a few more question marks, because on Saturday there is a fair chance of seeing some thunderstorms break out. Now, the position and exact location of those thunderstorms are open to a bit of doubt. However, if we do catch one at Trent Bridge, it could bring some torrential rain. Otherwise, it's another humid day, another hot day, although not quite as hot. We're looking at temperatures tomorrow reaching a high of 30 degrees. But I would just say there is a risk of some thundery downpours interrupting play. Heading into Sunday, a weak weather front set to move in. Now that's going to be bringing a little bit of light rain, shouldn't last too long, and at the moment the timings of the fronts bring that through the Trent Bridge area around about the middle part of the day. Might last an hour or so, clearing out of the way, and then some bright or sunny spells follow. It turns fresher, 24 degrees Celsius the top temperature on Sunday, and then we finish off the test match with an improvement in the weather conditions. Sunny spells forecast for Monday, a dry day, and temperatures of around 24 degrees Celsius with a fresher feel to the weather. So I think the big question mark over the next few days, weather-wise at least, is just whether we get some of those big thunderstorms hitting Trent Bridge on Saturday tomorrow. We may well do.
Is this the Spanish plume, Chris?
Yeah, and what that is, it's kind of like a layer cake of different air masses. So at the bottom part of the atmosphere, you've got a bit of French air. Above that, you've got a bit of Spanish air that just puts a lid on the atmosphere, allows temperatures and the heat to build up beneath it. And then above that, you've got Atlantic air, which is much cooler. Now, once you've broken through the cap that's preventing convection going up, once you've broken that, you can get enormous thunderstorms, hence the risk of some flash flooding. Might even see some large hail across parts of the UK from this feature tomorrow. Not quite sure exactly where it's going to be though. Central and East, sort of East Anglia, South East England, they're the favoured locations. Could head towards Trent Bridge, not sure just yet.
Oh, thank you, Chris. Well, that is absolutely fascinating. We've just had a meteorology lesson. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Dan.
Chris. That's hugely helpful. Right. Alistair Cook, now you're worried about your farm now, aren't you? Hail the size of golf balls. What's going to happen to your hay?
I was more worried about... I just realised a weather report, like a pitch report, where people just like cover their backs. He's not sure, is he? He's like, oh, it might have some rain, you might have thunderstorms. You want some commitment, don't you? But
what's some commitment?
Anyway.
In summer? Thunderstorms, you're a farmer, you must know, they just can't know. Well, look, it sounds to me that we could lose a bit of time to rain. I mean, on the 4th day, we're hearing a little bit about that. And to get this test match done on what feels like a very, very good pitch, Stephen, we're going to need all the time we can possibly get. And although, New Zealand yesterday did go quite quickly to get that 361, they were pegged back. What's going to be, their feeling about how they finished that day? Because when it was 317 for none, it was kind of like them to choose when to stop batting almost. Those 4 wickets and all 4 left-handers in the top order, is that going to make their task that bit more difficult?
Well, that certainly will buoy England, I think, those 2 wickets. And the biggest shame is that rule change or law change isn't in place, where we'd have had one more person walking out there to face 2 minutes.
1st of October that comes.
Yeah, it can't come soon enough, because we've seen it twice now in this series, haven't we, where a wicket's been taken in that last over and everyone just walks off the pitch, which I really dislike. So, there's that, isn't there? But I think New Zealand will still look at it. When you're sat in the dressing room in situations like that, you can feel a bit deflated, even though you've had such a great day. But then time passes and that feeling dissipates, and then you wake up this morning and you say, well, we're 360 for 4 on a pitch that, yes, it has been good for batting. Yesterday there weren't that many demons in it, but there just are signs of, with how hot it is and the atmosphere around, that we may just see this pitch break up a little bit. When that is the case, first innings runs are absolutely crucial, and New Zealand will come today with the thought of, we've got England on the ropes, let's keep them there and then make the most of it as this game wears on.
Alex, I'll come to you in a moment, but 2 left-handed openers scored 150 yesterday. I mean, I've got a left-handed opener who's scored large hundreds before. How impressed were you by Latham and Conway, Alistair?
Well, they just played beautifully, didn't they? The conditions were in their favour. It was a beautiful batting conditions, but there's a slight difference for me. Conway, who had been struggling, decided he was going to, in this series, was going to be really proactive and be really sharp with his movements. He played that first 30-40 runs, crisp cover drives, which we haven't seen, or conditions haven't allowed it to. It was a slight difference in his mentality. He was going, right, I'm going to put the pressure back on the bowlers. Conway, Latham, just bats how Tom Latham does, I think. He's such a compact player. And again, struggling for runs. So he wasn't, once he got in, you could see the hunger and the anger when he got out for 150. It's a stupid game, cricket. If you offer both of those 150 before the day when they won the toss, they'd have snapped your hands off, and yet both of them would have felt in these conditions they missed out. And I read something from Kumar Sangakkara, which I thought was a really good point. Another left-handed player, but a person who is renowned for getting massive scores, way better than I was converting. And he said, physically, Conway was struggling, which he was, wasn't he? We actually thought the shot he played, and actually that last 30 runs, he was a bit like, I don't mind if I get out now, I've got a bit of cramp, I'm going to just try and score as many as I can. And he said something about, there are times when it's hot and hard, and he obviously batted in subcontinent in Sri Lanka, where this is a cold day, and he said sometimes you just got to give and take a bit. So if you're really struggling physically, you just got to come back into yourself and say, I'm really struggling, I'm going to give half an hour, 40 minutes to the bowler, and hope your partner at the other end just takes up a little bit the slack, and then you got to ride through that wave a little bit. It's like the endurance sport of a marathon. You might have a bad couple of miles, but 2 miles later you feel a bit better. And actually, that's if you've been hypercritical of Conway and Latham, one of them could have got a score which could have batted England out of this game, but they failed at 150, which is bad. But that's what it's cricket, the madness of cricket. But I like that analogy of giving and taking a bit, even if you're on 150.
Alex, how impressed were you by England sticking at it? Because at 5:30 yesterday, it felt like wickets had just gone out of the equation, that we were only ever going to be talking about runs. And it was a bit sudden. I mean, a couple of the wickets at the first couple to go through fatigue, probably. But England did come hard, and they did take that second new ball, and they gave it a good go into the last hour, and they got their rewards.
Yeah, I think they sort of waited for that new ball for a while, didn't they? It felt like very still for a while out there, and obviously from a New Zealand point of view, just piling on the runs, and then England, it felt like they were going through the motions for a little bit for me. And then as soon as they got the new ball, they were obviously back to their best. Jofra Archer would have been nice to see him bowl a little bit quicker, but it's hot. It's so hot, isn't it? You can
It was incredibly hot.
Yeah. I think, the way they came back with the new ball, Bashir obviously stopping that boundary later on in the day, got the wicket of Ravindra, which I actually think it was 4 as well. So we looked at it for a while. I think it was 4. So
you're talking about the drag back between Bashir and Root, because they got very excited about that. You were on comms at the time, weren't you? Got very excited about that one run. But you think it should have been 4?
I think it should have been 4, which would have made a completely different scenario for the very next ball, obviously, but these things happen. I'm with Finney. England had momentum back end of the day, and it's such a shame with 5 balls to go till the end of the day that England walked off. The crowd were booing. It was the loudest the crowd had been for some time. We had quite a slow and quiet crowd towards the end of the day because they'd been baking in the sun all day. But that woke them up a little bit, didn't it?
It did, because basically Latham and Conway had beaten the crowd into submission. And just a few numbers around that. They went past 2,000 runs as a partnership together, which is the most, I believe, for a New Zealand opening partnership. It was their second 300-plus partnership in 5 Test matches, albeit the last few have been a little bit lean. And it was the 4th time that Devon Conway had gone past 150, and the 8 times he's made it past 100. So you can imagine that when I spoke to him at the close of play, he was a pretty contented fellow.
I think it's just keeping it simple, really. Just keep reminding each other of those things that work for the two of us. Dialing into the partnership and keeping it simple, like I say.
You've got 8 Test centuries, and 4 of them have been 150 plus. Is that a part of your game you're particularly proud of?
Yeah, I think, sometimes as an opening batter or a top order batter, you always try and go as big as you can, because you know that you're going to go through periods where you might not score the runs you want to get or do the job that you want to do for the team. So I think it's very important that if you get that opportunity, go in and cash and make it big.
Let me into your mind when Tom won the toss. How were you feeling at that point?
I was nervous, admittedly. I think... the pressure is actually on you now because you've decided what you want to do. And I just thought, right, let's just try and give it our best. Just try and put pressure on the bowlers, build these partnerships, and do these things that we do for long periods of time. So I was a little bit nervous, but I'm thankful that, at the end of the day, we're sitting the way we are sitting now.
Give us an insight into the conditions out there. I mean, we're in a commentary box. We can still feel the heat. You're right out there in the middle. How testing were they?
Yeah, certainly very hot. Can confirm it was very hot. Wicket's obviously really nice. There was a little bit in it for the bowlers. There was times where it beat the bat, made it pretty challenging for us. But, we just felt as soon as that ball got a little bit softer, it was going to be easier to score. And with the heat, it was obviously hard for the bowlers to do it for extended periods of time. So I'm pretty grateful that we built a nice partnership like we did.
Did you sense at all any hints of reverse at any point where we were all looking out to see if the ball would move? It didn't seem to do a great deal today.
No, didn't see any reverse throughout our time in the middle. We did see a little bit of swing, particularly for Stokesy. He was swinging it both ways at a period there, hit consistent lengths, made it a little bit tricky for us at times. So we just try to identify those periods, try to get through it, and just reminding each other that, right, keep looking straight, keep doing those simple things for long periods.
A feature of your partnership was the speed at which you went. You were going at well over 4 and over. Were you conscious that you need to make time up in the game? Because, you've got to take 20 wickets at some point.
Not necessarily. I think the nature of this field, the fast outfield, allowed us to sort of keep that scoring rate ticking. Tried to be busy, particularly against the spinners as well. So we didn't really look into it, but thankfully that run rate kept us going nicely.
You're pegged back a little bit at the end, losing those 4 wickets. You must be really disappointed to lose one in the last over of the day, but still, there's power to add. Have you got a number in mind and a time in mind?
I don't think we've got a number in mind at this stage. We'll probably have some discussions tonight, but a little bit disappointing. We lost 2 at the end there, naturally. 2 very good players of ours, but we've got lots of batting to come too still. So I think for us, it's just about doing things for longer, just keep building those partnerships, and then we'll see where we get to at the end of tomorrow.
That was a very, very happy Devon Conway, as you can imagine. He's made 157, his captain Latham 151 in that partnership of 317, which dominated the narrative of yesterday. Before we look forward to today, Alex, I'll ask you about Shoaib Bashir, because yesterday he came on to bowl earlier in a Test match than any English spinner has done since 2008. He hadn't bowled a ball for England since July the 10th, I think. 14th. Oh, sorry, you're right. Yeah, 14 juillet. Of course. July the 14th.
It's in my diary.
It's in your diary. So, sort of 49 weeks ago. And he's being asked to bowl the 11th over of the innings on a flat day, on a really, really hot day. His first 11 overs went for 31. His second 11 overs went for 66. He should have had an LBW that wasn't given out on field and was not referred, but was shown to be plumb. A tough day for him, but how do you assess how he got on?
I actually think he bowled quite nicely in those first 11 overs. He was more consistent than we've seen before. He sort of got rid of that short wide one, or that short one down the leg side that he gets hit into the deep. And then that kind of crept back into his spell later on in the day when, he'd bowled quite a few overs, he was tired, he was fatigued, and you could see that the odd one he would drop short and he'd get hit for 4. So the batters were in by that stage as well and on 100 plus and sort of tried to take him down. I think first half of his spell he bowled nicely. It would have given him so much confidence had he have had that LBW. It would have sort of set his day up perfectly moving forward, but that's just cricket and the way it goes. Had England not burnt a review earlier on, they might have chanced it on that one. But yeah, I thought he bowled all right. It was a day of two halves for me, for Bashir.
As a captain, well, both of you actually, Alistair and Stephen, you have captain.
You're labelling me a captain.
Well, yeah, because
it's only because you like to bring up how bad it went for me.
That's right, yes. And that's precisely what I want to bring up.
My spinner was Cheteshwar Pujara in that game.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. What, the game, the 760 for 4 game? Yes. So that you correctly assessed.
You can sit me out of this conversation, basically. Just ask Cookie.
When you are captaining in a situation like yesterday, and I mean, I think anybody watching felt sorry for England's bowlers. Thought, oh God, that's the toss they really needed to win. How do you stick at it? Were you happy with the plans that Stokes made? When you were watching yesterday with your captain's eye, what did you make of how it all went?
Yeah, I was. You're not unlucky to run into two people playing as well as that. I'm trying to think, that might be my first ever 300 opening partnership I've seen in a Test match. So that's how rare it was. I thought England did fine. Yeah, it's warm. It's one of those days of team. You just have to look at each other in the eye and make sure when you're bowling, you do your job, and the fielders, they do their job. It's one of those days. It's a suck-up day. It's a get through there and try and limit the damage day, because all the cards have been given to New Zealand. Now England will have their chance there. They earned it by sticking at it there, by picking up those 2 late wickets. And if they pick up 2 early wickets, they've got the night watchman in as well. So that shouldn't be too hard. Averaging 2, you never know what's quite going to happen. But there should be 5 down, and then it gives you a bit of hope. New Zealand, that's where you have to use all your leadership now, because yesterday, first day, fine energies. Coming back today, can you get your bowlers up for the challenge? They should be, but can you make sure they're there? And can you fielders don't give yourself up at any stage today, because that will drag into your batting. Just quickly on Bashir, I actually thought he bowled really nicely that first bit. You saw a guy though who hadn't bowled for 2 months. He hasn't played hardly any cricket. So
you think fatigue maybe got...
Absolutely. He's a guy who hasn't played for a bit, and you saw his consistency excellent in that first spell. I think I saw a pitch map in his second and a bit later on the day, his second half of the day, as Alex called it, where he was missing length by 6 metres. And that's only fatigue. That's only lack of overs bowling. And
I mean, some full toss as well, that's sort of slipping out probably from
whatever. It's a guy who isn't match fit for these conditions, and this is where the selection, everything does have to be a little bit questioned with him. Anyway, I just think that is down to match fitness without a shadow of a doubt.
Well, one thing that he did do, Stephen, is I'm going to read out some numbers to you: 16, 12.1, 14, and 13. That is the number of overs that have been bowled by England's 4 seamers. And I know it's a hot day, but that's not as many as it really could have been, and that's thanks to Bashir bowling those 22 overs. So there is some value to that, because England's seamers now arrive today, hopefully, in better shape.
Yeah, and the role of a spinner on a hot day, on a flat pitch like that, on day one, is that holding role, isn't it? And we were so lucky in the team that we played in that Graham Swan was able to fulfil that role, which meant that we only played 3 seamers, and because we didn't have an all-rounder, it aided the balance of the team to be able to throw the ball to Graham Swan in that situation. But Graham Swan was in his late 20s, early 30s at that stage. He'd bowled heaps of overs in domestic cricket. And you look at Shoaib Bashir, and it looked as though the way that he was playing and a key pivotal figure for Derbyshire in those first 6 weeks of the season, you watched him bowl and you thought, he's really developing, but then the way that the domestic schedule is and the way these test matches are has just meant that he was short of match practice, 4-day long, hot, hard match practice to be able to sustain that over the course of the day. And factor into that the fact that there was the Monster partnership and they sensed an opportunity after tea to be able to target him a bit more. Ben Stokes kept the field up, and that counted against him, and that's why his figures got away from him towards the end of the day. The only tactical misstep I think there was yesterday a little bit, I think we're critical of England going to the short ball theory too early at times. At the Oval on the beginning at day 2, holding a length probably was the way to go. Whereas yesterday, half an hour before tea, you kind of sensed an opportunity with 2 left-handers there, with the seamers not having bowled heaps, with a big boundary one side for them to hit to. That felt like the time to go to that short ball theory. Because if the runs start to flow, you have the tea interval to be able to put a stop to it, realign, take some sting out of that, and then come back afterwards after tea. So just looking at trying to break that partnership through that afternoon session, could England have used the short ball theory for the 20 minutes or half an hour before tea?
How would you like if I'd have come to you after?
We did.
In the heat.
You did. Many times, and so did Andrew Strauss. But
not after a hot day. I'd have looked just before tea. You'd have said we'll do it after tea.
Well, no. I just think I agree with Cookie. I don't think England did too much wrong yesterday tactically. Just with such a big partnership and using the dimensions of this ground, could they have used that for 20 minutes before tea? That was my only question.
Right, we're about 8 minutes away from play resuming, so let's have a look forward to today. Cliche klaxon, massive session coming.
Big hour, big first hour, set the tone.
England need wickets.
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah, funny that.
Thanks, Andrew. So, yes, but how are they going to get them, and can they get them? Because it's still the same pitch as yesterday, probably. Yeah, they're now going to have right-handers, and I know you've said there's a night watcher there, but they've got plenty to come. They've got Mitchell, Blundell, who's scored tons of runs against England, Mitchell, Santner, who's been a thorn in England's side before. The tail's a little bit weaker, I'd say, with a lack of Jameson and 2 new bowlers coming in. But what do they have to restrict New Zealand to today to stay in the game, bearing in mind what we know happened here 4 years ago?
I think if they can keep them under 550,
that's not an amazing thing to say. Though. Get them under 550.
I think that's anything above that, they're not out of the game. But for me, the next couple of days it will be the effect of pressure and scoreboard pressure on both sides. Actually, is how this game transpires. So, whatever England manage to bowl New Zealand about, can England bat under the pressure knowing they have to score? And if they do then get close to New Zealand or even above them on what's going to be a good wicket for at least the next couple of days, guaranteed, like we saw a few things, it's not changing much over at least 2 days. We might see some deterioration late day 4, maybe day 5, but I think it's going to be good for 5 days. Is then can England be good enough to soak up the pressure with the bat in their first innings? And if they get back up to New Zealand's score, there's only one winner of the game, therefore New Zealand's batting's under pressure. That's, I think, going to be the story of the game.
4 overs old ball. Is this next session all about the 4 seamers just going hammer and tongs, or is there going to be a bit more nuance in it than that?
I mean, I would like to see. So I'm trying to let Cookie out. I'd like to see, obviously, Atkinson, Joffre with the new ball, and stick it up New Zealand and bowl nicely with it. You're not going to get any swing, are you? It's a bit more humid today. There's no clouds in the sky. And then, Ben Stokes to me looked like the bowler of anyone that would take wickets yesterday. And I don't want him to hold himself back for too long today. I also don't want to see Shoaib Bashir too early.
No, well, we got right-handers in to start with as well. And I suppose part of the reasoning behind Bashir coming on so early yesterday, Stephen, was that there were 2 left-handers, didn't actually work. Nearly induced a catch quite early
it
on.
should have had a wicket as well. I think you kind of brush over that. Had that little flick on the pad of Conway gone upstairs, then he would have had a wicket, and that changes your whole mindset and your whole complexion as a bowler when he'll be aware of all the rhetoric and the conversations of him having not played in Australia, and the pressure that puts on you, the fact that it's been 11 and a half months since his last test match, since he last bowled a ball in a test match. So you're intrinsically aware of those things as a bowler. And yeah, I don't think we'll see Bashir too early today because of those right-handers, but we will see him at some stage. The most critical thing is here just, it is a massive cliche, but setting the tone, because England, that last 10 minutes last night would have buoyed them, and if they come back and bowl with the same gusto this morning, get rid of O'Rourke as the night watcher, and then get into their work, that it's not outside of the realms of possibility. They bowl New Zealand out for 450, 460 here. That's what you have to believe. And then on a good surface, at least for the next day and a bit, 2 days, you go and make hay and put your team in the ascendancy.
And England have got, Alex, 3 batters I can think of who ought to really love, or 4 counting Duckett as well. I'm thinking Harry Brook loves a flat surface where it doesn't nip. You look at the way that New Zealand
and there's
worked
no Matt
out,
Henry with the keeper up to the stumps, is there?
There's no Matt Henry, but there's none of that nibble on this pitch. So the likes of Root, Brook, Duckett, Bethel, who quite likes a flat surface too, they could be in for a lot of runs.
Well, you'd like to think so, wouldn't you? You've got to hope that this pitch stays together and doesn't crack. We saw Tom Blundell having a look at it this morning. I was like, have you not seen it enough? And he's like, I just want to hope that it starts to crack and it explodes a little bit. But yeah, they should enjoy batting on these surfaces, on this surface, and Harry Brook in particular, we've seen him in Pakistan when the pitch is dead, there's not much going for it, it's an absolute road, he really capitalises on that. Same with Ben Duckett at the top of the order. So yeah, they are perfect batting conditions. We've spoken about it for all day yesterday, going into today. So yeah, they should enjoy that.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Stephen. Jonathan Agnew has come.
Alex got his shallots on. It looks like it.
It's quite an outfit, isn't it? Don't you think?
Got my shallots.
You've got your shallots on. Well done. There we go.
It reminds me of a little bit. It's got a touch of Thunderbirds to it. Do you know what I mean?
I don't know about that, but anyway, that was yesterday's conversation.
I'm off.
Thank you very much indeed, Dan. Yeah, we're all set to go. It's a hot day. I know that's obvious to say, but it feels hotter than yesterday, actually. Very oppressive, muggy, and around about 7:30, absolute cloud. So 20 minutes away from here, absolutely threw it down with the rain for about 10 minutes, then stopped, and I was in the car about 20 minutes later. It was like driving through a thick fog. Just all the condensation and the water evaporating off the hot roads. It was most bizarre, but there's been no rain here. It was a very localised storm and didn't last for very long. Right, out they go anyway onto what is looking an increasingly parched Trent Bridge. The crowd gathering excitedly, waiting for something to happen. And of course there'll be this continuation of an over, and I'm grateful to MCC Fraser for reminding me yesterday that this won't happen as of 1st of October. If a wicket falls during the last over of the day, that over will be completed, which has to be right, doesn't it? There was so much excitement yesterday, and the sight of some poor hapless batsman being pushed out of the dressing room to go and face the last 5 balls or something, it all adds to the drama. So anyway, that will change, and whether it would have been the new batsman now, or whether it had been a second night watchman who'd been pushed out into the fray, I don't know. We can only sort of ponder over that, I suppose. But as Daryl Mitchell has come out now at number 6, because there is a night watchman at the other end. Will O'Rourke appeared yesterday, didn't get up to very much. In fact, he didn't face a ball, I don't think. Not often the night watchman goes out there and doesn't do anything, but he'll be happy with that. He might, though, however, be looking to his left-hand side and thinking, well, got Jofra Archer to face now, fresh and fired up. Might have been nicer in the dressing room, but still, who knows what's going to happen today as well. Good morning, Jeremy Coney.
Good morning. Good morning.
Have you with us?
How are you?
Oh, very well.
Very good.
Interesting day ahead.
The night watchman is an interesting one. I'm sure there are people out there saying, what on earth were you doing? He didn't face a ball.
No.
But what if Nichols, instead of nicking that one, first ball, he'd tucked it down to fine leg? So that's yes. The reason, I think, why he was sent out.
Yes. It's an odd one not to face anything at all. But then there was quite a long break as a concussion test, wasn't there? All that sort of stuff. So they might have had more cricket in, actually. So it's Mitchell who's going to face the first ball of the second day. It's the continuation of this over that Archer began earlier. And Archer's, well, he's run in there as if he was going to bowl that, despite the umpire's arm being out. And the batsman nowhere near the crease, so not sure what he's up to. Trying to loosen himself up. I think he wants to conserve some energy today. But people piling in. There they are over to our left. Look up the gangways. Getting themselves in. Lots of shorts, baggy T-shirts, hats, that sort of thing. And here we've got 2 slips in a gully. And a leg slip. And Archer take a long time to go back to the start of his mark again. 361 for 4. Umpire Menon is, I think, going to signal that play can get underway. There we go. He waves. And Mitchell, with a final twiddle of the bat, settles down for the first ball of the day. And Archer's on his way. Over the wicket he comes, and he bowls on off stump. And on the back foot, Mitchell plays that away, almost one-handed to mid-wicket. And there's no run. So 361 for 4. It was actually quite a decent ball that he produced yesterday to dismiss Nichols. It went through, didn't it?
And it also just left the pitch just slightly. And you know, sometimes if you're a middle order player, which I think if you look at the Test career of Henry Nichols, it's been pretty much in number 4 and 5 and even 6. So you want to hit the ball, in other words. Your first instinct is to want to hit.
Yeah.
And he just followed it a little bit.
Yeah. Archer again from the far end bowls, and Mitchell works that again out to mid-wicket. More firmly this time. I'm sure Bashir fields.
And I think that'll be the frustration for New Zealand. I mean, you'd have to say 361 for 4. Reasonable day.
Could have been better.
Yes, exactly. But then right at the end, you lose 2 wickets twice together.
Yeah. I think in a way, well, you sort of excuse Conway because he'd been out there so long in the heat, but it was a poor shot in the circumstances with wicket having just gone down. I think he'll regret that. And then Ravindra, well, I don't know what's going on there. But Conway just loses his partner, 150, new batsman coming in, all that stuff. He did slog one up in the air. 361 for 4. Archer on his way now, bowls, and Mitchell gets a thick outside edges off the mark. That runs away past Gully's right hand. Duckett picks it up, throws it back again, and it's a no ball as well. So New Zealand will profit by 2 from that delivery. 363 for 4, and that one actually was called quite quickly, given the technology these days. Well, it's a big one. Looking at the replay screen, that's a couple of inches there. He's gone over the line by. So perhaps an easy one there for the third umpire to see quickly and inform the on-field umpire. Sometimes it can take quite a long time. Right, so O'Rourke's first delivery as night watchman. Never a nice job.
No.
Never a nice job. You think, hang on a minute, how'd I go? It can be worse in that you might have been bowling all day and you get pushed out there to face the opposition fast bowlers who've been sitting with their feet up drinking cups of tea. Here's Archer, bowls very full and outside the off stump, and O'Rourke watches it go by and sitting there quietly, and out you go. Out you go, instead of somebody who's actually paid to do it.
Sounds like a man who's had to do it himself.
Many times. And it depended on how much I'd teased Peter Willey in the build-up to this, because his revenge, Peter was a dear friend of mine, but sort of verbal banter was not really Peter's thing. He wouldn't really engage in that, so what he would do would just make Midnight Watchman as revenge. Not nice. If I get my own back there, I could tell a little story. Archer, pavilion behind him, comes in bowls and thumps into the pad there. O'Rourke trying to work his way into the onside. We were playing Hampshire one match, and I'd bowled a lot of overs, and we walked off 20 minutes to go. Peter said, "United Watchman, get him on." I said, "Peter, I've been bowling." I said, "Get him on." He said, "You'll be batting in a minute, Malcolm's bowling." I said, "Oh, please." So I sat in the chair at Grace Road there. How long does it take to pad up? If you really drag it out. And there were buckles in those days. Once nice, so buckle doesn't quite do up, so you've got to undo it again. Well, 10 minutes to go, you're done, aren't you? There's a howl out in the middle. Willie, you're in. Here's Archer. Bowles outside the off stump, lets it go by again. And it's one of those strange things. I don't know what you're like going to the dentist. But you sit there in the waiting room and you hear these appalling noises coming through the wall, and you say to yourself, I'm not going in there. I'm not going to go in there. And then the door opens and a friendly nurse says, Mr. Agnew, he'll see you now. And the next thing, you're in the chair, aren't you? And the light's on, and it's horrible. Okay. That's what going out to bat was like for me. Suddenly you're out there in the middle, looking around.
And you've got a face, basically, don't you, really?
Malcolm's
Looking
down
after-
that end.
Yes.
Malcolm's the only person in front of the bat.
Yeah.
Tears in, bowls the first ball that I still haven't seen. I was aware of something going, and I heard the wicketkeeper bang, and I thought, my God, what are you doing out here? You're going to get killed. And at Grace Road, there's that little balcony on the pavilion there, and I looked up. It's where the players waiting to bat sit. And Peter Woolley was sitting on that balcony, and he was laughing. Next in, I sort of logged that away. He was next man in, laughing. So I thought, right, next ball, Malcolm comes tearing in. I said, come on, just be brave. Be brave, Tom. You only bowl one at a time. Be brave. So watch Tongue bowling the second over of the day, runs in and bowls outside the off stump, and there's a little bit of a leave there, and it's hit something and rushed away down to the... It's come off the bat. He was playing no shot at that, and somehow the ball has just hit the bat as he was withdrawing it. Nearly went into the stumps, but it's 4 more runs, 367 for 4. Anyway, Malcolm ran in, bowled this thing, a missile, went under my arm. Didn't touch anything, but somebody somewhere, might have been in the crowd, one of those sort of excitable appeals. How's that? Oh, no, sorry. And I heard this.
You were tempted to walk off?
I thought, that'll do. That'll do. In goes Tongue over the wicket and bowls. And, that's a bit of a lazy non-bit of fielding by Tongue there. It's just flicked his fingers, and they're going to get 2 runs, so it's hit straight back at him. And they take 2 runs straight down the ground. Yes, so I tucked my bat under my arm and I walked off. And Sam Cook, a lovely old boy, was the umpire. He used to bowl slow left arm for Gloucestershire. He looked a bit surprised when I walked past him. But he sought me out the next morning. I said, good lad, Jonathan, for that. Thought I might have heard something. Good lad for walking. I said, no problem, Sam. And anyway, I kept going, and Malcolm, of course, was about to turn around and bowl the next ball. He said, what's going on, man? I said, I'm out. Well bowled, high fives. Walked off. His tongue bowling outside the off stump. And there's no stroke play.
And the captain?
Willie was next in.
Yes.
He was fuming. He was absolutely fuming. He had to go and face 10 minutes of Marsh tearing in. Well, it served him right. Shouldn't have been laughing. It's a horrible job. Oh no, it's cowardice.
Obviously a good
cowardice
team
of the
spirit
highest order.
And your side was strong,
Well.
robust.
He shouldn't have laughed.
Yes.
But it's a terrible job. Night watchman, it really is. People there are paid to do it. People are actually paid to go out and bat. Tongue over the wicket, bowls. That's played comfortably by Mitchell on the front foot. And fielded by the bowler. So there we go. It's a horrible business.
Yes.
If you look in your records, you'll find J. Agnew caught Parks, bowled Marshall, naught.
I think probably O'Rourke is made of sterner stuff.
Well, I don't know. But it's not Malcolm Marshall running in at him, is it?
That's true.
And he hasn't bowled about 25 overs.
No.
But he might be. I suspect he probably is made of sterner stuff, to be honest. 369 for 4. Tongue bowls. And Mitchell on the front foot. Pushes that away out towards point.
I suppose the night watchman thing also can rear its head a little bit because it pushes everybody and everyone shuffles down, don't they, in the batting lineup, and you can end up with someone like a Santner or a Blundell being not out at the end. So that can be a bit a moment of inconvenience, really, of promoting too many night watchmen. But he also, if he's reasonable at defence, which O'Rourke can do, he could take a few of these new ball overs
that's the thing.
away from some of the others.
Get some heat into the legs. Yeah. Tongue bowls. Oh, that pops way into the leg side. Now, I think if there'd been a short leg there, that might have popped up for a catch. We'll have a look at the umpire. There's no signal, so that was inside edge into pad. Just popped up, and there was no one there. 370 for 4. O'Rourke yet to score. And, Mitchell has made 8. Hot day. Have there ever been two night watchmen batting at the same time?
That would be tricky to
Yeah.
find out from. You got your highest scorers night.
Well, I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for, Agus.
Thank you. Willie again at Scarborough. Get him on. I said, oh, Pete, get him on. So the next morning, when I got tucked into dear old Phil Carrick bowling his left arm spin, and I was about 60 not out, having a complete slog. Peter Willie comes in, batting, he's scowling now. Faces Arnie Sidebottom, who rips out his off stump. As he walks past, I said, how shall I play, skipper? He said, keep going. Got to 90 and got out, sadly. But it was quite funny watching him from close range, having his stump just completely torn from the ground. Good player, Peter, though. Right, we've got a man out at deep square leg. His Archer drops short here, and a leg slip. Here he comes from the far end, bowls and Mitchell forward. Plays that away out to mid-on. And there's no run. Did you ask for a night watchman?
No.
Never did. You went out there.
Well, there's something sort of in the back of my mind socially wrong.
Yes, I agree.
To value somebody who stays back in the shed more than the person who's less capable of coping.
It's a bit Downton Abbey. It's a bit below stairs. Send them out. Send them out over the top. I'll stand back here and blow the whistle. No, it's a very poor form. 370 for 4.
New Zealand have used 2 before.
Have they?
Seen them?
At the same time?
No.
His Archer bowls outside the off stump, very wide. And Mitchell tries to slash that. It would have flown to the boundary, have made contact. But, I suspect almost couldn't reach it, actually. 370 for 4. Or consecutive.
I think it was in 78 they sent one out and he was dismissed. So out went another one. And that's when you do get a batsman being not out generally. Not that it mattered in that test, I don't think.
We played...
was it Lords?
We experienced a lunch watchman once.
Oh, dear.
A new phenomenon. That was Leicestershire against Derbyshire at Grace Road. Good morning, Devon Malcolm, if you're listening. Who appeared, very surprisingly. Here's Archer bowling. It's pushed away off the back foot out to extra cover. And there's no run. We'd set Derbyshire a target, like you did in a 3-day game, I don't know, 270 off 65 or something. Shortly before lunch on the 3rd day. And I got a wicket. Anyway, Devon came shuffling out. There's about 5 minutes to go until lunch. I said, Devon, what are you doing out here? He said, I'm lunch watchman. Out he went, took guard, blew his stumps out first ball. That was it was lunch. So he did his job. He just took the time up. And that was it. So the new batsman couldn't be sent out. Had lunch and...
So you were on a hat-trick?
I suppose I was. It was a great finish, and that we ended up... They had a runner, and all 3 batsmen ended up at the same end. Comes Archer, bowls a bouncer, and Mitchell ducks underneath it. One of them being Ul Mortensen, who I think it might have been him who had the runner. So whenever Ul was involved, it was always chaos. You ever come across Ul Mortensen? Danish fella. Big outswingers. Look, great character, Ul. So I think he had the runner, and there was somebody else. I don't think they were really in the game. Anyway, it all kicked off. They all ended up at the same end, and the end game ended with a run out. Not sure who was run out in the end. But you remember these things, don't you?
Yeah.
Little moments. 370 for 4. I miss runners. Chaos.
Yes.
Chaos they called.
Yes, that's true.
Archer bowls. That's a nice ball. That swung away and went through good pace and bounce as well. Mitchell played it well there, letting it go by.
What can be slightly irritating about a night watchman is if they bat and they do their job, they get through to the end of play, and then they continue to use the next day up to lunch.
Yeah, blocking it. Matthew Hoggard was like that.
Stephen Finn did that, didn't he?
Oh, yes. To be fair, that was a match-saving situation, but it was, one of the dullest innings you'll see in Dunedin.
Yes, that's right.
You would have been there.
I was there, yes.
Oh, dear. Just wanted someone to run him out.
Yeah.
He's listening in the next box. No, that wasn't. That was quite an endurance test. 370 for 4. In comes Archer, bowls a bouncer. And Mitchell ducks underneath it. Hoggard was the same, who'd come out the next day and just block it, which is why they created this role of the Night Hawk. Stuart Broad, which I don't... Did he ever actually play a Night Hawk innings? I'm not sure
he did. He was padded up quite a lot, wasn't he?
He was padded up, but I don't think he ever got to. So he's going to do just come out and have a thrash, basically.
As a night
watchman. Next morning.
The next
go
morning,
out and
yes,
just
okay.
smash it.
Yeah.
Which would have been, quite entertaining, but I don't think it ever actually happened. 370 for 4. I don't think O'Rourke is in that Night Hawk mood at the moment. He's more of the Hoggard Finn variety.
Well, he just pushes forward, but as we've already discovered, he bats for a period. He doesn't get many runs, and his average is probably between, I would think, 1 and 3.
It's 2.3.
Yes.
His strike rate is 8.5 runs per 100 balls.
Excellent.
Right, he likes to get himself in.
It's going to be entertaining stuff.
But
How long will it take
he
him to
can get forward.
Right. Well, he might. If Tongue's got anything about him, he won't. In he goes. Bowls very full. It's squeezed out. Oh, he's away. And he's going to get 2 out towards deep backward point. So how long will it take him to face 100 balls? So that'd be after lunch, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So after lunch, sometimes he might be 8 not out.
Proper cricket.
Well, he's got plenty of company there. There's short leg slip, 2 slips and a gully. He's a tall man, terrific bowler, of course. He's crouching over his bat, and Tongue is on his way. He hasn't got a wicket yet, and he runs in now and bowls on off stump. And yes, he leans forward perfectly competently. Oh, he's setting off for a run, and the throw comes in without hit the stumps. I think it'd have been run out. This is more like the sort of night watchman running stuff. He set off there, although Mitchell had clearly said no, and was halfway up the pitch. He's a big lad. It took a while to turn round. And I think if the throw from Stokes had hit the stumps, I think he'd have been run out.
I mean, there was clearly a run there if
there was.
Mitchell wanted it. And now the umpires are telling O'Rourke, you're running in the wrong place. So in other words, he was too close.
Yeah. Well, he ran in the wrong
inside the
direction,
danger
really.
area.
Oh, that was out, wasn't it? Looking at the replay, I think if the throw had hit. Anyway, he and Mitchell have had a conversation now. Maybe Mitchell saying, look, I'll do the calling. I'm the batsman out here.
Now, what's Tongue going to do? He's bowled 2 full ones.
Yeah. And he goes now, rushes in, bowls. There's a short one. He plays it well, actually. Just ducking underneath it. It flies over his shoulder.
We discussed this earlier in the series, the O'Rourke's batting. His average innings in Test cricket is 28 balls, so he's not really there to score runs, but as a tail ender, or in this case, night watchman, in terms of what the team can add whilst he's in, he can be quite useful. 2.3 average is one of the lowest.
That's not great, is it? That's lower than Tuffers, isn't it?
That's not even half of Tuffers, I think.
It could be Mullally territory.
Tuffers' innings would be shorter.
More entertaining.
Yeah.
Tongue again bowls, and he creeps forward. The ball rolls away for short leg to pick up.
He does quite enjoy his batting. I was having a chat to him, and he was disappointed getting out. And he was. You could see it in his face. He quite enjoys it. So it's quite nice to have someone like that in the bottom order, actually.
Yes, it is.
Rather than yourself.
Well, indeed.
And that kind of approach.
Yeah, I think so. Tongue again. Bustles in. O'Rourke's got his bat raised there, and he gets a full ball that he tries to drive. Misses it. It's a little bit of swing maybe there, sort of going along with the arm a little bit. 372 for 4. Stephen Finn's arrived. Some glowering at the back of the box. He was very proud of that innings, and rightly so. It was a match-saving endurance test. Well, it was our endurance, not his. He was all right. He was just blocking it.
Did he get a 50? Was it a 50? I think it was. 50.
In goes Tongue. Balls, and that's nicely played by O'Rourke, just leaning on that. The ball dribbles up to mid-on, And it's the end of the over. 372 for 4. O'Rourke has 2. Mitchell has 8. Jeremy, thank you.
Yeah.
Enjoyed that 20 minutes. Now you're going to have some
You go
proper,
and put your pads on.
proper night watching experience
Right.
from Stephen Finn. No, I'm not. We won't talk for long enough. Thoughts from you, and Finn is coming in.
Yes, well, I mean, if we look at the way the day may structure itself, I think the first one is, and they're fairly obvious scenarios, aren't they, as far as the game is concerned. We started the day 361 for 4, 84.1 overs, and 4.28 runs per over. And the second new ball was 4 overs old. We've had a few extra overs since that, and New Zealand have scored a few runs. So nothing much has changed at the moment, but I think the first scenario could be that England then claim wickets this morning with the new ball and expose a longish tail.
Archer over the wicket to Mitchell, defended off the back foot into the offside.
Which I could hear you talking about prior to the start of play. I mean, that's one sort of scenario for the day, isn't it? That perhaps New Zealand get to 410, 420, that area.
Yes.
And then blasting New Zealand out if they get rid of Mitchell quickly and so on.
Yeah.
After lunch, perhaps.
We do like cliches in cricket, don't we? But it does feel as though this first hour will set up the day here. If England can remove O'Rourke, who's been stubborn at the moment, or Mitchell, who would be the prized asset here for England as a gully. Jacob Bethel moves from gully to a leg slip. Probably a second leg slip, you'd say. And then Emilio Gay moves from backward point to a deepish gully. Archer in over the wicket. Mitchell defends on the front foot into point. That is vacant though, so we'll trot through for a single. That brings O'Rourke on strike. The score ticks over to 373 for 4. My ears were burning there, Jeremy, I'll be honest, next door.
Well, I remember watching that innings.
What were your thoughts at the time?
Oh.
That says it all.
It did go on. It was really...
It did. Well, my problem was I faced, I think it was 200...
You looked quite safe, that was the problem.
Yeah, I faced 208 balls, and on my 208th ball, I thought I was in enough to play a big shot. So I played a big slog sweep and missed it.
It took some time to convince yourself.
Yeah,
well, that's...
Now there is a silly point here for O'Rourke, a short leg silly point, 2 slips gully. Archer's in, back of length defended safely to the feet of the silly point, who's Ben Duckett for a dot ball.
I've got the Cricinfo text commentary of your dismissal at the end.
Yes. Sorry, 203 balls.
203 balls.
Yes.
Let's not exaggerate.
Yeah.
He was planning ahead.
Finn slog sweeps and misses, trapped in front. What a poor way to go after such a resolute defence. Great effort as night watchman. Just another straight ball, but Finn decided to try and whack it over the leg side. A very unusual choice, given that we're just back after tea.
We'd saved the game by that stage. It was time to have some fun. I'd earned my 4 cases of wine from Cook and Anderson. Archer over the wicket. Oh, it's a play and leave by O'Rourke, and he's dabbed that down through deep third, and it's a rare 4. Running away.
Oh, he races to what, 6?
6, he's flying. His strike rate is rocketing along here. 377 for 4. O'Rourke has 6 from 11. He's up over 50% strike rate.
So if England can dismiss New Zealand this morning or just after lunch, excuse me, I think England will probably score a little faster than New Zealand. I think that's a fair thing to say. Having said that, I think that Santner is going to be very useful in both these innings for New Zealand in terms of controlling a run rate. He's a good white ball bowler and is used to people attacking him.
Archer to O'Rourke over the wicket, full outside the off stump, left alone, dot ball.
That's Will O'Rourke's highest Test score. 6 not out, previously 5 not out. This is his 24th innings and his second Test 4 in the 233 balls.
And it wasn't really a shot, was it?
No.
It was I want to let this go.
The play leave.
Yeah.
They're effective.
I thought I heard a ripple of applause there. His parents are here.
But these are actually the innings where the dressing room are so engaged in seeing
they love it.
O'Rourke hang around. Every boundary is cheered. He's doing a good job. He's frustrating England. 24 minutes this morning so far. Archer runs towards us from the Stuart Broad end over the wicket, and he's driven that for 4. What a glorious shot that is in front of point. Drilled Archer, and he's on to 10.
Double figures.
Oh, he's in.
First time to double figures, I would say.
381 for 4.
Leave it up to me, Daryl.
Oh, that's almost. I mean, it's a good length ball. It's probably passing the stumps just over the top of them, but he rocks onto the front foot and drills it in front of point. He's very lucky that was the last ball of the over, because I think the next one might have been banged in halfway down.
Yeah, he just opened the blade slightly, so it was, and he got a good piece of it too, so it raced away.
And that's...
no registration of smile on the face, though.
Went to the one through the slips was his second boundary. His previous boundary was against England in the 24-25 series, was an inside edge. So that is his first boundary off the middle of the bat.
In front of point.
Since 2024.
He'd only hit one boundary in Test cricket before those two in that over, and this is his 14th Test, 24th innings.
Well, I tell you what, that last
heroic.
shot was not of someone who hasn't hit many boundaries in Test match cricket. That was glorious. Now, the slips are spread out. Leg slip, first slip, a gully, and a backward point as Tongue runs towards Mitchell. Defended into the onside towards short mid-wicket. Amelia gave fumbles, but nothing doing there. Dot ball, 381 for 4. And this is already in the realms of frustrating for England. 25 minutes of O'Rourke being there.
Well, I mentioned that to Aggers, just saying, look, the other possibility here is that he sees off a lot of the new ball, and so, Blundell doesn't have to confront that, and it will be getting hot out there. The counter argument is that they're into their work, and the bowlers have each had 2 or 3 overs, 4 overs.
Still, it's sapping, isn't it?
Yeah.
Day 2 as well. Tongue over the wicket to Mitchell, full of a length, just pushed up towards mid-off where Stokes does the fielding. Another dot ball.
It's really interesting, isn't it, the lengths that these bowlers are operating from, particularly Tongue at this end, the Radcliffe end, and he's really pushing the ball quite well up, and he's just the odd variation is the short one. We've just seen one really so far, but he's looking and targeting those stumps and the pads.
Yeah, he's an aggressive bowler, Tongue, isn't he?
Well, he does go for a few, doesn't
Yes,
he? I mean, he's generally 4 runs and over, I think.
But a wicket taker is an outstanding strike rate. Just over 40, I think his strike rate is in Test match cricket. He runs towards Mitchell again from the Radcliffe Road end, over the wicket, defended towards gully, well fielded by Bethel there as his trousers end up halfway down his thighs as he dives to his right to stop that for a dot ball.
Yep, so I mean and the other one, of course, the other obvious scenario is that New Zealand last and they develop a partnership, and I mean Mitchell got a 60 and a 40 in the last match at the Oval
here as well, hasn't he?
He's got runs here. Blundell got a 51 in the last match, so they've got a little bit of form behind them, and even Smith I think got a 30, mid-30s kind of range I think in the second innings.
Yeah, and they're players as well who like feasting on tired bowlers, I think, as well. And
then you've got Santner,
yes,
who's actually played quite well recently.
Now there's a backward square leg, 3/4 of the way to the boundary. As Tongue comes in, bowls a Yorker, and Mitchell digs it out towards short mid-wicket, where Gay does the fielding. 4th dot ball in a row.
So that would give, if that scenario occurs, then New Zealand potentially could get to 500.
Yes,
adding the 140 that they would need to do that. How would you think England would approach? I mean, just aggressively. And
I think it's really interesting, or it will
in
be
terms
really
of time. I'm starting to think about,
because when they conceded 550 here 4 years ago, they did bat exceptionally quickly. But I think it's 4 out of their last 5 Test matches, they've been outscored by the opposition. Tongue over the wicket, shorter this time, pulled out towards that backward square leg, which is Joe Root, 3/4 of the way to that cut-off boundary, and it's a dot ball. But they've been outscored a lot recently, which historically for this team, especially for the first 3 years of them coming together, wasn't the case. So they have been a bit more defensive than we have seen them. But if they want to win this game and they want to win this series, they're going to have to bat at a decent clip to be able to get themselves in a position to do that.
Yeah.
Whilst also
but they have got Finney a chance to chase in that last innings, which is that's their preference.
Yes. Tongue to complete the 90th over. It's banged in way down the leg side, and Mitchell watches that sail past as Smith collects her maiden over. Now, Bob Pook emails us a question for Andy. I can't see the rest of the email.
Okay. Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, cheers, Bob. A question for Andy. Well, it'll come later.
That's all right. Yeah, you could make up a question.
We could preempt.
Yeah, on the England being outscored, 4 of the last 6 tests they've been outscored in terms of runs per over the course of the whole game. In first innings, it was 4 of the last 5. Obviously, second innings is more shaped, I guess, by the situation of the game, and that had only previously happened in 3 Bazball era tests out of 42.
Yeah, I think that is something to keep an eye on, but certainly if they want to even think about winning this game, they're going to have to score pretty quickly. They've got 6 wickets to take, though, before they think about batting, as Archer runs towards O'Rourke with a short leg in place, banged in quite inevitably, really, and O'Rourke lets that go through to the wicket-keeper. A dot ball, and Joffrey's just having a little chirp saying, "You dare hit me through the covers again. You'll be getting some more chin music."
I've now moved my man from in close, just in front on the offside. He's now... O'Rourke would look at him and say, he's run-saving.
At least he's moved the field. That's it. Your job as a batter is to manipulate the field, and Will O'Rourke has manipulated it. There's no longer a silly point underneath his nose. Ben Duckett's at backward point. Shoaib Bashir just in front of point there. A gully, 2 slips, short leg, a wide mid-on, a mid-off, and a long leg as Archer again runs from the Stuart Broad end over the wicket. It's banged in, it's gloved down the leg side, and Smith can't stop that as Root chases, and the batters will just trot through for a single. O'Rourke not that interested in coming back down to the striker's end. I think he moves on to 11, New Zealand on to 382 for 4. Now, Bob Pook emails us. He's on old school written paper now. Thanks, Jeremy. You're going to pop off, and Sir Alistair Cook is going to come and join me. Hearing of O'Rourke's amazing batting average, who has the lowest average of any player who has played 10 or more tests? I mean, Ebadot Hussain has to be up there, doesn't he, from Bangladesh? Or not?
I've got a list,
and he's not on it.
He's not on it.
He was for
Nahid Rana, the current Bangladesh tail end hero, is on there. He went through an extraordinary run of, I think, 18 first-class innings without scoring a run. Archer
to Mitchell. This is short, and Mitchell thinks about pulling, but lets it go through to the wicket-keeper. A dot ball. 382 for 4. Mitchell has 9 from 24, and Will O'Rourke is absolutely flying with 11 from 15.
And then blazed his way to 11 against India, hit Jasprit Bumrah for 2 fours.
Yes.
That was one of the most... I mean, you could probably construct an argument that was the most unexpected thing that's happened in the entire history, not just of cricket, but of human civilization. England will be facing him in the winter, possibly one test next summer. A very fast bowler who's done really well for Bangladesh early in his career. The lowest average of anyone who's ever played 10 tests.
Archer to Mitchell. Short again, and Mitchell ducks underneath that one through to the keeper Smith. Dot ball.
Zimbabwe's Pommy Mbangwa. 15 tests, 25 innings, 8 not outs, 34 runs, so an average of exactly 2. So average is runs divided by dismissals. Second is a name you wouldn't expect to see there, Imran Khan, but a different Imran Khan. Played 10 tests for Pakistan, average 2.2. Chris Martin in 4th place, legendarily awful New Zealand Thailander, another fine fast bowler, 2.3 average in 104 innings.
That is staggering, isn't it? But so I've got a funny story about Chris Martin. As Archer runs in over the wicket, bangs it in again, and Mitchell sways inside the line this time through to Jamie Smith. Tim Murtagh was bowling at him in domestic cricket, and Martin couldn't lay a bat on out swingers, so Tim Murtagh bowled an in swinger, and Chris Martin outside edged the in swinger through to the wicketkeeper. Good morning, Sir Alistair.
Glad. Do you think that's a funny story? Anyway.
Wrong microphone. How long have you been doing this?
Sorry.
Absolutely amateur. It's amateur hour with us two here. Archer turns at the end of his mark, slowly walk back, conserving energy, blazing sunshine into Mitchell, who defends off the back foot into the offside, and Archer collects in his follow through and completes the over. That's 91 overs gone in this innings, 382 for 4 New Zealand. Archer's bowled 16 overs now, 1 for 65, but no inroads this morning. Cookie is a big disappointment.
No, he's done a brilliant job, Will O'Rourke, scoring Mitchell.
Yeah.
He's just spent the last half an hour on TV. I'm sure you've been going through his stats, but what is important, he is getting a spell into all these bowlers and
the new ball.
And the new ball. So we might laugh at his actual record, but those 15 balls, he'll be thinking, can I get to 30 balls? Can I get to 40 balls? Because it's a really important job to do, because run scoring will get easier and easier as these bowlers are into their 20, 25 overs.
Well, I wonder if he's been bribed by his teammates and captain.
Well, it would be an excellent technique. Last night I was on the phone to my mother.
Okay.
Stephen. It was her birthday.
Yes. Happy birthday.
And she was actually disappointingly very complimentary about your commentating on your first day in TMS.
That's very kind, thank you.
And but she did ask me the question, is your hair real?
Is my hair real? The drop in pitch.
Because she said it changes a bit.
Well, you know, Tongue continues bowling to O'Rourke. It's full and punched without timing towards Stokes at a wide mid-off, who fields one-handed dot ball. Well, yes, Mrs. Cook, my hair is real, and I have had various hairstyles. I haven't quite gone for the Zolts yet. That's next on my list.
But yeah, I just enjoyed how, after wishing her a happy birthday, she was like, I wondered what hairstyle you had, and then that was the first thing I said, Mum, let's keep going, this is gold dust. And then when the rota came through this morning, I was like, please be Stephen.
Yeah.
Please get a little 10 minutes in with Stephen.
I saw the excitement in your face when I saw you first thing this morning. Tongue to O'Rourke, who defends off of a full length back towards the bowler. Another dot ball. Now the field, a leg slip, first slip, gully, backward point, short leg, forward square leg, mid on, mid off, and a long leg.
I like how you quickly change the subject.
Well, as a lead commentator now, look, you're at the behest of where I decide this conversation goes, and if I want to direct it away from talking about my hair, then I'll talk about the cricket.
And she kept on going. Then she went about the colour of it. I was like, right, Mum, this is.
Well, there's certainly greys there. There's lots of greys.
I can't talk.
You're a silver fox, aren't you?
It's gone. Mine has gone.
Tongue to O'Rourke. Wait, it's bat raised, and he outside edges that through the slips. Not catchable by anyone, but it races away for 4 to the Stuart Broad end, and it's 4 more runs for Will O'Rourke, who moves on to 15, and New Zealand 386 for 4.
Yeah, only one slip and a kind of fine gully. I just wonder whether they need that square leg. Rather, Will O'Rourke unlikely to be able to consistently hammer shots to square the wicket, and sometimes it is hard as a captain, and the night watchman can be really frustrating. But the simplicity of stuff it works for a reason, doesn't it?
Yeah. Now the gully's just been moved finer. I think Tongue is in conversation with Stokes here to just say whether that square leg is absolutely necessary. Now Joe Root is being moved from leg slip back into first slip.
Yeah, and if you want the leg slip, put square leg in there as well.
I think I agree. And also, if O'Rourke wants to try and whip one across the line, be my guest. Tongue over the wicket, full of length, outside edge towards gully, where Bethel fumbles. It's a dot ball. But the temptation when you're bowling to a tail ender or a night watchman like this is to chase it as well. You try and bowl wicket-taking deliveries, when actually just honing in, it's so simple, and the top of off stump is the best way.
Yeah, I didn't mind Josh Tongue actually opening the ball on this end, because he has got a really good record against lower, so I like that tactically. Archer, again, speeds aren't up, which makes him world class. When he bowls close to 90 miles an hour, he becomes a world class bowler. If he's in the 80s.
Tongue to O'Rourke, full of a length, defended towards a square cover where Stokes does the fielding dot ball.
No, he then isn't world class. His point of difference is when he can get his paces up to 88, 89, then he becomes a real threat. I think, again, conditions, hard workload last week, but unfortunately this is Test cricket. It is hard. So he then, I would have given him a couple of overs to see whether he hit the pace. He hasn't hit the pace. I think he's averaging 83, 84 miles an hour, which it doesn't then separate him. And Gus Atkins, to me, was England's best bowler yesterday and was
And quickest at
quickest.
times, yeah.
He was his average pace quickest. So I would have given Archer a couple and then got the best bowler on.
Yep. Whilst the ball's still new and hard.
Absolutely.
Tongue to O'Rourke, back of a length, and O'Rourke rocks back and defends it towards mid-off for a dot ball to complete the 92nd over. 386 for 4, just 4 runs coming from that over from the outside edge of O'Rourke's bat. He has 15 from 21. Mitchell has 9 from 27. Sir Alistair, some thoughts from you, and Simon Mann's going to come and join you.
Well, there is a change of bowling from the Stuart Broad end, and it's actually Ben Stokes coming on, not Gus Atkinson. So maybe Gus might replace Tongue at this end. Good morning, Simon.
Good morning, Alistair. Well, 40 minutes of toil for England today. It seems to me O'Rourke is potentially, in these conditions, one of the most absolutely perfect player to have out there. He's just sapping the energy of the bowlers.
Absolutely.
He's a great blocker.
But it is demonstrating, if anyone any doubt how good this wicket is to bat on, that cover drive he played will be just, all those England batters should be thinking, well, if he can do that, then surely I can.
Here's Stokes bowling to Mitchell, who comes down the pitch to meet him and then nudges the ball away towards fine leg, and they are through for a single. Tongue flicks in the return to Jamie Smith. 387 for 4. So this new ball now is in its 13th over. O'Rourke's actually outscored Mitchell this morning. So I wanted to ask you something about that stand between Dempster and Mills back in 1930 of 276.
I had £1 for every time I've heard someone
Well,
say
exactly.
that.
I know. You'd be a very, very wealthy man, wouldn't you? Because it is the hot topic of this Test match. I'm sure people were asking you all about that in the bar last night and when you went to your Thai restaurant. 387 for 4. O'Rourke waits. Here's Stokes bowling to him. Oh, he goes past the outside edge. Stokes quite close to the off stump as well, and it's through to the keeper. Was it actually, I mean, it was a record, but is it widely considered to be a record because wasn't there another Test series going on at the same time? So there's one of those bizarre situations where two England teams were playing, so it was a Test match, but actually England had 2 Test teams out at the same time. Is that right?
That is right. They were touring West Indies at the same time.
Here's Stokes bowling, and that's flashed away past the gully down to the boundary for 4. Diving attempt to catch it. It was a big shot from O'Rourke. He thought, wow, a bit of this. Very nearly caught in the gully, but he gets 4. He goes to 19. I say he's blocked it. He's actually got 19 off 23 balls.
Yeah, he's playing very differently to his career statistics. I have a feeling, Simon, the question you've just asked Salts, you actually know the answer to the question you're about to ask. Well, you're just going to test Salts to see whether...
No, you always ask the question you know the answer to.
I don't know. I know it's old.
No, that's not true. But I suppose what I was asking...
trying to catch him out?
Not at all, no. Not at all. 391 for 4. Stokes bowls to O'Rourke, who edges, he's dropped. Combination of keeper and first slip. Keeper going across first slip. Well, there's another one that's gone down in this series. England dropped so many at the Oval. Stokes finding the outside edge. He did his job. And a combination of Smith and Root there. I see the replay to work out who actually was the dropper. Yeah, it was Smith, and then they both got a hand to it. So Smith got a hand to it and pushed into Root's hands, but of course once it'd been deflected there's absolutely no chance the Root was going to catch that. Stokes bowls, O'Rourke dabs that away towards the gully where it's picked up by Bethel. So O'Rourke could have been dismissed twice in this over, and well, he should have been dismissed there. Smith, his second drop.
Well, amazingly, the nick off Smith's gloves actually went straight into Root's
You're
hand.
not going to catch it.
No, so actually makes it look a lot worse for Joe Root. But if you actually watch Jamie Smith and you see it every single time with the keeper, as soon as they step to the leg side to then go back, they get wrong-footed, and not often they catch the ball.
Stokes bowls, O'Rourke defends. Straight back down the pitch. Well, Stokes nearly making the breakthrough there. Should have been. Someone's got to catch that. Not Joe Root. It's got to be the keeper, or the keeper. I mean, it's a keeper's catch. You go for it with the gloves. But if he'd left it, it probably would have come to Root. Okay, slightly to his left.
Here's the replay. Look, because of the in angle that Stokes gets, he's over the perpendicular. He's pushing the ball in the right to the right-hander. Then his great strength is then nip the ball away, but the angle's there. The keeper then goes, follows left leg side, he plants his left foot, and then you can't go back that way quick enough. And actually, so I think actually James Smith's therefore lined up wrong as an angle. I know Zoltz is nodding as a keeper because me and him know a lot about keeping, but I'm pretty sure that if you had a keeper here going, he's angled up wrong, because Stokes' natural ball is to go in there, so he shouldn't have to then do that step. As soon as you step the wrong way, it's really hard to get the power back quick enough to take that catch. So if he didn't do the step, he would have then moved better to take the catch. It looks like a diving catch a long way away from him, but actually he shouldn't be, because he's created more space. There you go. Technical wicket keeping.
Yeah, very well
Please
explained.
don't email in if it's wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's right.
And
Brant over.
You'll be able to have a look at that drop catch on the BBC Sport website soon. I'm sure they'll put the highlight up there. Here's Atkinson bowling, and he goes past the outside edge of Mitchell's bat there. That was a good one, a good carry through to the keeper. 391 for 4, so joy for England. It was the back end of yesterday, but frustration this morning.
Yeah, those simultaneous test series early in 1930, England was playing in New Zealand, the first test series for New Zealand, also in West Indies. England's first trip to West Indies' first home test series. They played in England in 1928.
With Atkinson, meanwhile, Ratcliffe Road end, slipping a gully in for Mitchell. Very defensive field. Atkinson bowls, and Mitchell defends into the offside and offers the single, and they go for it. And they tried to go for the run out there, Bethel, but he did not pick the ball up cleanly. So therefore, there was no chance ultimately of a run out. It felt like a tight single though. They got home. 392 for 4.
Test cricket wasn't quite so sort of formalised in those days, so I think it was two pretty MCC touring parties.
Which were the strongest of the two teams? The team that went to the West Indies or the team that went to New Zealand?
I think probably the West Indies team was stronger, but I can have a look round.
Is that the only time in history that England have played simultaneous test matches?
I think so.
That would be a great selection meeting to be at. Are you picking your best teams? England Lions and England main team, or are you trying to...
Atkinson ball short to O'Rourke, who ducks underneath it through to Smith.
Are you trying to get the combinations right? That'd be a great team meeting. If you are trying to get the two best sides, as in like overall, rather than one side better than the other, that'd be quite good fun. Yeah. So you could have him if I have him. That would be if you're the tour manager.
So it wasn't quite Test cricket as we know it today. I don't know if it was if they were officially categorised as Test matches immediately or not. Some of the early games weren't. But I'm not sure about those that tour.
Here's Atkinson bowling, and doesn't seem to get up very much, that one. It's dead batted by O'Rourke into the onside. Anyway, the point being that Dempster and Mills put on 276, which was the New Zealand record until yesterday, when it was broken by Latham and Conway with their 317 for the first wicket. But should it have been a record in the first place? That was the
yes, well, there's quite a lot of early stats that don't stand up to complete modern scrutiny. But Dempster was a fine player in particular, averaged 65 in the 10 tests he played, at mid-40s in first-class cricket. Just got something quickly on Will O'Rourke's innings today.
He's 19 not out from 28 balls. He's been dropped. Here's Atkinson bowling to him, and he plays a very solid defensive shot. Probably just feeling here, look, I think I'd rather reduce the amount of time I've got to bowl today. I quite like batting on this pitch.
He's at 19 not out now off 29 balls. Prior to that in his Test career, he'd scored 19 off 222 and been out 8 times. So he's doubled his career tally in this one innings. If Alistair, if you'd managed to do that in your 14th Test, you'd have had to score 1,013 at the SCG in 2007.
Atkinson bowls to O'Rourke, who's forward, angling that down into the gully, where it's picked up by Bethel, and there's no run. That's the end of Atkinson's over, so he's bowled 17 overs, taken 1 for 63, a single off the over. That dabbed one into the offside that potentially could have produced a run out. 392 for 4 is the score. So New Zealand this morning scored 31 runs in 9.5 overs. There was that over to complete last night from Jofra Archer, which another illustration of that feeling sometimes that the authorities do everything they can not to play cricket rather than to play it. I'm slightly saying that tongue-in-cheek, but going off the field with 2 minutes to go because it's the final over. But that will change. That will change in October. But my comment on that is, why don't they just change it straight away? I don't. Why is it so difficult just to say?
Yeah.
Just right. We had our meeting. We've decided a law change, it happens straight away.
And also, it's a law change which
It's not.
I don't quite know why it's never been like that either.
Yeah. Stokes bowls. Mitchell comes forward cautiously, plays that into the onside towards mid-wicket, hits it to Root, who's full of energy out there. He's trying to keep England going, Joe Root, and you need that in the field on a day like today, especially after yesterday. It was like it yesterday as well. Threw the ball in energetically to Jamie Smith. 392 for 4, just looking around the ground. I mean, most of the seats taken today, I think the weather took its toll on the spectators yesterday. The Fox Road stand to our left-hand side had really emptied out in that last session. I'm not surprised as well. Stokes bowls. It's defended by Mitchell into the onside. Again to Root, who rushes in and picks it up and hurls the ball at Smith. And there is no run. I mean, England would have come out with some optimism this morning, some hope. The new ball. Rourke out there, new man Mitchell as well. Can you get a couple of wickets and get into New Zealand and restrict that first innings score? But the pitch does look, well, we know it's good. It's hard work and it's hot, and they're under pressure. 392 for 4. Here is Stokes bowling and goes past the outside edge. An appeal by Stokes, desperate for it. Nothing from Nitin Menon, the umpire. Mitchell walks away, turns his back. Stokes goes up to have a chat with Smith. They review it. There's 7 seconds left. Well, they probably heard something, but was it bat on pad? Was it bat on ball? Or was
TV
it ball
umpire
on
to
pad?
director. We have a player review for caught behind. I've checked the bowler's on-field decision is not out. I checked the bowler's feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
This is Adrian Holdstock, our TV umpire.
Well, both Stokes and Smith straight away, instant.
Right, here we're seeing it front on for the first time, and
Ball pass is close to the outside edge of the bat. We got an ultra edge confirmed bat or no bat, please.
it looked as though the bat was quite close to the pad.
Just waiting for ultra edge, Nitin.
Well, we're going to need ultra edge. Here we
Ultra edge
go.
coming off. Just keep running it through. Keep running
Yes.
it through. There's a clear spike as the ball passes the bat. Nitin, I need you to reverse your not out decision to out. Stand by.
Little spike on
You're on
ultra
screen
edge.
signal now.
Nitin Menon raises his finger. England have their breakthrough. And it's Daryl Mitchell feathering it through to the keeper. Mitchell walks off shaking his head as if to say, well, I didn't hear anything. That surprises me.
Well, even on the replay when it came on the big screen and Ultra Edge was saying he nicked it, he still stood there. He didn't move. And he's thinking that that noise has come from him hitting his pad. But I think he has just got the finest tickle. Maybe him hitting his pad, it just meant he hasn't felt it, and then you therefore you think, I haven't nicked it. But the technology there is quite clearly saying he has got the finest little touch on.
Yeah, there was a little squiggle as the ball went past the bat. Did he definitively flick his pad, do you think? It was hard to tell. On one angle it looked like he might have done, another one it looked so he didn't. But
I would quite like them just to play on a little bit longer to see whether there was another little noise picked up with him hitting the pad, because then you could rule out that decision as well. Because
I was seeing it again.
But there, on the left-hand side, looking front on, it looks like he could be quite close to hitting his pad. But there, it almost looks like he's in front of his pad.
Yeah.
And he can't be hitting. There's nothing he can hit. He's almost in front of the ball. But do you see there where he's gone past? I think he's nicked that.
Yeah.
I think he has nicked that.
Well, that's what the technology says. Stokes was absolutely convinced. It was a vehement appeal, and Smith looked pretty convinced as well. Sometimes you can just tell from the reaction. There's kind of not quite sure from the appeal. Nitin Menon said not out. It was only a feather, and Stokes has made the breakthrough. It's Mitchell who's on his way, and it's 392 for 5. So Tom Blundell is out there. They've still got some batting to come. New Zealand, as you'd expect. I mean, they're 5 down, but they've got Blundell. There is Nathan Smith as well, and also Mitch Stantler, who's a much improved cricketer over the years, experienced player. Although, how much cricket has he played of late? not a great deal because he's coming back from injury as well. I reckon it might be his first match for a while, this. And it's the new world, isn't it, where you don't need, or you don't seem to need matches before you go back into the fray. When was the last time he played? Was it in the game in the IPL? I think he played a couple of games in the IPL. Anyway, Blundell on strike. And Stokes, with 2 slips in the gully, moves into bowl to New Zealand's wicketkeeper. He's with him now, and Blundell turns that away into the onside for his first run through square leg. Ben Stokes has now picked up a couple of wickets. He got rid of Latham yesterday. He's taken 2 for 63 in his 15th over. A fourth catch, actually, for Jamie Smith, but he's also shelled a couple as well.
Santner last played on the 23rd of April in an IPL game. He last batted on the 12th of April in IPL. His last test match was in August of 2025.
So that means he hasn't played a first-class game for close on 11 months.
Yeah, that's also his last first-class game.
Yeah. Stokes bowls to O'Rourke. O'Rourke is beaten. Groping forward. I mean, this is good from Stokes. He's making something happen out there, which none of the England bowlers have done so far today. Well, not much anyway. We've seen 3 others. But Stokes looks the most threatening. I know he's just taken a wicket, but even before that, he looked the most threatening as well. He had a catch dropped. There was one that was close to gully as well. He's beaten the outside edge.
Well, it's just that Stokes angle I spoke a little bit about. Going above the Burgundies, angling in, attacking the stumps, and he's just getting the odd one just to hold a smidgen. I'll tell you what he has done today. He's found that perfect length on this wicket. I mean, he didn't quite as consistent yesterday as he's been so far in this spell.
Stokes bowls to O'Rourke. O'Rourke blocks it, keeping the ball out of his stumps, turning it into the onside towards mid-wicket. That's the end of Stokes' over. Not quite a wicket maiden, but it's the breakthrough, and it's Daryl Mitchell as well. So a very handy over from Ben Stokes. New Zealand 393 for 5. O'Rourke is still there. He's resisted for 32 balls.
England will be pleased to get rid of Mitchell on this ground. 4 years ago he scored 190, shared a big partnership with Blundell, who's just come in, who made 106 on that occasion. We've been tracking certain parallels with that. New Zealand's 5th wicket fell at 405 4 years ago at 392 here. So England's in a better position than they were when they won 4 years ago.
Also as well, last summer when England played at Headingley in that first test match against India were, I think, 359 for 3 at the close of the first day.
They were then 447 for 4 on the second day, and England managed to win that game. So they do have experience of winning games from similar positions.
Atkinson bowls to Blundell, and Blundell is back and then half forward in defence. Playing that into the onside. Shoaib Bashir picks it up, makes Jamie Smith stretch there. He's not a million miles away from 4 overthrows as he threw that to Jamie Smith. Smith leapt in the air to take it. So a few of the England squad members are off to play in the Vitality Blast, aren't they? But they're keeping Fisher here. I suppose you've got to have contingency plans for concussion substitutes, haven't you? I don't know whether Fisher's there for that. Here's Atkinson bowling and Blundell defending into the onside. He says no. I think there was a single there, but she had quite a bit of ground to make to his right-hand side. It was Blundell's call there. Non-striker O'Rourke was third of the way down the pitch and had to go back. 393 for 5.
It's tough, isn't it? Because actually Ollie Robinson, you would say, would be the next bowler in. But you kind of want him to play as well. But then you don't have to name your. Do you have to name your concussion? So
you have to have a like for like, don't you? I think.
So the base is Matt Fisher covering today, and then if there's an injury today, right at the end, you could still have Ollie Robinson back in.
Atkinson bowls full. It's driven by Blundell, not perfectly timed. Picked up at mid-wicket, and there is no run because it's something that's been used a lot in the county championship this season. With the substitutes. Well, there've been a lot of them in the championship. Cookie's shaking his head.
No, I fundamentally disagree with the
principle of it.
The substitutions.
In any circumstances?
Yeah, in any circumstances. Even for
the bereavement and childbirth and that sort of thing.
I think it's a really tough thing. Like we've seen a couple of times that someone coming in the fourth innings and bowling hasn't bowled any of the game and bowls in the fourth innings.
Atkinson bowls, turned away by Blundell into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I mean, the other side...
So you've got an absolute fresh bowler.
Yeah.
Hasn't played for 3 days, and he actually bowled, I think, I don't know who it is right now, but he bowled, got 4 or 5 wickets. Fresh bowl on the 4th day. It's like just having another player.
Yeah. So why not... So, I mean, just to take that logic a bit further, why not therefore allow the opposition to make a substitute as well and bring in an extra batter for a bowler? Even it up a bit, I don't know.
But then aren't we just overcomplicating everything? And it will still, something else will then kick off.
Atkinson bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke.
But you're right. I mean, you'd have to... what's happened this year in the county championship has just been bizarre, isn't it? And why wouldn't play?
Well, bizarre, but just what we're not used to. So that's why it's that, you know, people have pointed out these situations that have arisen.
Yeah, but part of the challenge of a 4-day game, a 5-day game, what we always speak about is the physical.
But isn't that true of rugby and football as well? You know, they're getting through 80 minutes of rugby, getting through. What I'm saying is why are we so averse to substitutes in cricket? Atkinson bowls, and it's defended by Blundell into the offside, and there's no runs. We've always done it.
Yeah, but I also believe that part of the skill of picking a side, to picking, give balance.
Isn't that true of rugby and football as well? Say the skill of picking a side to start the game.
Nowhere near as much as it is, like the.
Anyway, it's an interesting debate, I think, but it's the drinks are coming on to the food. You can continue it as well. I mean, Dan, I'm sure, is a big supporter of your view. I have a completely open mind about it and see how things progress. I think the world changes, doesn't it, over time. 393 for 5.
There you go, Simon. Look at him. He's walking off with a massive smile on his face, sitting on the fence so beautifully. I'm going to stay the other way. I don't think substitutions. Mate, concussion, yes. But that is the only way.
It's nonsense.
There you go,
absolute
Dan.
nonsense. Because the point of 5-day Test cricket is attrition, isn't it? Andy Zaltzman's alongside me. This game is about decay and death. It's about pitches dying, balls dying, players becoming exhausted.
It's a metaphor for life.
It is. If you just sub in a spin bowler on the 5th day when it's turning, or change your fast bowlers, you might as well just play 5 one-day games then. It's absolute nonsense.
What are you on about?
Oh, Simon thinks he's being very progressive by suggesting that, well, if football and rugby have subs and ice hockey and American football, then why shouldn't cricket? But then you'll arrive with a squad of 24. You'll just put people in and out of the game. The heat conditions will make no difference. It's appalling idea. Dreadful.
So you're happy on the 4th over of a Test match for Jimmy Anderson to do a hamstring and not to play a part for the rest of the game? So you don't want a substitute for someone that has a clear and obvious Nathan Lyon injury style at Lords.
Absolutely correct. I think there's no justice in this game. It's not fair. It's not supposed to be fair. I do have a problem with people who...
But which other sport...
I have a problem...
Which other sport provides that?
None other. There's no other sports played over 5 days at 6.5 hours a day. I mean, we are allowed to maintain our uniqueness. I do think it's a bit rough when, somebody's wife goes into labour or you get appendicitis. But if you come down with an injury during a 5-day game, that's part of what the game has always been about. I don't have a problem with this. I mean, look, England last year when Wokes walked out to bat, they would have won that game easily. They lost by 6 runs because he couldn't bat in either innings. But it's just unlucky. I mean, we start with a toss. Yesterday, New Zealand got to bat first in 34-degree heat on a belter of a pitch. That's not fair either, but that's the way it goes. Andy, you're being very quiet. I want someone to support me.
So I do fundamentally support you.
So you're happy with high-level sport to be about a bit of fortune?
Well, absolutely, because it is.
Well, generally it's about the better team, surely. It can't just be about a little bit of fortune.
You get weird things in football. You get weird deflection might happen here or there, or,
Do you think deflected goals should only count for half in football? I'd be in favour of that.
But you're happy with concussion substitutes?
I think.
So what's the difference? I'll say to you is, what's the difference between a concussion substitute and someone replacing Chris Wokes who dislocates the shoulder?
I'll tell you, there's a very clear difference. A concussion substitute, if you didn't have concussion substitutes, then you'd be incentivising people who are in a dangerous position to continue to play the game. Whereas, if somebody dislocates their shoulder...
But you're incentivised Chris Wokes to go out and bat with one arm.
Yeah, that was tough, wasn't it? But it wasn't life-threatening. It is different. One is a duty of care, and the other one is he doesn't have to go out there and bat.
I'm very clear on this. Clear and obvious injuries, you can have a substitute.
It is a compromise that I've had to put up with in the county championship this season.
No, but they've got it completely wrong. You know, the way that the ECB delivered the substitute rule in county cricket, I think they'll be the first to admit it's not quite worked out. And far too many niggles have been used as a...
Well, they have, haven't they?
But a clear and obvious injury is different to that.
Stokes starts up after the drinks break, bowling to O'Rourke, who's still there. He's batted an hour and unfurled some nice shots. He taps the ball into the onside off the back foot, and it's fielded at short mid-wicket.
He's going to bowl quite nicely, by the way, today.
Do you think? Sorry, he's riled me.
I was amazed that Gus Atkinson didn't start the day. He was England's quickest bowler yesterday, best bowler. And I've always thought that the best bowler from the previous day, particularly when there's a brand new ball, would always start the next day. I know Jofra had to finish the over because he was obviously finishing last night.
Stokes in once again and thinks about playing at that to O'Rourke, but lets it go through to Smith. I mean, he bowled with a new ball yesterday.
Very well.
It is the same thing that happened at the Oval when Joe was captain on the second day. He completely changed round the opening bowlers, didn't he? It had been...
Well, it was only a short while ago that we were told in Australia that Josh Tong couldn't take the new ball.
Right. And then he did. Well, I mean, it was 4 overs old, I suppose, 5 overs by the time he got it, wasn't it?
All right, so back to this...
Yeah.
So Simon, I've not been listening to...
So Simon's happy for unlimited substitutions.
Unlimited?
Yeah.
Not with that, no.
Yeah.
No, not with that. What a stupid idea.
Yeah. As Stokes comes in, and O'Rourke is turned round and touched by this, pushes it to the offside, square of the wicket. Bashir fields, there's no run.
I've got a few thoughts on substitutions. One, if you have a substitute, there's a time before they can start bowling, or more, less likely batting.
Are we talking an injury sub or Simon's crazy idea?
An injury sub.
Having a sub.
No tactical subs, but an injury sub to try and stop teams sort of manipulating the system as maybe they were in the county championship.
Yes.
So say a bowler comes in, can't bowl for the next
2 hours,
30 overs, 45 overs.
Okay.
Also, all subs should be agreed before the game, so you know exactly who's coming in for which player.
Okay. Yeah. Stokes in. O'Rourke is turned round again. It's a thick outside edge that rolls down to the gully region. Gay fields. There's no run.
If say you have a bowler who needs substitution, who's not very good at batting, say you've got a Shoaib Bashir gets injured and your replacement spinner is
Liam Dawson,
Carson from Sussex, who's a much better player.
Yes.
Then they can't bat. They can bowl but not bat.
Okay.
So you can't replace a worse batter with a much better.
Okay, this gets quite.
Or you just at the toss you announce your 12th man, and that's your sub. Whoever gets injured.
Stokes in, and it's guided into the sort of around 4th slip when it's stopped well.
So you, as a squad, would have to decide upon your substitute.
Just the one.
Clearly, yeah, you'd clearly want an all-rounder, wouldn't you, to cover
both bases,
different bases.
But then, what if 2 people get in?
No, you can only have one, just one.
Okay.
Throughout the first innings of the game. Once you get into the second innings, no.
But it's a creeping danger, that, because then you start, and before you know it, Simon Mann's taken over world cricket, and you've got a rolling roster of subs, 6 of them coming off the bench, refreshing the team on the 4th day. Stokes in, hit high in the air, fielder underneath it, Gay should take the catch, he does! O'Rourke has gone, aiming to pull a ball from Stokes. They went in the air, Gay at cover point just waited for it, it went straight to him, but looped down into his hands. And England have got their 2nd wicket in the morning. It's taken a while to get rid of O'Rourke. He's batted for over an hour, nearly an hour and 10 minutes, but they have finally got rid of him. And Stokes has got another wicket. New Zealand are 393 for 6.
Yeah, and England had packed the offside to O'Rourke with 3 slips of gully, a backward point, who took the catch. Emilio Gay, extra cover and a mid-off, just a mid-on and a wide, fine leg. And like many tail-enders, they look at where the space is and I think, I can just hit any ball into that gap. Wasn't quite there to pull, but he's done a good job. It's his highest Test match score. Previous highest score was 5 not out, so he's got. And he'd only hit 1 boundary until today in Test match cricket. We're doing it downstairs on the highlight show, which you can watch tonight on the BBC. He got to a stage this morning before his first boundary today. They'd hit 1 boundary in 225 balls. He'd had 212 dot balls.
Wow!
In Test cricket. But now he's flown. He's away. He's got how many boundaries did he hit? 3.
He hit 4. One off the middle.
4 in this innings.
Yeah, three of them were sort of through the slips.
We did his wagon wheel in Test cricket.
Yeah.
We showed his wagon wheel at someone that averaged just under 3, and he had 1-4 down to fine in his career, and then that one that went to 3rd was his second. That was the cover drive was delightful.
The cover drive was good.
So he's doubled his career tally in this innings. 19. He was previously 19 for 8 off 222 balls before this innings. 19 off 38 here with 4 fours.
If you want to see the highlights of this epoch-making innings, you can catch them on BBC Two at 7 o'clock tonight. I'm sure, hopefully, you're going to show all of those boundaries. And the wagon wheel.
Yeah. Well, the wagon wheel's it's in early to just. He's a 360 player, and a lot of his are just singles. And that
gets him everywhere.
No, he got a 2 past backward point. That was his second 2 in his Test career.
Well, do you know, I think you're going to really enjoy it when England play Bangladesh, because Nahid Rana is going to be a man you're going to get your teeth into.
That's next summer, isn't it?
Yeah.
One Test. Yeah. Well, away from home as well.
And away from home.
What's his kind
of? Well, Nahid Rana. Andy Zoltzman's going to fire up the computer for you here. He is the man that broke the world record for the most consecutive scoreless innings. He beat Mark Robinson's scoreless run of 12, I think it was, to record 19 consecutive scoreless knocks, 11 or 12 of which were out. And then he broke a drought in the most extraordinary fashion against Jasprit Bumrah. He hit 11.
Wow.
All off the best bowler in the world as Atkinson starts a new over. Up on his toes goes Blundell, pushes the ball to Gay at cover point. There's no run. He hit 2 4s and a 3. No one had ever seen the like of it. He has returned sort of back to the mean, hasn't he? Sort of back to a series of ducks. I mean, he is Andy and I's favourite player. We WhatsApp every time he's batting. Yeah.
There's something delightful about players like that. And O'Rourke.
And O'Rourke.
I've seen his numbers and his stats. He's one of those players now that wherever he's playing around the world, I don't look at. I want to know how many balls he's faced.
Balls. 212 dots out of 223.
Well, there's more now. That was at the start of the day.
Atkinson's in. Forward in defence comes Blundell, pushes up to mid-on, there's no run. Mitchell Santner has joined him. Mitchell Santner's caused England problems before, but in New Zealand with the bat, is that correct? Did he not have that marathon stand with BJ Watling? That went on a long time from memory. How many did those two put on? 250?
It was 240 odd, because it was. We look at the list of biggest New Zealand stands against England.
By the way, another thing to look out for, if you like your numbers, Atkinson is in. Oh, strikes the pad. Ball that does nip a bit back up to Blundell and goes out into the gully region. Gay Fields is that Ben Stokes has gone past Matthew Hoggard, is now the 9th leading wicket taker for England, and he's on 249 wickets, having picked up 3 in this innings, 3 for 63. And, you know, there aren't many people out there who've got 7,000 runs and 250 wickets. If he can achieve that. Okay. Atkinson is in. Full dugout. Pushed it to the offside. And Duckett does the feeling. Yeah, okay, fair enough, Jane. Jane's been listening and says, I'm listening to a discussion about cricket being the only sport that goes on for 5 days without subs. What about road cycling? They do 3-week races with 2 or 3 rest days, and if they fall off and have an injury, the team is down 1 member. Tough. Cricketers do not need subs. I'm with you, Jane. I'm sorry I didn't mention road cycling, but yes, we're on the same page, Jane. It's team no subs as opposed to Simon, as Atkinson is in, clipped away nicely off the pads. This is running off towards the boundary. Fielder in pursuit will get there. Jofra Archer, and they get back for a couple. The throw comes in a bit high and wild.
Yeah, England are bowled nicely. New Zealand have only scored 34 in an hour and 13 minutes today. So they've bowled nice and straight. Actually, look back to yesterday, you could argue England bowled just a little bit too wide. A lot of balls went square of the wicket, drives, cuts. And on a pitch like this, I think there's not a great deal of margin, but you've got to bowl straight, just on around that 4th stump.
Atkinson in again, full work with a bit of bottom hand, little flick of the bottom hand up to tongue at mid on end of the over. 2 from it. 395 for 6, Blundell 3, Santner yet to score. The 2 overnight batters out, Mitchell and O'Rourke. Stokes has got them both. Sam Sherratt has been in touch. Surely when teams are named, the side should say who the substitute would be for each player should they be injured stroke concussed. That's Team Andy. Opposition can then choose to object before the game starts if anything seems out of order, but then if anything happens during the game, the replacement has already been identified and agreed upon.
Can I just bring up a little bit of a problem with having a few subs?
Yes.
You'd end up with players not playing any cricket.
Like Jacob Bethel, you mean?
Yeah, because you need 4 or 5 players every week. When you're away from home, when you're on tour, that's naturally going to happen because you've got your tour party.
Yeah.
But when you're at home,
county games, for example,
you want your players to go and play cricket. So that's why I think logistically it would be an easier process if you just had one sub and then the rest who are in the squad can go and play some cricket.
Stokes is going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Santner. Goes through to the keeper.
And that one sub actually is there for concussion and injury.
Okay.
So then the 3 or 4 others that are in the squad, teams announced on the Thursday. See you later. Come back next week.
It is a compromise that I would accept, moderately unwillingly, but I can see how this is the direction of travel. But I want to cap it. I don't want any more of this creeping nonsense.
But you're being swayed slightly.
Well, the one sub, where I actually want the one sub for, as Stokes comes in again outside the off stump to the keeper, no run. I was at a game when I genuinely felt that justice had not been served, and I know that I don't believe in too much justice in sport. I believe in luck. I believe in, misfortune. But when Jordan Cox had appendicitis on the day of the first day of a match against Surrey, I just thought that was kind of ridiculous that they were playing with 10 men, because it had nothing to do with cricket, had nothing to do with the game itself. He hadn't been hit, hadn't had his arm broken by a bowler, which you don't encourage, but is something that's part of the game. Appendicitis is completely different, and I'm happy for them to have somebody subbed in for them. I'm not happy to have this roster of subs wandering around.
No, I don't agree.
Making up for the mistakes of the captain or the team. Stokes in again round the wicket, dug out by Santner up to mid-off, no run. You got a leg slip in. You have a leg slip in place now for Santner.
I'm just studying. If you look at mid-on and mid-off, if you go back to yesterday, they were a bit wider, and I think England have come back here on day 2, and they're definitely bowling straighter. And they're saying to New Zealand, you look at the gap now between mid-off and backward point, it's vacant. And Ben Stokes is saying to Santner, go and try and hit it through. So, and from a straight ball, he's going to have to open the blade of the bat. I mean, if he bowls a bad ball, he deserves to get whacked through the covers, and you do anyway, even if there's a fielder there at Trent Bridge. It generally goes for 4. So you can see a more defined, straighter field today.
Less wide than yesterday. Here comes Stokes. Still around the wicket to Santner. He gets up on his toes, defends a short ball, back up the wicket. And there is no run. He's bowling round the wicket, by the way. So if you're listening, Graham Fowler, I'm very sorry. I got a very agitated message from Graham Fowler's wife yesterday saying he was so sick of England's bowlers bowling round the wicket to left-handers that he turned everything off. Graham Fowler, of course, was a left-hander himself.
Good player.
And yes, he's not happy with the prevailing direction of travel. David Flood is in Wigan. Spot on. No substitutions. Simon is lurking behind us, furious with rage, as Stokes comes in again. Oh, that's a faster ball it felt, that just hurried Santner, but he played it well up to mid-off. Test match cricket is a 5-day pitched battle where the pitch changes, the ball changes, and the weather changes as the bodies of the participants tire. Testify, David. They tire, decay, and break. This is my kind of language. It is as unfair and random as the toss that precedes it, which is the whole point. It is a precious relic of an earlier age when I think we were tougher. I'm going to come back to that in a moment. Stokes, round the wicket, into Santner, who again defends the ball, just hurries him a touch, goes back to the bowler, no run. A maiden over from Stokes, 395 for 6, Santner 0, Blundell has 3. It's a precious relic of an earlier age where we were tougher, braver, and frankly, bit of politics, a more effective nation. I'm not going to get involved in that. The sight of Chris Wokes walking out to bat with a dislocated shoulder was a magnificent reminder of that gilded age. On that note, we've got to bring in the Lord High Deputy Lieutenant. He'll have views on that, I have no doubt. 395 for 6.
I'm just enjoying the fact that Simon Mann has caused a clamour of emails. It's not often that the computer at the back is being impacted by Simon Mann's controversy. He wants loads of subs.
Let's watch Atkinson bowling on the off stump, and that's steered to gully by Blundell, who's on 395 for 6.
He wants it to be like football, Simon.
Is he? What, replacing?
No, loads of subs, just whenever you want.
Well, in the one-day internationals, isn't
well,
it?
You'd have now. You'd probably have, Ray and Arman running up and down, beyond the boundary, getting loose to come on, and then Baz McCullum and his team would be there with the numbers.
I don't think Simon really wants that, does he?
Well, he's campaigning for it. He's going to be the boss of world cricket soon.
Oh, okay. 395 it is for 6 now, and Atkinson's running in and bowling very full again. He's driven, sliced away through point. Chase for Gay, he's not going to get there.
It's the first one real ball of width.
Yeah.
Just been saying England bowled a bit wide yesterday, and the ball was flying square of the wicket. And when they came straight, it was too straight, and he went square. There wasn't that many balls punted down the ground. And I noticed straight away this morning that England have gone for a straighter field, and they've bowled beautifully because they've bowled straight and they've given New Zealand no width until that ball. That was a lovely one to get as a batter, because here at Trent Bridge you just lean on it.
Yeah.
And it rated across the outfield. 399 now New Zealand.
Blundell waits, right-handed. Atkinson bowls to him. That's a better length. Pushed out into the offside. Stokes bowled the better length of all, because I think they tried to hit the stumps early on, didn't they? It was a bit too full. He hit that just short of a length that O'Rourke, for instance, would find it difficult to deal with. When it's very full, you can just play it. But
yeah,
Stokes just pulled it back a yard. 399 for 6.
How was the Beaver last night, John?
Very hot on the Beaver.
Yeah. Do you have aircon or fans in there?
No, I've got these sort of portable things. It does a reasonable job. But yeah, it's pretty hot in there. Then it poured down this morning. An absolute cloudburst around about 7:30.
Really?
Only lasted about 10 minutes. And I think most of it evaporated by the time it hit the ground. But no, it absolutely threw it down. Right, we've got deep square leg now. Something for Blundell to think about. 399 for 6. He's on 7. Stokes quite deep at mid-off and quite straight as Atkinson runs up. Bowl short of a length. It's swung into the leg side. Blundell was looking for this with the man put back there. And a nice stop out there from Shoaib Bashir, who's fielding, I must say. He's obviously been working on he's much better now, much more agile. They've been training or what he's been up to, but good effort again out there. 400 up for New Zealand. 401 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, New Zealand will want at least another 50 or 60, won't they? If they got to come Nathan Smith, he's a decent batter.
Yep. Blundell waits, dips at the knee a little bit as Atkinson scuttles in, bowls on the off stumper. That's 4. Little dab of the bat and soft hands. The ball takes a thick edge and runs into the third man boundary.
See, when Joe Root plays a shot like that, you think he's played it. I don't think Blundell did play that. I think it was a genuine edge that went into the gap.
Yeah. Root just nudges that face of the bat open, doesn't he?
Yeah, he kind of just lets it come under his eye.
Yeah. That's played with a straight blade. I've seen the replay of that. 405 for 6. These runs useful. Blundell to 13 now. Atkinson, crouching rather. Bowls full again. Oh dear. Driven out through extra cover. It's an expensive over this. That was a half volley and wide enough for Blundell to play the drive. So from that over, there were
14.
Yeah. Very expensive over. Atkinson stalks off to his position in the field. Looking forward to lunch. We're going to meet Marcus North, if you haven't met him already. Very nice fella. England's national selector these days, of course, Australian, but only, well, I mean, yes, he is Australian, of course he is, but he's been very much of the fabric of English cricket for a while now, up in Durham. I think he's a good choice, I must say. There were one or two cries of, oh, not an Australian national selector. Marcus is above that sort of thing. Good man, I think he'll do a good job, but we'll see what his plans are. 409 for 6. Stokes, Pavilion behind him, runs in and bowls to the left-handed Santner, who allows that to pass by outside his off stump.
Well, because of that last over that leaked a few runs, Ben Stokes put an extra cover in place, probably doesn't want to allow Santner to get off and running. He's yet to get off the mark, 0 from 7 deliveries.
Still the 2 slips and Gully. Stokes wanders round in the distance now. He spins himself a catch. On his way again now. Bowls to Santner, who's forward. Oh, he's going to pick up runs through third man. Again, it was a pokey sort of an edge outside the off stump. No one down here below us. And it's another boundary. 413 for 6. Stokes shakes his head. Very frustrating. But of course, you can put a man down there if you want. But, genuine edge again, and Bethel tried to dive there to stop it, but couldn't.
I always think at Trent Bridge, the ball seems to go down to third so often. It's not a bad thing to keep your couple of slips, and probably not now because Sanders just come out there. It's no bad thing to put your gully down at third. Just make sure you nullify the boundaries.
Here's Stokes, moves in, bowls, pushed away out to cover, or move him across to third.
He's a good golfer, Mitchell Santner. I think he's the whisper. The whisper is Jordan Cox. He's probably as good a golfer in the cricketing scene around the world.
Oh.
And I think Mitchell's closely behind him.
Is he really?
Very good player.
Saw him score some very frustrating runs in New Zealand one time. Was it Manganui, I think?
Yeah, he made 126 batting at number 8. Had a
Blundell got a load of runs.
Watling, it was.
Watling,
the wicketkeeper at the time.
Stokes moves in, bowls, punched away by Santner. Up to mid-off. Nice ground, Manganui. He's been up there. It's got an enormous pile of salt, like a salt mountain just outside the ground. It's a pretty part of the world. Up on the seaside.
I don't remember the last time I was in New Zealand.
It's a little volcanic. It's not like,
it might
it's
have
not
been
a mountain.
2008, my last tour.
It's like a heap. It's not a mountain as such, the Mount Manganui, but it's like a hill. Obviously from a volcanic incident, which happens a lot in New Zealand. Comes Stokes again, bowls. It's pushed away out to backward point. Diving save there from Gay, and there's no run. 413 for 6. I don't think Santner's century was a thing of beauty from memory. I think it was more of a sort of supporting role.
Yeah, Watling made 205 off 473. Right. Santner 126, 206. I did it 5 sixes really expanded towards the end.
I think
so. A one Test century, averaging just over 25 coming into this this game, 4 other half centuries. So a useful lower order player.
Tall man, bowls left arm spin. Waits for Stokes, who goes over the wicket now and bowls a bouncer and has hit him somewhere. He's caught it slip and is taken. And Santner might review this. I'm not sure what it came off. Stokes is saying, what are you talking about? And Santner's saying, it hit me on the arm. Stokes is saying, no, it hit you on the glove. So we'll see who's right. But there was a nasty short ball that Santner didn't cope with very well. And Stokes is saying that hit him on the glove.
We have a player review for court. On field decision is out. I've checked the bowler's feet, fair delivery. Front on, please.
What is it, the sweatband of the glove?
I think it probably has. We'll see. Stokes is adamant, but so too is Santner, who's reviewed this. There's no doubt that it hit something. Oh, it looks more arm guard to me.
Ball close to the glove. Can I go to Ultra to confirm whether there's any glove involved, please? Thank you.
Well, that's going to be
But it only has to hit. It's the glove.
It's
part of
Does it just flick the glove?
Yeah, that's the sweatband.
Very, very edge of it.
The ball makes contact with the glove. I'm ready to go back on field to Nitin.
It's the real sort of last threads of the strap of the glove. If you say glove, you think immediately of what's over the palm of your hand, but obviously there is something at the Velcro, which in Santner's case is up there around about the arm guard. But it's just flicked that bit, hasn't it? Very, very tight. And again, where technology does do a good job of determining precisely what that was. I don't blame Santner for standing there and reviewing it, because he would have felt it on his arm guard, and probably wouldn't have felt it on the Velcro of his glove.
I just want, so as a player, that the Velcro sweatband part of the glove are really important, because it's the comfort.
Yes.
The sweatband, but you think in this era that you probably wouldn't want it for that reason.
Yeah.
But it's how you get a glove without the kind of, because you can wear a sweatband.
Yeah.
If you want a sweatband on your arm.
Lovely bit of byplay there, because Santner and Stokes, who clearly know each other very well, were standing nose to nose, and Santner saying, "It's hit me on the arm guard," and Stokes actually pointed straight to the bit of Velcro on his glove and said, "No, it hit you there." And he's right, but it's what, half an inch? Something like that? I mean, it's a fraction.
But it's quite a big Velcro strap, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it hits the kind of sponsored part of the Velcro. Yeah, there you go. Ben Stokes is just pointing to it, going, "No, mate, it's at the Velcro."
That's a lovely moment.
I think they're doing nicely here. 3 wickets this morning.
Yeah, but there are replays that you look at. The one side on there, if you looked at that just as the replay, you'd say it's hit him on the arm guard. It was just that front-on replay, and ultra edge. And I'm betrayed Santner there. Very, very tight, because it has hit the arm guard as well, and that's what he would have felt. Anyway, he's out.
He's out, and that was Ben Stokes' 250th Test wicket. He's the 9th England player to have 250 Test wickets, after Brian Statham and Freddie Truman played in the 50s and 60s, then Derek Underwood, great Kent left-arm spinner, Bob Willis and Ian Botham, then Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad, Graham Swan, and now Stokes is the 9th for England, and the second player after Jacques Kallis to have that double of 250 wickets and 7,000 Test runs.
Well, his eyesight's good to have seen exactly where that hit on the Velcro of the glove from 20 yards away. Blundell on strike on 17. He's got Smith for company now, and Atkinson bowls to him. And he plays it off the back foot to point.
And also from 317 for naught, New Zealand have now lost 7 wickets for 96.
Yes, just quietly, this innings is proving to be a disappointment from their point of view. A wonderful platform. Alex is back.
Yeah, this morning Cookie and Finney were saying they've got to get 550 as an absolute minimum really for New Zealand, but England here, they'll be thinking bowl them out for 450.
Yeah, absolutely. Just chipped away. Atkinson again bowls. Oh, a poor shot there from Blundell. Foolish ball is on the back foot, trying to chop it away down to square third man, but he's lucky there, he didn't make contact with that. 413 for 7.
I would love to know how much momentum and positivity they took into today after those 2 quick wickets last night as well.
And there's also that case in point where looking at Conway, looking at Ravindra, thinking, oh, the shots they played. 413 for 7. Atkinson runs in and bowls, and that's a beautiful ball. Foolish length, and that did swing and beat the edge of the bat. And now Smith comes down for a conversation with Blundell, saying, oh, keep going, decent ball that.
Stokes this morning 3 for 10 in 5 overs.
In conditions, really, they're offering him nothing. He's just running hard, he's bowled a good length. Bit of hostility. Atkinson mops his brow. Mid on and mid off, very straight, so he's encouraging them to bowl straight, and Blundell indeed gets a straight full ball. He plays back to the bowler. A friend of mine out there in the crowd described the conditions as brutal. He was here yesterday.
Yes.
So clearly it's hotter today than yesterday.
It feels more humid today.
A lot of people sitting out in the corridor behind us, and there's There's no television screen there or anything. They're sitting in a corridor. So, well, you paid your money, but that's what they're doing in there. In goes Atkinson again, bowls, Blundell up on his toes, flicks the ball away to Joe Root. And there's no run. 4:13 for 7. I suppose you sit there long enough to cool down a bit.
Yeah, it's this time of day where everybody sat this side of the ground comes to sit inside, don't they? And I feel quite bad for them because I'm quite cold in this commentary box, and I go out there to thaw out, and they're doing the opposite. They come in to cool down.
Well, perhaps you wore a bit more. You wouldn't feel quite so cold.
All right, Granny.
4:13 for 7. In goes Atkinson again, bowls, and that's pushed away out to cover. And there's no run. End of the over. Blundell 17, and Smith yet to score. Sort of thing I say to my daughters on a Saturday night.
Oh, very good. Summer suit is what I'm wearing today, Jonathan.
Well, lovely, yeah, lovely. Feel cool, that's great. For once, you're actually lost for words. I take as a triumph, actually. A rare victory.
You've got me.
Right, Stokes is striding back to his mark. He's going to carry on. And why not?
He's just one of those bowlers that every time I watch bowl, you're like, well, he's going to make something happen. But I've never really managed to put my finger on what it is about the way he bowls and what he does. I know he hits the top of off stump relentlessly. But he shouldn't be more different to anyone else in this bowling attack.
Here he comes, striding out on his way, and he bowls to Smith, who comes forward and plays his first ball towards mid-off. It doesn't reach there. Yeah, he's a very high arm, isn't he? He does swing the ball.
But I often wonder if there's an element of the fact he is Ben Stokes.
I'm sure.
And that alpha and, you know, that...
It's the man, isn't it?
Yeah.
You often play the man in cricket, or the woman, but in the form you're playing. I mean, Shane Warne's the case, wasn't he, too? Brilliant bowler, of course. But there was still an element of you're up against the character as well, aren't you? Larger than life, in your face. Stokes again runs up, bowls, tucked away out towards mid-wicket. There's no run there. It's fielded by Bashir, who has definitely worked on his fielding. He really has. He's a real solid fielder now and athletic.
You can't just be a one-dimensional cricketer anymore.
No. He's definitely improved. Stokes over the wicket, and he bowls. That was a thick edge. Gay's able to pounce on that at backward point. 413 for 7. A little more cloud around than yesterday. There's still the possibility of one of these massive storms tomorrow, isn't there? Hailstones the size of golf balls and all sorts of things.
I go to you for my weather advice.
Well, I've been looking on my map, but I don't know how long it takes
to build
these Spanish storms to set off. How long does it take to float up from Spain to here? There's Stokes bowls. It's tucked away out towards backward square leg. They'll get a couple of runs here. 113 for 7. 415 for 7, in fact. They must take... It's a sort of drift, don't they, thunderstorms?
Yeah, do you take a couple of hours? Same as a plane, surely.
I think 2 hours.
Yeah, if the storm's in Spain and it blows this way, I reckon it'll get to Dover just 2.5 hours later. Yeah.
Things going about 600 miles an hour. Can't be.
Can't be, can it?
No, it can't be. I'm not having that.
Well, maybe it'll run out by the time it gets to us.
There's Stokes bowls outside the off stump, nice length, and ignored by Smith. You don't have storms bowling coming at the speed of a jet aeroplane.
Well, it's not only the hurricanes.
No, you don't.
Well, so surely if it's slow, I thought storms move quite quickly. That was the whole point of them. But if it's slow, then surely the rain.
Well, they brew, don't they? They develop.
Right. So it might start as the little clouds that we've got here.
And then
Okay.
where the heat gathers,
See, this is why
they rise.
I've got to, I guess,
You see
my
there's
weather
great high
advice.
clouds. Generally flying some parts of the world, there's massive high cumulonimbus clouds. Those are storms. In comes Stokes again, bowls, and he sort of tries to shovel the ball into the leg side there. Doesn't quite time it. It's the end of the over. 20 minutes to go until lunch. 415 for 7. Marcus North will be here during the lunch break. Alex, some thoughts from you?
Just before you go, what clouds?
Cumulonimbus.
I thought that was something that the Nimbus 3000, a bit like Harry Potter. No? You've lost me and I've lost you.
I don't know what you're
Perfect.
talking about,
Exactly.
so I'm going to leave you.
I had to get you back at some
Simon will
stage.
shed some light on that.
Well, we'll see about that. Ben Stokes just running off the field here, down towards what would have been a third man, and Matthew Fisher coming on. He's getting a round of applause. He's just dashing off quickly. Hopefully nothing too serious.
Well, he's run off, hasn't he?
Yeah, he probably just a quick dash.
It's a good sign. I mean, he's bowled England. Is he bowling them back into the game? He's given them a chance. I mean, New Zealand still have 415 on the board. At one stage yesterday, it was looking like it might be 600.
Yeah, it's a huge difference, isn't it, as well, obviously. Not to point out the obvious, but if England can bowl New Zealand out for 450 here, they'll really feel like they're in the game. At some stage throughout yesterday, they probably felt like the game was running away from them.
Here's Tongue bowling to Blundell. Blundell gets one that bounces outside the off stump. Carries through to Smith. Blundell really looks surprised by that, and I think a few would be. I just wonder, when this pitch has started dry, let's have a look at that. It's hard to say whether that pitch and whether it did take something out of the surface, but that really went through. Okay, Tongue is a quick bowler. I don't know, it may well be, well, it may prove to be that New Zealand very much had the best of this pitch, but it's still a decent surface. But a bit's happened this morning. 415 for 7 after a quiet start. Here's Tongue bowling, turned away into the onside by Blundell to mid-wicket, where it's picked up by Gay, and there is no run. There has been a bizarre test match already. Triple century partnership for the first wicket, and then what have we had? 7 for 96.
Yeah, it's been one of those where yesterday I thought, oh, could be quite a long few days, this. And then England picking up the wickets, the back end of the day just added some excitement back into the game.
Tongue bowls, big drive and a miss from Blundell. Sorry, I just had some water.
It went down the wrong way.
Yeah, I'll say something in a minute, Alice.
Oh. Yeah, and then obviously today Ben Stokes has bowled really nicely. So can you just die quietly next to me there, Simon?
I'll try.
And then the drop catch from Jamie Smith, almost thought, oh no, here we go again. It was a bad one, that one, but managed to keep hold of the next one.
And has he taken 4 in the match?
Yeah.
And 2 bat drops. Blundell on 17 comes forward and defends. Runs out towards Duckett fielding in the covers. And there is no run.
There is nothing worse than something going down the wrong hole, is there? You end up choking on your water for what feels like forever.
Yeah, it's not a nice experience. I think I'm okay now. You need to behave yourself as well. 415 for 7. Tongue from the Ratcliffe Road end. Short extra cover in now. So a leg slip. 2 gullies. Here's into Blundell, who's on 17. Tongue bowls and Blundell defends. Back up the offside of the pitch. These to the last recognised batters really for New Zealand. Blundell, we know, his pedigree. Had a good series here, very good series here 4 years ago. And Smith, a useful lower order player. And then, what did Jeremy describe Tickner and Sears as yesterday? Well, Tickner's down to bat at number 9. He said he's a number 10. And Sears is down to bat at number 10. He said he's a number 11.
Okay, at least you've not got an 11 that would be a 12.
No. There's been a few of those in the England lineups over the years.
I was definitely one of those as well.
What was your average in the end?
10. I only got out once.
Right.
So boosted it.
Tongue bowls. Blundell gets one again that climbs outside the off stump. Lets it go through. Well, muscular bowling here from Tongue. Extracting some bounce from this surface. And non-striker Smith coming down to do some prodding there. We did see a couple yesterday that we saw some dust come up. And if that starts to happen, then it clearly becomes trickier to bat, and we know how hot and dry it's been, and that is going to continue throughout the day. Having said that, it's clouded over a fraction. There's some high cloud. I mean, it's not anything that's serious, but there is a bit of high cloud now, which is obscuring the sun to some extent, but I'm sure if you're sitting out there, it's still roasting hot. 4:15 for 7. Stokes is back on the field. That was just an over off. They got something sorted out. We've got 15 minutes left until the lunch interval. Well, unless 2 wickets fall, and then we'll play on. And Nathan Smith, right-handers. They're on 2-2 right-handers out there at the moment for New Zealand. And Stokes looking good potentially for a fifer. He has bowled well this morning. He's been aggressive. Right from the start, he looked the most likely of England's bowlers.
He did all day yesterday as well.
It's some return, 4 for 69. And he comes in now, full of purpose, and bowls short ball, which is pulled away by Smith down towards fine leg. Tongue is there. We were calling it the pavilion end yesterday. I'm so locked in to call it the pavilion end here at Trent Bridge. Has it been renamed the Stuart Broad end? Do you know official results? Do you know that?
I think it has, hasn't it?
So should we therefore be calling it the Stuart Broad end? It has. Okay, well, we'll change from now on then.
I'm 90% sure it has. Because Stuart Broad also kicked off with his work colleagues because they kept calling it the pavilion end, and he scribbled it out and changed it.
Right. They renamed it before the West Indies tests 2 years ago.
Right. Oh, right. Even more out of date than usual then. Stokes goes into bowl to Blundell, and Blundell defends into the offside, out to cover. It's picked up by Duckett, and there's no run.
It's on Stokes' recent bowling. He's having the most productive phase of his career with the ball. Since the second test in New Zealand in December 2024, 47 wickets in 14 tests, including this one, average 24. Over the course of his career, he's just over 2 wickets per match. There have been a few phases where he's been unable to bowl, including before that stretch began. He'd taken just 6 wickets in his previous 14 tests, 11 in his previous 22. So injuries had really restricted him, but we're seeing the best phase of Stokes as a bowler at the moment.
Goes in now to bowl to Blundell, and Blundell gets one down the leg side. He looks to glance, misses it, taken by Smith, sprawling across to his left. Yes, his batting average of late has come down, but his bowling average has come down as well. I was looking at this the other day, say last 30, 20, 10 tests, looking at the start of each year, the last few years. Batting average has come down a few points. I've got the stats on my phone somewhere, but you've got the stats in your computer. His bowling average has been coming down as well. But I suppose he's hoping. Those runs the other day, Durham has seen him return to form with the bat. He goes in now, bowls. Oh, that's off the glove. A pull shot from Blundell. Everything happening there. Stokes falls over. It goes down fine. And then do have a leg slip. And it's stopped before it goes to the boundary. Clear plan there from Stokes. It wasn't that far away from working. It was definitely off the glove. That one was clearly off the glove. The Santner one, well, there's still some debate. I was talking to Stephen Finn in the next door box, and he was saying he wasn't absolutely convinced it was out.
Well, I wasn't sure if it was the shot, like the way the angle showed the ball covering what looked like the sleeve of the glove, but actually hitting the arm guard.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to tell on the TV pictures that I've seen. Stokes bowls, and he goes past the outside edge there of Blundell's bat. And the ball's been on top this morning, especially when Stokes has been bowling. Tongue has produced a couple of crackerjack deliveries as well. Stokes' last 5 I reckon was in Perth, wasn't it? Took 5 and basically nothing that day. I think he sort of cleaned up the back end of the innings. Breeze is picking up a bit. You see the trees on the far side of the ground swaying. I don't think we've got any rain forecast today, but it seems as if the weather might just be changing a bit. 4-16 for 7. Could happen tomorrow. Stokes bowls, and that's off the hip. There's an appeal, but I think that's definitely off the hip. Nitin Menon's having nothing to do with that. It was down the leg side. Stokes shouted for it. I think he knew. Is that the end of Stokes' over? It is. 1 run off it. He's taken 4 for 70 from 20 overs. How many overs in a row has he bowled now?
He's bowled a 7-over spell in which he's taken 3 for 13. That 5 for in Perth, 5 for 23 and 6 overs on that remarkable first day of the Ashes before everything went horrendously wrong for England on day 2. He took a 5 for 72 at Old Trafford against India last summer, which was his first Test 5-fer since September 2017. Just 6 in his career. Part of that is that he's generally been the 5th bowler and slightly managed in terms of how England have used him, but his average has come down to 31 over the course of his career. But like I say, the last sort of year and a half or so have been his best years with the ball.
Slight delay while Stokes took a long drink there. I wonder if that's...
Well, I'm happy for him to stop bowling.
Yeah, is that the end of his spell? How long have we got until lunch? 10 minutes. So he will stop bowling definitely in 10 minutes, but possibly before. Tongue is going to continue. Bowling to Smith, and Smith is back in defence. Plays that up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So New Zealand starting the day at 361 for 4, so 39 plus 16 is 55. 55 for 3 today. Well, it's been England's morning, well, England's last session yesterday, but I just wonder about the damage of those first 2 sessions yesterday. That's what makes it such a fascinating game from here. England clawing their way back into the match. Tongue goes wide of the crease, bowls, and forward goes Smith and allows it to go through. Probing delivery from Tongue, swinging away. Oh, after it gone past the stumps. Again, the 2 players come down the pitch to do some prodding and have a look at it. I mean, it's very modern. I mean, you get 400 back in the day, you get 400 back in the 70s, 80s, and you're safe.
Over.
You're safe, but not these days.
Especially with the history on this ground as well.
Well, the stats might tell us that teams who got 400 back in the day did still lose, but it felt a far more secure position to be in. Teams score much quicker these days. Tongue bowls outside the off stump, only just. Smith leans forward and lets that go through. Very close to that off stump. Through to Smith. So close, in fact, that Tongue makes his point to Blundell. He seems to be just chatting to him. To Smith, rather. I'm not sure you should be leaving that. It's good-natured, Smith. And batter a quick conference in mid-pitch while Tongue walks back with a smile on his face. Still yet to take a wicket in his 20th over. He's charging in. The sun has now gone behind cloud at Trent Bridge. And Tongue past the umpire into bowl to Smith. Just on off stump, you'll hear a solid clunk in our effects microphone as Smith played forward there and defended out to Ben Duckett at short extra cover.
I feel like he's bowled nicely today. Josh Tongue just hasn't managed to get one of those breakthroughs. And Ben Stokes too busy cleaning up at the other end.
This ball is in its 26th over now. So still some hardness, but this is where the batters begin to take over. The balance swings, but New Zealand only with 3 wickets left. They can get through one of these and into Tickner and Sears. That is what they'll be thinking. There are 2 leg slips now, or leg slip and a leg gully. It's an extraordinary ring field. Tongue bowls. It's full outside the off stump. Smith leans forward and lets that one go through.
We didn't see any of this yesterday, did we? I know Smith obviously batting lower down the order, but this is the sort of things we're used to seeing with Ben Stokes being in charge as captain. Peculiar fields, so nobody out.
Yeah, 2 leg slips, or leg slip and a leg gully. They've got 2 short extra covers, and then a slip and a gully. He's also got a short mid-wicket as well. Stokes is dancing on the spot, trying to stay loose. He almost looks as though he's about to come on and bowl for the first time, the loosening up exercises he's doing. 4-16 for 7. Tongue bowls on the stumps this time. It was a good delivery, thick outside edge in defence from Smith. Goes down into the gully. There's no run, so a maiden from Tongue. New Zealand battling away, trying to make the most of their first innings now, whereas at times yesterday they had free rein, and it was hard to see how they could be stopped from scoring a really big score. But that's the nature of cricket, isn't it? It only takes a few balls to change a game with the ball. It takes a lot of time to change the game with the bat.
It's the 8th maiden in 21 overs today, 21 complete overs.
Well, Stokes is going to carry on. We know that he likes these long spells, but he's giving the rest of his bowlers short, sharp spells. You almost think, just you do that yourself before you run yourself into the ground. But having said that, it's a while till the next Test match, and he always puts his body on the line.
Moves in now to bowl to Blundell, and Blundell plays back and defensively up the offside of the pitch, and there's no run. So into his 8th over now. And this probably will be his last over before lunch, because by the time he's finished it, we'll only have time for one more, because it's 12:54. So he's probably made that calculation. Have I got one more over in me? Also as well, a tantalising prospect of a fifer. No batter's going to take themselves off, are they, when they're 96 not out? Well, if they can help it, anyway. If the hamstrings are gone, possibly, but Stokes bowls and Blundell defends. Goes out towards cover. Picked up by Ben Duckett, who, well, he won't start. He's starting to think about his innings yet, but it's a big afternoon for him. He's only been averaging, since he made that 100 against India, he's only been averaging 27, I think, his last 11 Test matches.
Well, he couldn't have asked for a better surface to bat on.
Really bad luck at the Oval, getting run out by his partner, and he was going well. Stokes gets right into the crease, bowls to Blundell. Blundell in behind that one, defending. New Zealand just keeping England out there at the moment. They realise the threat from Stokes and from Tongue. Trying to regroup. Just wonder whether they feel as well. I don't know, we'll see whether this pitch has slightly changed in character, but I think they've certainly got a bit out of it this morning. But essentially, it's a good batting surface, as we saw yesterday.
Yeah, it's not changed drastically, has it?
Other than the fact it's been baked for a few more hours. Stokes again very wide of the crease, bowls to Blundell again in defence, almost as if he's blocking out for a draw on the final day here, Blundell. Trying to see Stokes off.
Yeah, you sort of look at the colour and how it's changed, but also the wicket that's 2 over to the left, I think is probably the one they're going to use for the T20 against India. And you can see how that's changed colour over the day and a half as well out there. It was bright green, it's now got some, what do you call it, brown through it, and get there eventually.
Yeah, that's the 3rd match of the series. Chester Street and Old Trafford before then, and then Bristol and Southampton, the 5-match T20 series. Stokes bowls to Blundell. Blundell again, almost a carbon copy, back in defence. Stokes bowling back of a length. Blundell defending into the onside, and there is no run. It's almost like a rugby manoeuvre, where the field was running here, there and everywhere, coming off the back of a scrum. Just trying to get some energy in, going out there. All sorts of combinations, players throwing the ball to each other. And just on India, they are starting a T20 international against Ireland very soon, and we've got commentary on Sports Extra 3, I think it is. Yeah, game starts at 1:30 in Belfast. Stokes bowls, and Blundell keeps that one out as well, defending it back up the offside. Well, that was the big block in that over. We're going to see Ben Stokes off. Let's keep England out there on this hot day. Come back after lunch. One more over to go. 416 for 7 is the score. I'm sure there'll be lots of interest in how young Vaibhav Suryavanshi gets on.
I was just looking, the toss is in 2 minutes, so everybody wants to know that, don't they? Is he going to play the young 15-year-old?
What was that story? Was it you telling me that story, that TV interview you saw? Was it you telling me that?
Yeah.
Do you want to relate it or not?
You can tell it.
No. Well, you saw it. I didn't. You just told me. So for me, it'd be second-hand. Whereas for you,
about one of the Ireland correspondents interviewing one of the Ireland players about Suryavanshi and how he's going to score 200 against you. as a player, and he was like, good luck to him. What do you want me to say?
Tongue bowls turned away towards deep backward square leg by Smith for a single. 417 for 7. Yeah, it's putting it to one of the players who's
playing
play
in the
against
series.
him. He's going to score 200 against you, isn't he?
Himself as well. Yeah, it was a remarkable interview.
200 in a T20 international. Will someone do that one day? They haven't done it already, have they? Not in one of those kind of minor matches you sometimes see where a team gets 420 and the opposition gets bowled out for 20. Occasionally you see these wild scores, don't you, coming in from what's international cricket, but at a much lower level around the world. I don't actually know what the highest score in a T20 international is, but I know a man who does, or will be able to find out. 5 balls left in the morning. Tongue goes in, bowls to Blundell. Blundell is back carefully in defence, plays it way into the offside. Blundell is on 17 in his shell at the moment. He's in playing for lunch. He's in this morning. Have lost Mitchell, caught Smith bowled Stokes for 11. O'Rourke caught Gay bowled Stokes for 19, and Santner caught by Bethel in the gully, slip cordon off Stokes for 4, with Santner flinching at a short ball, and the ball, well, given out, striking the wristband of his glove. Tongue from the Ratcliffe Road end goes in, bowls to Blundell, very full toss in fact. Blundell misses out. He's really intent on defence, and he hit that straight to Ben Stokes, fielding at mid-off. A few vacant seats now as we move towards the lunch interval, so also been a punishing morning for the crowd, but some cloud cover at the moment. England have chucked the ball to the umpire, and is it going through the gauge? I don't think it is. I think it might be ball change time again, with 3 deliveries to go until lunch on this second day. Well, Martin Saggers, he'd be running out now, won't he?
3 more balls, lads.
Yeah.
But you can understand 3 balls with the one that isn't out of shape might change the game.
Yep, here comes the 4th umpire with those box of balls. What have you got, Zoltz? What have you found? Or has it been quite... It's because it's a T20 stat, it takes a bit longer to find.
The highest in international T20s, Aaron Finch made 172 for Australia against Zimbabwe in Harare in 2018. After that, Hamza Khan, 164 not out for Rwanda against Ivory Coast in May, just last month of this year. Hazratullah Zazai, a powerful Afghanistan player, 162 not out against Ireland back in 2019.
So Finch has got, Aaron Finch has got the top scores. Well, just remind me, what was it again?
172. It's in international. And according to the Cricinfo system, the highest score in any T20, officially ratified T20 game, list A T20. Chris Gale, 175 not out for the Royal Challengers Bangalore against the Warriors in 2013.
Well, the 200 for Suryavanshi is going to have to wait. There's been no cap presentation in the Indian huddle.
He's not playing?
No.
Oh.
Apparently not. No cap presentation in the Indian huddle. Shame. I'm actually a bit gutted. I was looking forward to seeing him play.
Well, there are 2 matches in that series, so perhaps they're going to mix and match. Ball's been changed, Tongue bowls, thick outside edge from Blundell down into the gully. There is no run. Well, you've got a ticket for Belfast today. Well, there's still some pretty decent players on display.
That is
there
true.
might be some mild disappointment that Suryavanshi is not playing. Look, he's only 15. You get plenty of chance in the future. He'll be playing at a cricket ground near you.
What if he settles down and gets a proper job?
Decides cricket's not for him at 18.
Well, there are no guarantees, are there? You can be a child prodigy and for whatever reason it can go wrong.
Well, apparently his 10-year-old brother is the star.
Yeah. It's a bit like the Roux family, isn't it? That James is not even the best player in his own family.
Yeah.
Tongue bowls, stuck on the pad, half-hearted shout for LBW. That was going down, I think. And umpire Tucker agrees. And so we have 1 ball left in the morning session. It's been one of those test matches where there haven't been a lot of shouts for LBW. There's been a lot more playing and missing this morning than we saw yesterday. Now both teams have got 2 reviews remaining. Santner burnt one off in his dismissal, although...
You can understand why he went upstairs.
Yeah, definitely. Smith comes down and have a chat with Blunder. I think was hurt by that LBW shout. Not sort of morally hurt, but physically hurt. It's cannoned into his knee or something, and he's had to walk away for a moment.
Yeah, get your breath back when you just know that when it thuds into you, sometimes it can just get the wrong spot.
Yeah, it might have hit him on the knee.
Yeah, it gives you pad flap and it. Yeah.
Last ball of the morning session, and then we're going to hear from Marcus North, England's new selector. 4:17 for 7. Blundell on 17, Tongue bowls. It's a straight ball. It's turned into the onside, and there's a gap there, so they trot through for a single. So Blundell will be on strike for the first ball after lunch. Well, that has been an attritional session in which England have fought hard. New Zealand have fought hard as well, vying for supremacy in this game. England will feel they've done well this morning. 3 for 57 from 23.5 overs. Only 23.5 overs in that morning session. But England clinging on to New Zealand, but they still have those 418 runs in the bank with 3 wickets left and 2 players who are still capable of scoring.
Yeah.
All 3 wickets this morning to Ben Stokes, whose figures are 4 for 70.
Yeah, it's the run rate for me as well. New Zealand had a healthy run rate yesterday, but England have bowled nicely. They've managed to slow New Zealand down. Obviously, picking up consistent wickets will naturally slow that down as well, but I think they've bowled much better today. We haven't seen any spin so far this morning. Ben Stokes rotating through his seamers, himself bowling a really decent spell, as you say, Simon, picking up 3 wickets, but yeah, they've changed the game here, England, because if New Zealand had batted throughout the morning session and managed to get up and around that 600, or looking like they were going to get that 600 with not very many down, could have been a really tough ask. But England will take some positives into lunch, after lunch, knowing that they only need 3 wickets to put their feet up, and hopefully the batting conditions are still decent out there.
Yeah, what they will be hoping is they don't have an afternoon of carnage like they had that morning of carnage at the Oval when New Zealand was 7 down after an interval. The ground staff are out there. There's a lot of dust coming up on this dry surface, the wicket ends. See a lot of dust coming up there. They've got their brooms out. Stokes' spell this morning, Zoltz, what was that?
This morning, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 13.
Well, when you need someone to step up, those are startling figures. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 13 this morning. New Zealand losing the wickets of Mitchell, caught Smith, bowled Stokes 11. That was given not out initially, but there was a feather on it according to technology. So Mitchell was on his way, looked surprised, disappointed to be given out. He didn't think he'd hit it. Then O'Rourke was caught off a skyer off Stokes for 19, and then Santner, he reviewed his. It was adjudged to have come off the wristband of the glove, not the arm guard. It was originally given out. Santner reviewed it. Technology. It was a tricky one for the TV umpire. Anyway, he decided he couldn't overturn the original decision. So Santner was out to Stokes for 4. 4:13 for 7, and New Zealand since then have just knuckled down really and defended.
Yeah, they have. They've batted to lunch, haven't they? And they've tried to take a little bit more time out of this game. And the 2 of them there, just the last 3 or 4 overs, happy with a few maidens, happy to get the ball back, take their time out there. But New Zealand they'll probably be a little bit disappointed with today's session and how they've gone. A couple of wickets, like you just said, Simon, where, the Daryl Mitchell one, did he hit his pad at the same time as the ball passed the bat? That's probably what he was thinking. Ben Stokes was convinced. He heard a noise and it was caught behind. And then the Mitch Santner one, he was still looking at his arm guard as he trudges up the stairs into the dressing room, and he was almost looking quizzically, where has it actually hit me? He wasn't quite sure.
Yeah, so 418 for 7 at lunch, and it's clouded over a bit here at Trent Bridge.
Right. England picked up 3 wickets before lunch, all Stokes. Mitchell first to go, a little thin edge through to the keeper. Then Will O'Rourke, who scored 19 runs, which doesn't sound like masses, but when you bear in mind his average was 2, he'd only ever hit 1 boundary in Test cricket, was it?
Yes, 1 prior boundary in 222 balls and a total of 19 runs in his first 13 tests.
So, how many times before has somebody doubled their tally of runs after 13 tests, Andy?
Well, that's a tricky question, Dan.
It is, but it's one that I'm going to set you now as we await the players coming up. But in all seriousness, it has been a really good England fight back from 317 without loss. New Zealand have lost 7 for 96, albeit one of those was the night watcher O'Rourke. They're 1 wicket away from getting down to the tail of Blair Tickner and Ben Sears, but they do have to make that breakthrough. There's Nathan Smith still out there, and there's the stickable Tom Blundell. It was a very, very slow session of play in terms of runs scored. Was it 57 in the end?
57 for 3 in 23 overs.
That seems an unusually small number of runs for a full session in England, and especially here at Trent Bridge, where run scoring tends to be a bit of a pace.
Yes, I'll find out exactly how slow that was compared with recent sessions here. Just under 2.4. And over yesterday, we had 108 in 28 overs in the first session, 105 in 26, and then 148 for 4 in 30 overs in the final session, so much slower than yesterday.
And in the process of taking 4 wickets in this match so far, Stokes has made it to 250, which is a very rare double. 250 wickets and 7,000 runs. Not many have done that. I mean, Jacques Callis and not Gary Sobers. He didn't quite get the 250 wickets. 230 odd.
35, I think.
I think so. So only one other man in the history of Test cricket has taken 250 wickets and 7,000 runs. Those are some of the statistical oddities that took place in the first session, but now we're into the meat of the game, and it's rather interestingly set up. You'd still say New Zealand, with those runs on the board, are in a strong position, but we've seen what can happen here at Trent Bridge. The pitch hasn't, we don't think, got any worse, and to join us for the first 20 minutes, or half an hour I should say, after lunch, Jeremy Cody's alongside me. This game, it's not been flipped on its head, because when you score 317 for the first wicket, then you put yourself in a position from which you can't really be behind for quite some time. But it's 90 odd for 7 is quite something when they lost their 7th wicket. So that's quite a comeback from England.
Very good, isn't it? I don't know how much to put into New Zealand's camp and into their basket, or whether it's actually England's just good bowling. But certainly the last session, 57 from just 24 overs, is too, it's just too few. You've got to try and keep the runs coming a little bit more quickly than that, and there was no attempt. Really, they were just waiting for very bad balls to put away. And with Smith standing back to everybody, I just felt once the new ball had maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 overs on it, they still had plenty of time to have a little, just push a little harder. I think they were looking at the bigger picture too much, and that was affecting the way that they were thinking about playing their innings. And I think Stokes bowled well. The angle caused them problems, and then he started to get wickets. There were a lot more short balls in that spell than we've seen so far in the game.
Right, it's going to be Jofra Archer who is going to resume straight after lunch. He bowled obviously right at the beginning of the day, because he was in the middle of he bowled 1 ball in an over last night, so he had to, and then he continued for a spell. But it's been the seamers and nothing but the seamers. We've not seen any spin today, and I wonder if that's part of the reason why New Zealand haven't quite been able to get away. And Stokes obviously sees an opportunity here. If he can get New Zealand out for 450, 460, then he'll think that they are really in it. Well, he'll believe that they're really in it if they get 550, but that's another matter. It's what is likely. Now, Archer is starting after lunch to Blundell. He's got a slip and a very fine leg slip, gully, backward point, extra mid-off. Here is Archer in. That's tucked into the underside. It was on the pads and worked to the right of mid-on for the first run of the session. On the leg side, what do we got? We got that mid-on, deep square leg and a long leg is the field for you. The clouds have come very thin, high clouds have come, which makes it not completely direct sunlight, but doesn't make it any cooler here. I've seen a lot of paramedics. I've seen a lot of people in the concourse downstairs. You had a chance to have a look around?
Yes, I have.
It is. It's
rammed.
It's messy out there, you've got to say. It's incredibly humid. It's incredibly hot. And England are now into their 5th session in these conditions. Archer, though, bowling just his 17th over of the match. As he comes in, and Smith just gets this off the pad, and it's going to roll down to backward square leg. There's nobody there. Bashir and Root between them tidy up. Another run, a leg by, I fancy. Yeah, 420 for 7. I saw something on the BBC Sport website, the subject of Jamie Smith and his catching and the wickets that the catches that he's taken. Because there's a perception that Jamie Smith has dropped quite a few, and I think partly that comes from important catches like dropping Warner at Brisbane, dropped yesterday off Conway. But this suggested he had a 94% catch success rate and had taken more catches than anybody else since he started playing for England. Was that a correct stat? As Archer comes into Blundell, who waits slightly crouching, head forward, and comes down and defends a full ball on the off stump, puts it out to some cover point. Duckett Fields no run.
I didn't see that exact stat in terms of most catches. He's been the wicket keeper in the team that's played most matches, so total number of catches doesn't mean a great deal. In terms of catch percentage, again, I think fielding stats need handling with a great deal of care. It depends how it's measured. So certainly sometimes in the past, say a catch that goes to the wicket-keeper's, so to a right-handed player, as we've got now, so the wicket-keeper's right to the first slip left that the keeper doesn't go for and goes through for 4, doesn't go down as a missed chance. It's often not logged as a missed chance.
Archer in, and Blundell pulls at this, gets very little on it. Might have been a bit of bat, might have been a bit of body, or might have been a bit of both, but they'll get a run. 421 for 7. I think it was. That was given as a run, wasn't it?
Conversely, some very difficult chances, say little edges standing up to seamers where there's quite a big deflection and maybe like hits the keeper on the arm or something might be logged as a missed chance. Right. So in terms of catch percentages, I don't think a reliable statistic generally.
Okay, not reliable, but it gives us something to go on, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I guess it depends on. Come to it after this ball.
Archer in. And Smith waits and then gets struck slightly on the pad and shovels the ball into the onside. Archer has to go and collect it himself and somewhat reluctantly bends down to get the ball. And what was that? Well, that was a leg by. So everything's been at the body here with 422 for 7 with 1 ball left in the first over after lunch.
I guess, a lot of wicket-keepers' catches are completely straightforward for players of this calibre.
Well, there was one yesterday that was completely straightforward and was missed.
Yes. So it's quite hard, I think, to measure statistically the quality of a wicketkeeper or slip catcher.
It's quite a failing, isn't it, in cricket? Because we seem to be able to quantify everything else, Jeremy. Why can't we work out fielding? Fielding's a fairly important part of the game, isn't it, as Archer comes in to complete the first over after lunch. And Blundell pushes into the offside. Thinks about a single, it's not there. They're looking to get on with it a little bit here, New Zealand. If not, throw the bat, then just rotate strike. 4 runs off that over, 2 of them leg bys, 422 for 7, Blundell 20, Smith has 4.
Seems as if they're a bit more aware, aren't they, of having to score the purpose of being out there. Look, I just felt the one that was put down this morning, the catch. I think for someone like Stokes, who tends to, when he delivers, in this case, from the pavilion end, or the one that's being renovated, he leans over to the offside, doesn't he? Quite substantially. And so the illusion is that he's going to be coming down leg side. And I feel, if you look at that catch, Smith went to his left for a start. And that then opens up the gap between the first slip and the keeper. So I personally think that when Stokes is bowling, the first slip should be standing before he bowls, closer to the keeper, because of that gap that they're about to open up. He also didn't actually bend the left. When you go to your left leg must be bent.
Shoaib Bashir is going to bowl That's the first time today, and he starts with a full toss, which is worked along the ground up to long on for a single by Smith. He goes to 5, 4.23 for 7.
So bend your left leg and then you can actually drive to the right. Now, he didn't quite do that. And I think it was more he was working, he shimmied across and bent his right leg.
So he's almost deceived by Stokes, just as the batter is.
And I think Root should really be closer, just for that purpose.
Bashir in, tossed up, and well guided away with an angled bat down through third, and they're going to get one. They're going to come back for a second as Atkinson does the fielding. So Bashir's started with far too full balls. He's brought up his 100 as well. None for 100 in his 23rd over. This will be a concern for Stokes because England did look really tight in that session before lunch, and there was no Bethel or Root or Bashir bowling, and Bashir's just started with a full toss and then a very full ball that was very wide of off stump. So he has a little skip. Comes in now, and that's shorter and clattered away out through point. They'll get one more, so all sorts of lengths at the moment from Bashir. 4.26 for 7.
This was his problem yesterday, wasn't it? I mean, let's be fair to him and give him a chance to sort of settle in a couple of overs, but he was never quite sure of where am I going to put this ball. I don't even have to think about it. Up she goes. There's the stock ball. It's just outside on a goodish length and a goodish line.
Here he is again, Bashir. That's more like it. Full along off stump, but not so full it can be driven, and it's just defended.
And then you can work from there, can't you, Daniel? You can then keep it there, and then you get one to drift a little bit more from there. You can get to dip a little bit so the man comes to drive it and he's not quite to the ball. So you have some options. But if you don't have that stock ball...
Bashir in again. That's a little wider, and it comes skewing off the outside edge of the bat down towards backward point. There's no run as it picks out the fielder there, Atkinson.
It's the stock ball you must have. It pays all your bills.
Yes.
Energy bills.
And they're just getting higher and higher.
In the garden.
Bashir in to complete the over, and he forces Smith onto the back foot at the last minute. And with one that just curries on a touch. 4.26 for 7. I do wish people could see your masterclass in here. I mean, you bowled every ball. got right over it. So I got very good action on it, didn't he, Jeremy?
Well, that's the revs onto the ball. That's what makes it drop steeply, and it's a little bit shorter than you think as a batsman. I'll drive this. Oops. No, I won't.
Exactly. Right. Sorry, Andy.
Well, just to finish on Jamie Smith. So I guess what I'm saying is it's really hard to measure from stats how good his wicket-keeping has been. He was largely fairly blemish-free for most of the early phase of his career. I think the main issue with Smith is the impact wicket-keeping may have had on his batting. We saw from the midway point of the India series last year.
Here's Archer. Well, Archer is not, because is there some movement behind the bowler's arm again? We had a lot of that yesterday in the pavilion, so he'll have to start that ball again.
His batting returns, some are dominated by batting. He spent a lot of hours in the field keeping wicket, and his batting really dropped off severely at the end of that series, and that maybe was a bit of a hangover in the Ashes in Australia. It's just really, really hard to measure the impact of a wicketkeeper in general, or the specific qualities of a wicketkeeper based on chances taken or...
Well, you use your eyes, don't you? And he was very much out wicket kept in Australia, where Carey, by being able to go up to the stumps, sort of created whole new problems for England that they could not solve, and Smith could not do that in reverse. As Archer is in, that's left alone, shouldering arms by Blundell, just outside the off stump though. That
was as much a problem, it seemed to me, watching from my place in New Zealand and Picton, that there was no control bowler left in the England bowling attack.
Yeah, they'd gone for so much shock and awe, they'd forgotten how to keep it tight.
That's right. And that's where the Robinson factor, or someone like that, would have been able to bowl. Then, of course, you can go up a little, but you've got to have someone at least who's going to keep it on off stump or just outside.
I think that was the most wounding thing for England fans, which is that having assembled this battery of fast bowlers that you thought was necessary. That's always been felt that it was necessary in Australia.
Oh, definitely, yes.
As Archer is in, and that's full and clipped into the onside by Blundell, but he picks out Root at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. What I think wounded the English so much was the damage that was done to them in reverse by Michael Neser and Scott Boland with the keeper standing up and thinking, hang on a minute, we sold a pup here. The idea, we got Archer, we got Wood, we got Tongue, we got Bryden Cars. But it turned out that actually verities of line and length and excellence behind the wickets were actually what was needed, and then people started dreaming of Robinson bowling with folks up to the stumps instead of Archer and Wood, you know. Here is Archer into Blundell, pulls this, it goes down towards long leg, it's going to go for 4, it's just going to beat Bashir, who slightly misjudged it initially, and because of that he took one step in slightly the wrong direction, and then when he tried to readjust he was just beaten by the ball. And a good positive responses from Blundell after the sloth of the first session.
It's been interesting, hasn't it, though, the development of keepers standing up. I mean, Blundell in this series as well.
Yeah.
You steal yards of the pitch. You take them for yourself so that batsmen can't use those areas of the pitch so easily.
Who was the best keeper for New Zealand at doing that? Smith have done it?
Smith would stand up to say for Chatfield, for
but not
example.
to Hadley, though.
Not to Hadley, no.
Archer in again. Blundell struck on the pad. The ball plops down quite close to off stump. It never really threatened those stumps. There's no run.
But if you think back to the way wicket keepers' roles have changed, haven't they? When I think of Silvery McMahon, a guy I used to play at...
Silvery McMahon?
Yeah, Trevor McMahon.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and he was silver-haired. Yeah. And when he was playing in senior cricket too, he was very silver. But he had probably stumped every club cricketer at senior level, and he would stand up all the time. But that was your role in those days when he was in the 50s and in the New Zealand side.
Archer in, Blundell defends a full ball just right down in front of him, to the leg side of it in front of him, no run.
Yeah, he passed away just recently, and he was just silken hands.
Yeah.
And so Bruce Taylor and people like that who played for New Zealand were bowling to him, and I was stumped probably once or twice, you know, and
down the leg side,
down the leg side,
right? Yeah, falling over
across, a bit. Yes, yeah. just falling and lifting.
So it's like a legitimate kind of plan. That
Absolutely,
you sort of bowl a ball that's basically feels moderately filthy down the leg side, but actually is getting the batter.
But they batted 11.
Right.
They didn't work on their batting, they worked on their glove work.
Archer in, left alone outside the off stump through to Smith. There is no run. 4:30 for 7 at the end of the over.
It's been the big change, isn't it?
Yeah.
We now, like batsmen, can you keep?
Yes.
Can you hold the gloves?
Well, I mean, it began as an argument. In England, way back, you might say Les Ames probably in the 1930s, but then in England in the 70s, the Knott-Taylor conundrum. I mean, the thing is that Knott was such a brilliant keeper that it wasn't ever destruction, but it got tested with Russell and Stewart, didn't it? When, you know, England would think, we want the runs of Stewart, and he's an adequate keeper, but Russell actually could stand up to the likes of Gladstone Small and whatnot. And so he did stand up. That's the story. There's a great video of him stumping somebody down the leg side, I presume.
It was Dean Jones in a test in the 1990-91 Ashes.
Yeah, and he provided, I mean, he was a proper old school wicket keeper as well, of course, Jack. Bashir is in, and that just comes back ever so slightly, just turns a bit into the bowler, into the batter, and it's pushed into the offside, picked up at short extra cover. Because, he used to do things like not brush his teeth for the entirety of the game in order to be repellent and unpleasant, and he had an incredibly dirty kit. As this ball played off the back foot, pushed out towards deep cover, the sweeper there, and they take a single, or so I have been told. But to make his presence and to loom over the batter, to make his presence that much more unpleasant. And of course he was a good talker as well. But the exact opposite to Jamie Smith, who looks pristine and folded whites, doesn't say a word. Bashir tosses this up, beats the outside edge. Haven't seen Bashir do that much, but he has done there. Has that drifted on? Let's take a look.
Yes,
that's got a bit of drift.
That's better. That's better. That's starting to get the revs, and it goes away from the right-hander and down.
In he comes again, attempting the same. And it's slapped back at Bashir. He gets hands on it, and the oohs were because the crowd thought that was a catch, but it wasn't. It was a bump ball. And he's deflected it to mid-off where Stokes has fielded. There's no run. 4:31 for 7, the score remains. Yeah, nice indications of perhaps some drift here for Bashir. And he comes again, attempting the same thing. Goes back at his crease, Blundell, and just stabs the ball into the ground. It rolls to slip. No run. The crowd's just sensing something here, a little bit, as Bashir's maybe finding some rhythm. So he rolls his sleeves up a bit, runs his hands through his hair. Lustrous hair he's got as well. In he comes. And that's a full toss, which is whipped away out towards long on. And they take the easy single, and that's the problem. 4.32 for 7. He was just building a bit of pressure and getting Blundell back in his box, so to speak, and then he releases the pressure with a full toss. End of the over, 4.32 for 7. Blundell 28, Smith has 6. More from you, Jeremy, and then it's going to be Simon Mann who's going to come in with who knows what cockamamie scheme he's got lined up for cricket when he comes in now.
Certainly New Zealand, at least they're looking as if they're interested in making runs. They really were very much reliant upon a bad ball in the first session of today's play and tried to put that away. But the rest of it, they weren't trying to work the ball around. They didn't have a middle kind of game. It was just boundary or a forward defensive stroke. And it didn't work at all for them. They got stuck.
Good
Hello,
afternoon.
Simon.
Good afternoon, Jeremy. Good afternoon, everyone. Slight delay while someone sits down directly behind the bowler's arm at the far end, but we're all good now. 4.32 for 7. Sun's back with us. After that overcast spell, Archer bowls, turned away by Blundell into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Blundell there on 28, and Smith on 6. Very different cricket today than the cricket we watched yesterday. New Zealand here, well, just battling to get up to that, if they can, to 500. Feels a long way off at the moment. What they say, get them in the first innings. If you're going to get them in the first innings. Build that pressure. Blundell's got a very good record against England. And here's Archer moving in to bowl to him. And it's short, and it's top-edged, and it's down towards Bashir, who drops it. Not an easy catch. Coming forward, diving full length. Some would have caught it. Down it went. And Archer is in the middle of the pitch, bending down with his hands on his knees. And that was a skyer off the top edge. Bashir was the man. Had to go full length. And down it went. And they went through for a single. 4.33 for 7. He got the end of his fingers to it.
Yeah. It was always, I think, dropping just in front of him, and therefore he misjudged it, didn't quite get to the position he needed to be quickly enough.
So life for Blundell on 28. And here is Archer going into bowl to Smith. Smith tries to turn that. Whoa, he nearly plays on. The ball rolls back and misses his leg stump. It was not that dissimilar to the Mohammad Siraj dismissal at Lord's last year that ended the Test match, where the ball rolled back towards the stumps and knocked the bails off that time. That one trickling back past leg stump. So Archer nearly taking 2 in the over. It was an unfortunate dismissal because it came off the pad onto the elbow and then rolled past that leg stump. So 433 for 7. Smith on 6. And Archer, top of his mark, spins himself a catch and then prepares to come in. The crowd just sensing something here. Goes in now and bowls to Smith, and Smith drives. Nice looking shot out towards extra cover where it's stopped by Duckett, and there is no run. So New Zealand with Sears and Tickner are to come. And I like your description yesterday of those two, that Tickner's a 10 batting at 9 and Sears is an 11 batting at 10. Although actually having now, because O'Rourke's been promoted up the order, they're batting in their correct positions, or they will do.
That's true. That's true. They must feel more comfortable there.
Mind you, on this surface, you got a bit of a chance in the lower order. Archer turns, slip in a gully, Into bowl to Smith, and Smith again drives into the offside, goes bouncing out towards Duckett, who threatens to show out the stumps at the not striker's end and holds on to the ball. Otherwise they would have got an overthrow if he'd missed. In any case, Smith was back. Players who would have caught that catch, Glenn Phillips would have caught that catch, wouldn't he? The one that Bashir spilled down at deep back with square leg. I'm pretty sure he would have done. He likes those sort of catches. He's so good on them. You see it in white ball cricket. We saw it in the T20 World Cup. And you're a bit sceptical about that, Jeremy.
He moved. Oh no, Phillips I think would have got to the right position. I think. I think Bashir saw it well enough. It wasn't as if he was having to wait back there.
Archer bowls to Smith. A short ball. Smith ducks underneath there. Skimming banks of that one. And you really have to get low as a batter. And Smith did. And that's the end of Archer's over. 1 for 72 from 19 overs.
Yeah, Archer's gone from 81 through to 86, so he's raising the pace a little bit, especially as you bowl a little shorter. It nearly brought about the wicket of Blundell, that over. New Zealand really, they've just fallen in a little non-place, haven't they? It's not... and they're really, it's been England's day very much today, and they're fighting to get to 450 really. Anything beyond that they'll probably feel relatively happy with.
Yeah. Well, they did so much good work yesterday in those first two sessions. They're still in a strong position in the game. Here's Bashir bowling a new over, but short outside the off stump, guided away by Blundell out towards deep point. And Blundell has still not completed the single. He's saving his energy, walking to the non-striker's end. That's his 30th run.
So on the morning session, 2.39 and over. Of the 21 sessions in this series with 20 or more overs, only the second one under 3 and over.
Bashir now to bowl to Smith. And Smith is back playing French cricket to that one, almost blocking it away into the onside.
And much slower.
By Bethel, no run.
Sorry, much slower than the other one. 2.76 per over, session 1 on day 3 at the Oval. So much the slowest cricket of the series so far in terms of runs per over.
Bashir bowls. It's driven back, and this time he catches it. Second attempt, caught and bowled. Hammered back by Smith. And Bashir gets his first Test wicket since dismissing Mohammad Siraj at Lord's last summer to win the game for England. It's 434 for 8, and Smith is on his way for 6. It was hit hard, he parried it, and then sat up nicely for him to take a comfortable catch in the end, and he threw the ball high into the air to celebrate. New Zealand 8 down.
Yeah, it's just a normal kind of off-spinner, really. It's not as if he's floated it up or tried to get it to drop on the batsman at all. He's just bowled it quite hard into the pitch. And it's hit the pitch on a sort of a goodish line and a little bit shorter, and therefore it's bounced. And Smith hasn't got quite to it, and so it's bounced a little bit, and he couldn't control the drive back, straight back at the bowler. He really probably would have been better to either just defend it or go over the bowler, but he's picked out him, and he's as you say, juggled the return catch but held on to the second rebound. So again, the New Zealanders not making the most of it. Smith goes for 6 from 27, is it? Something like that. 28.
And Blair Tickner is on his way to the middle, number 10. It's not a very enthusiastic walkout, quite a slow walkout from Blair Tickner, a bit like a fourth umpire walk, that one.
The partnership, 21 and 12 and a half overs, well under 2 and over.
Well, Blundell's got to really try and manoeuvre this innings a little bit more, and it really is up to him now. He's been in for quite a number of deliveries, and so he should be able to have some options.
66 balls he's faced.
Yeah.
The catch from Bashir, it's one of those, as an off-break bowler or a spinner, you expect to get in terms of, that's the sort of, you're in the game for those sorts of catches that are hit back firmly, and you expect hope to catch them. It was hit hard, but at this level you'd expect to catch those.
Good height, Simon, wasn't it, for catching?
So Bashir bowls to Tickner, and Tickner comes stabbing forward at that, a ball outside the off stump. It was nowhere near it. It was through to Smith. Played that rather suspiciously, Blair Tickner. He was a bit late on it.
Yeah, that's encouraged Stokes to bring in a second slip now.
Yeah, there's wide open spaces on the offside. Bashir bowls, and it's a bit short. He's able to dab it into the offside for his first run. Bashir chases after it towards extra cover. So that was the 5th ball of the over. So England, in a way, inviting the single, I suppose.
They are.
Now, what they want to try to prevent, of course, is Blundell getting on strike for the next over. Last ball of the over. I mean, there are some gaps around. They've still got the. I wonder if they should bring in the deep point. Anyway, he's still out there. I suppose you've got to slightly play across the spin if you play it out there, so there's an element of risk in the shot. But
coming around the wicket, Simon, as well. So now that cover you were talking about, I think, which is root, he's going into leg slip, strengthening the leg side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the leg side now. 5-4 field.
This is the last ball of the over. England, I'm sure, would love to bowl it at Tickner. Here's Bashir. Reverse sweep, struck on the pad, shout for LBW. The ball's gone down. Fine, he's given him out. He thought about it a long time. He's given Blundell out. Blundell has reviewed it. So now it's up to the technology.
TV umpire 2 director.
Well,
we have a pair review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I've checked the bowler's feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
Right, we're now going to see front on.
Well, round the wicket, very full, and trying to reverse sweep. I don't think he's got much on that.
There doesn't appear to be any bat, but just go to Aldridge, confirm bat and no bat, please.
Don't think there's a bat on it. Pitched on and straightened, but did it do exactly what was required? That's the key now for the technology. Don't think
just keep running it through for me, please. Keep going all the way through. Keep going through. It's a clear gap on the left-hand side. Keep running all the way through to the bat. No bats involved. Ball tracking and ready, please.
Right, here we go, ball tracking. The umpire's decided there's no bat on it. There's lots of squiggles around there, aren't there? It's foot scraping the ground. I'm not sure whether it's... Anyway, he's convinced that there's no bat on it. Just waiting for the...
Just waiting for ball tracking, Rod.
Yeah, there we go. Rod Tucker's given it out. Blundell's waiting. He's kind of almost... He looks as though he's given it up because he's not half off the pitch, but he's towards the dressing room. This is taking a while to load the technology. Frustrating with the crowd. You can hear their response.
I think the shot was basically to try and get off strike, wasn't it?
Well, could he have not?
Well, exactly.
Just nudged it into the onside.
Absolutely. It was. It's not a high percentage.
Well, this is as long as I've seen a Hawkeye take. But the technology on this.
There's been a few questions about the technology this morning, I'd have to say. Might have both been out, but I'd like a bit more information.
Yeah. Well, still we wait. So it was round the wicket from Bashir. It was very close to being half volley. Here we go now. Here it
Original
is.
decision is out. Pitch in line, impact in line, wickets hitting. Rod, you can stay with the original out decision. Stand by.
There we go. Blundell's on his way for 30. Reverse sweeping. Rod Tucker gave him out. He was looking to play that ball into the offside, spinning himself round. And Bashir's final ball of the over. So Bashir has nipped in with a couple of wickets here, and New Zealand are 9 down, 435 for 9. So they have lost 9-4, 118. Yeah, 9 for 118. So Sears and Tickner, the two bowlers brought into the team for this match, are out there now.
I don't think you could read into that the pitch has changed in any way, because that's what some people will do. They'll say, oh, have we misread this pitch, 300 in the first day, and suddenly all these wickets falling in a lump in the first session of the second day. I haven't seen anything on the surface that's done it. And looking down there this morning, it looks as though it's going to be at its best between now and perhaps tomorrow, maybe up to the third session. It's going to be the best batting time of the match. It looks brown, it looks even. Yes, there are some ball marks. There's no big foot marks through from the bowlers. So, you know, England can set about, once they take one further wicket, about chasing this total.
4:35 for 9. Stokes setting his field. That was the last ball of Bashir's over. So 2 for 105 in 25 overs for Shoaib Bashir. And he has picked up a reasonably high proportion of his wickets on this ground. And here's Archer into bowl, and it's full, and it's defended by Tickner up towards mid-on. Not the most convincing style from Blair Tickner, but he kept the ball out of his stumps.
The main thing about the LBW, of course, was where does it pitch? And it was certainly inside the leg stump. And once that was confirmed, really he hit him almost on the full, so it wasn't going to go over the stumps. It just had to really just straighten a little.
2 slips gully, leg slip. Gaze in there at leg slip for Archer, looking to finish it off. Bowls, and he hits him there. Tickner takes his eye off the ball. He's on his backside, immediately gets to his feet. Was that on the helmet? I think it was. He's taken the helmet off to reveal a not totally shaven head, but he's had a pretty sharp haircut, Blair Tickner. I think he's also got rid of his moustache since I last saw him as well. But not the sort of blow you want as a lower order player. And he's just pointing, just kept me on the side of the helmet there. So we'll go through the concussion protocols. Were you playing in the time, Jeremy, where you didn't bowl short balls to tail ends? Was that gone by the time you were?
No, that was
playing?
gone.
It was gone by then.
Yes.
And there was a
there was a law, actually. There was a rule when we went to Australia in the 80s that you weren't allowed to bowl them. And in fact, Lance Cairns, who was sort of slow medium pace, bowled at a guy called Jim Higgs, who was the number 11, a leg spinner for Australia, who had been in for half an hour at Melbourne, and Lance Cairns bowled him a short one. And he clearly gloved it and was taken by Warren Lees, our keeper then, and we all traipsed off. And then it was called a no ball by the Australian umpire.
Yeah. Underline Australian there.
Yes, yeah. That's right. We didn't feel that was, and I must say, all the commentators said that's a ridiculous rule and ridiculously applied.
Yeah. Not that you show any resentment about it 40 years later.
Well, I'm smiling.
It's taking a while to sort out the concussion test for Blair Tickner. I think I don't think it's a question of him not continuing. He's having a drink now. Well, it could be, I suppose, if the medical staff think he's been shaken up too much. But he's taking his time. I'm not surprised as well. You get a short ball from Jofra Archer, you turn your head on it, clunks you on the helmet. Well, a fierce rub of the noggin there from Tickner with a green towel. He's put his helmet back on and he's ready for more. 4:35 for 9, so 2 wickets and over for Bashir. Smith caught and bowled, and Blundell LBW. And England restricting, let's leave it at that for now, restricting New Zealand's first innings score. We'll see where it takes them, but I think it's fair to say they're in a better position in this match than they were this time yesterday, or perhaps 21 hours ago. Archer is on his way to bowl. He can't wait, but umpire Menin and put his hand out to prevent Archer running through to bowl. Tickner's walked away. Now, you feel here Archer must have a chance of sorting this out after hitting him on the head. Tickner waits, and Archer into bowl to him. And he bowls another nasty one. He ends up on his backside again. He's missed everything this time. And it's gone through to Jamie Smith, who was scrambling to take that down the leg side. And Tickner comes down the pitch to have a chat with Ben Sears, he's probably saying something like, if it goes into a small gap on the on or offside, could you please run through? And Ben Sears said, no.
No, I'm 11.
Hello, Alex. Well, he's given him 2 short ones. There are 3 balls left in the over. Archer turns at that far end. The Stuart Broad end of the ground, the old pavilion end. Bowls to Tickner, and Tickner slices that away and gets him away for runs. He gave himself some room there. And it's going out towards the boundary. Duckett's after it. They've gone for 2. Are they coming back for the 3rd? Sears says, yeah, I'm happy. I'll come through. I don't mind. Every run counts. So it's now going to be Sears who's going to take Archer. 2 balls left in the over. 4:38 for 9. And Tickner is off the mark and up the other end.
Yeah, that shot there was almost like one of, I need to get out of the way of this fast bowler. So you, as a tail ender, you do step outside the leg stump, hoping that you get a little bit of width.
It was an Aggers shot.
Yeah.
That's what it was. That's how he used to play bowlers like Jofra Archer.
Get out of the way.
Ben Sears. Now, both these right-handers. Sears waits, bat raised. And Archer goes into Bolton. He's with him now. And Sears is struck on the pad. Shout for LBW out. Very full from Archer. Sears struck on the pad. Nitin Menon raises the finger. Ben Sears goes to walk off and then reviews it, just in case. So England are congratulating themselves, just waiting for confirmation that New Zealand are 438 all out. So that is a considerable fight back from England if this is confirmed. And we're just seeing the replay now. Hit him on the boot as he withdrew it. The batter's given himself out. Just waiting for the technology to confirm it. I think this is going to be out, isn't it?
Yeah, feels very out to me.
Well, he's made his mind. He's almost over the boundary rope.
The England boys are sort of lingering just in case.
So Sears, hold on, is he over the rope or is he just waiting?
The decision is out.
No, he's just waiting by the rope.
Back in line, wickets hitting. Nitin, you can stay with the original art decision, stand by.
New Zealand all out for 438. It must be time for Stephen Finn to talk us through the interlude while England prepare to bat.
Well, a great fight back from England. The situation they were in, like you say, Simon, this time 21 hours ago. We were talking about maybe trying to get New Zealand out for 550. They were thinking about 650, but England to get them below 450 is an incredible effort from them. And Ben Stokes was brilliant with the ball in hand today and backed up with Jofra just at the back end there.
Yeah, well, the glee on Simon Mann's face when he passed over the baton there with the 10-minute interlude between the innings now was it's the happiest I've ever seen him, actually.
That and rain breaks.
Yes, that and rain breaks. Anyway, let's go through the scorecard here. New Zealand 438 all out, but it doesn't tell the true story, I don't think. They're really a 317-run opening stand led everyone to believe that this was an absolute flat as a pancake wicket and that it was going to be a run fest, but that's not what transpired. Tom Latham, the captain, he made 151, caught Smith, bowled Stokes. Devon Conway 157, caught Fisher, who's a sub-fielder, off the bowling of Root. Henry Nicholls made 36, caught Smith, bowled Archer. Ravindra made 7, caught Smith, bowled Atkinson. Will O'Rourke, the night watcher, who hung around for 68 minutes this morning and looked as though he might frustrate England in that morning session, he made 19, his highest test score. Then I think he tripled his boundary count in test match cricket in that innings.
Yeah, he did. Well, no, he'd hit
quadrupled it
and hit 4 more. So. Well, quintuple.
400% increase in his boundary count in Test cricket. Daryl Mitchell made 11, caught Smith, bowled Stokes. Blundell 30. LBW Shoaib Bashir reverse sweeping there, trying to bat with the tail. Santner made 4, caught Bethel, bowled Stokes. Nathan Smith made 6, caught and bowled Shoaib Bashir at the second attempt there. Ben Sears made 0, a one-ball duck, golden duck. LBW bowled Archer there right at the very end, and Blair Tickner was 4 not out, although he was struck on the helmet quite viciously by Archer in that last over there. And the bowling figures: Gus Atkinson 21 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 79. Jofra Archer 19.5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 75. Tongue 21 overs, none for 75, a rare wicketless innings for him. I can't think that's happened too many times in his Test career. Shoaib Bashir 2 for 105, late reward for him from 25 overs. Ben Stokes 21 overs, 4 for 70, the pick of the bowlers actually, and turned the tide of the game and did a really good holding job today at the Stuart Broad end. And Jacob Bethel none for 18 from 4, and Root 1 for 7 from 3.
That was Josh Tongue's first wicketless inning since the first innings of his debut Test against Ireland in 2023. This is his 12th match. He'd bowled 21 consecutive innings with at least 1 wicket, and it's had one of the best starts to a Test career of any England bowler. The quickest to 50 wickets since Ian Botham from earlier in the series.
Yeah, with rare wicketless innings. And now we have a look over at Ireland, where Vaibhav Suryavanshi is not playing, but India bowling first. Have Ireland 76 for 4 from 10.3 overs, so almost halfway through. 2 wickets for Rana, 1 for Arshdeep Singh, and 1 for Shivam Dubey. So keep an eye on that if you can. But here at Trent Bridge on another gloriously hot baking day, New Zealand, Alex, haven't made the most of the start that they had, have they?
No, absolutely not. And as you said earlier, thanks to Ben Stokes, really, pick of the bowlers, held up an end for, he had a long 8 or 9 over spell earlier just before lunch, and looked like he could get a wicket every single delivery. And he's got that bit between his teeth, hasn't he? And he sort of, you could hear him on the stump mic on occasion saying, lads, get round a little bit quicker, come on, let's have some energy, let's hear you, let's buzz around. And you could see that in his bowling, and you'd feel New Zealand, well, they should be disappointed with that, with the start that they got. We all thought, well, it must be an absolute belter of a surface when both batters are 150 red. You're thinking, oh no, this could be a disaster for England. But they've brought themselves back into the game really nicely, and you just got to hope that England get off to a good start. The worst thing one of the worst things that can happen now is England be 40 for 3.
Yeah, just to mention that India versus Ireland game is live on 5 Sports Extra 3, available via the BBC Sounds app if you want to tune into that in between the innings here. So what changed? What do you think changed? What caused New Zealand to collapse from 317 without loss to 438 in the end?
I think England taking a little bit of momentum last night into today, obviously picking up the 2 quick wickets. We discussed last night, anyway, it's such a shame that law's not changing until the 1st of October. England could have felt like they could have nabbed another one last night. It would have been a different story today. But taking that momentum into today, the new ball, they bowled really nicely with it. And I think Ben Stokes just getting the ball to swing a little bit, getting it to just do enough, but also the right lines and lengths. I feel like the bowlers today were much more consistent. They were hitting the top of off continuously, and they were very, very patient out there. Obviously, Bashir didn't bowl all the way through until post-lunch, and I actually think because the seamers had gone so nicely, there was no need for him to come in. And with the way that he finished his spell yesterday, you almost hoped that when he did come on to bowl, he wouldn't be as loose as he was, and he wasn't.
No, and what we're saying is no pitch demons, just good bowling.
Yeah, just good bowling. I think that it might have done a tiny little bit more than yesterday, but no, it's still not spinning very much. Every so often you'll see one turn, but we've not seen any stay low. We've not seen any. The wobble ball hasn't exactly jagged, has it? No, it's something to keep an eye on, definitely. There are little burn marks in the top of the grass. I don't think they've gone through down to the hardness of the pitch, but there are minor indentations on the top, which with the sun baking down on it is something just to keep an eye on as this Test match starts to unfold. There is a heavy roller going up and down the pitch now, so England will be just trying to deaden it, and what they need to do here is lay a platform, isn't it? They can't afford to be 30 for 3, because even though New Zealand will feel as though they've missed a trick by only posting 438, they still have 438 on the board, and if they start well with the ball, the complexion changes again. Absolutely, and in the previous 2 tests, if you'd have said to New Zealand, I will give you 430, they'd have gone, yes please, thank you very much, we'll take that. So look, they'll there'll be moments where they go, oh, come on, like we could have got 500, whatever we could have got. The 438 on the board, if you can get a couple of quick wickets, there is a possibility that you could really rattle England.
So, in terms of Ben Stokes' 250 Test match wickets, what are the numbers behind that? He's the 9th person to do it, isn't he?
9th for England. Just looking at the sort of phases that he's been through. I mentioned before lunch he's in a particularly fruitful phase with the ball. His last 14 tests, 47 wickets, average 24. Had been through a pretty lean phase, largely through injury. A lot of games in which he didn't bowl very much. 11 wickets in his 22 tests before that. So the last really 18 months since sort of halfway through that series in New Zealand at the end of 2024 have been his best with the ball. So from debut up to the end of the 2016 summer, 60 wickets, average 37. Then over the next sort of 4 years, from the 2016-17 winter up to the end of the 2020 home season, 98 wickets at 27. Then a bit of a dip in the early part of this decade, really up to the winter of 22-23 when he led the team to that amazing victory in 3-0 victory in Pakistan, 36 wickets at 35, and since then 51 wickets at just under 28 with that sort of acceleration in the last year and a half. So he's had a sort of few fluctuations, often to do with fitness, but he's been a huge part of England's makeup as a bowling attack and balancing of the team. But the last 18 months have been his best.
And actually what he could really do with is some runs as well. Clearly Ben Stokes, the all-rounder, balances this team. We saw the discombobulation last week at the Oval, where him not playing meant that you have to shuffle the order and shuffle the pack. But who coming into this innings, Alex, do you reckon needs runs?
Duckett.
You think Duckett needs runs?
Yeah, I feel sorry for him when he was run out early when he was looking good in the previous test. But yeah, you think Duckett could do with some runs. And then it's one of those where it's not been a massive run fest this series, has it? So I'm not sure there'll be anybody sat in the England dressing room feeling comfortable with the amount of runs that they've scored in this series. But for me, I think the opening partnership is going to be key. We saw how brilliant New Zealand were at the top of the order, so for Duckett and Gay to go out there and really set England a platform will be really important.
Yeah, well, they're walking down the steps now and there's a huddle away to our right towards the Trent Bridge Tavern, I think it is. The players in front of the practice wickets just huddling, gathering their thoughts, and the New Zealand players will be saying, let's start well. They'll be without their star bowler. They're without Matt Henry, who caused so much damage at the Oval. In particular, 10 wickets in the match and #1 bowler in the world. He sat on the sidelines here, as is Kyle Jamieson, who also has an excellent record. So the baton is passed to other bowlers, Ben Sears and Blair Tickner, getting their opportunities in this Test match series. Ben Duckett marching out ahead of Emilio Gay, the diminutive figure of Duckett and the towering figure. It's not quite James Taylor and Will Jefferson levels of height disparity, but we're not that far off it. Ben Duckett carrying the bat in his left hand as he marches towards the striker's end as the senior partner. It looks as though it's going to be Ben Sears to open the bowling. I'd like him to turn around so I can see his shirt number.
Yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
No, Nathan Smith is going to be opening the bowling. I should have recognised that mullet, shouldn't I? He had a good series so far. 6 wickets against Ireland, 6 wickets at Lords. A bit quieter last week, but an opportunity to set the tone with this brand new ball. His skiddy style of bowling should suit these conditions, and it'd be interesting to see whether he finds any lateral movement either through the air or off the pitch. 3 slips and a gully. Backward point. A close and square mid-off. That's Blair Tickner. Conventional mid-on. A forward square leg and a long leg is the field. And Nathan Smith will be bowling around the wicket from the end that we're at here, the Radcliffe Road end.
He's one of my favourite cricketers, Nathan.
Is he? Why is that?
I think it's just so lovely. a bit like everyone in this New Zealand team.
Well, he sets off now. Start the innings, he's bowling to Ben Duckett, round the wicket, driven first ball to backward points off the outside half of the bat. A dot ball, and is that a sign of the intent that Ben Duckett might show, because he's been a bit un-Ben Duckett-like, hasn't he, in this series so far?
He has. He left a ridiculous amount of balls in the first test, didn't he? I say ridiculous, probably normal for everybody else, but for him.
But I think that was his thing was on good wickets. He put bowlers under pressure. He has a good wicket here. The heavy roll has just been up and down it for 5 or 6 minutes. So there shouldn't be any demons. A great opportunity to build an innings as Smith again around the wicket, full of a length and tucked into the onside off the middle of the bat straight to Ravindra, who fields at forward square leg, dot ball.
He's timed the first two beautifully, hasn't he? Unfortunately for Duckett, straight to the fielders.
Yeah, his series so far, 19 and 33 at Lords, 36 and 9 at the Oval. There's that run out in the first innings at the Oval, wasn't there? And there's been a bit of confusion between these two, actually, and it can take some time to piece together an opening partnership, to react to the stimulus of the way the person moves at the other end when you're running between the wickets. So something to keep an eye on. Smith again around the wicket to Duckett, who defends into the offside. Nice length, picked up by Tickner at mid-off, dot ball. And it's a hazy day here at Trent Bridge, of clear blue skies all day yesterday, and wispy clouds up there, aren't there? Not enough cloud cover to be doing anything, but occasionally the sun will go behind those clouds and they'll give like a few seconds shade for the people in the ground. Almost hear sighs of content as that happens, and then they blow on through and the blazing sunshine comes back out, but a bit more respite today. Still hot and sticky though, as Smith round the wicket, full of length, driven by Duckett, misses the fielder, and that'll run away for 4. The chase is on for Tickner, but it picks up pace off those practice wickets towards the extra cover boundary, and Duckett opens his account with an attractive 4 without loss.
Lovely shot from Ben Duckett. He's timed a couple of balls and found the fielders this time. He goes in front of square, through the offside. That ball outside the off stump from Nathan Smith. No shape at all for the bowler so far.
It looks as though he's trying to bowl scrambled seam, so bowling round the wicket, looking to get that ball to just kiss the edges of the seam and try and get it to stand up away from the outside edge of Ben Duckett's bat, but that offers scoring opportunities as Smith again around the wicket to Duckett. It's defended off the splice of the bat, back down the pitch towards the bowler, dot ball. I wonder who'll take the new ball at the other end, because O'Rourke hasn't opened the bowling, has he, so far in this series, but he's someone that I would like to see with a new ball in his hand.
Why is that?
I just like the way he bowls, his rhythm, the way he hits the pitch really hard, and bowling with the new ball is the best time to bowl, especially if you hit the track as hard as he did.
Surely every seamer would love to open the bowling.
Not every seamer. You'd be surprised. Sometimes a new ball feels greasy in your hands. Smith to Duckett, full of a length, thrashed through extra cover. Another convincing boundary for Ben Duckett. Takes his tally to 8. 8 without loss at the end of the first over.
Oh, talk about Duckett. Loves to play on good surfaces and put a bowling attack under pressure. And he's certainly done that so far. A couple of decent deliveries from Smith, but even better shots from Duckett. Just 2 of those balls outside the off stump, and Duckett's capitalised on that. As you say, Finney, that scrambled seam, not getting anything off the surface.
No, you're going to have to just drag your length back a little bit. We saw actually England yesterday with the brand new ball. Every time they overpitched, they were punished. The New Zealand bowlers should have been watching that. That message should have gone around the dressing room. You're better off just being slightly back of a length. And it is going to be Will O'Rourke, who will bowl round the wicket wearing number 2. He's such a tall figure. He's such a long run-up. Do you fancy doing that run-up in this heat?
I was a spinner, Finney.
Yeah, but would you ever envisage yourself?
No. I would jog fine leg to fine leg. I'd be happy with that. Yeah, I didn't need to do any sprints. I wasn't very quick. You get the GPS data and I'd be like 5 kilometres an hour slower than everybody else.
Slow and steady wins the race. O'Rourke is not slow. He bangs it in back of a length and beats the edge first ball with movement away from Emilio Gay, who paws away at the crease to try and wipe away the memories of that player miss. He walks away towards square leg, but a nice start from Will O'Rourke.
Yeah, you'd have had a pretty decent run up.
I did, yeah. 35 yards, I think mine was. I felt like I needed that momentum. I had a little period in my career where I messed around with my run-up and it stuffed me up for a couple of years.
Yeah.
then went back to my longer one and felt far more at home. But O'Rourke's is particularly long. He's almost off the back of the advertising mat at the Stuart Broad end of the ground, and he's now sprinting towards Emilio Gay, who waits beneath us. It beats the outside edge and strikes Gay on the arm. Some nice movement from O'Rourke here. Another dot ball.
Yeah, just his extra height there, potentially. And that ball just lifting off a length, and Emilio Gay, not much he could have done about it.
Well, O'Rourke, remember, in the previous Test match, caused Gay some problems. It was from over the wicket when he bowled the short ball that got him out in the first innings, when he was well set, actually, on 50-odd. But Gay taking his eye off the ball, and it just flicked the glove through to Blundell behind the stump. So O'Rourke may look to test out the middle of the pitch at some stage, but for now, around the wicket. Gay triggers across and defends this towards backward point off the back foot, dot ball. It'd be on your mind, wouldn't it? I think batters are better at putting those kinds of things out of their heads than tail enders and bowlers are, because if someone had got me out like that, I'd just be thinking they were going to bounce me every ball.
I'd be waiting for the next one to climb as well.
Whereas a proper batter has to wipe those things from their memory.
You have to almost just say, well bowled, but I can be here as long as I like.
Well, Gay will hope to do that. Good opportunity here. Inexperienced New Zealand attack as O'Rourke. Round the wicket, full of a length outside the off stump. Let go by Gay this time. Dot ball. And good movement from O'Rourke. No movement for Nathan Smith there, was there? But O'Rourke just standing that seam up and getting it to swing slightly. Yeah,
potentially the height difference as well of the two. Nathan Smith I was actually quite surprised last night when I bumped into him how small he is. But O'Rourke obviously so much taller, but getting the ball just to swing a touch away.
Turns at the top of his mark. Sets off evenly paced to begin with, then gets into his stride. Round the wicket. Back of a length down the leg side. Has he gloved it? The finger goes up, yes. Gay can't believe it. Strangled down the leg side. And O'Rourke makes the breakthrough. Gay drags himself off. He doesn't want to go. Nitin Menon raises the finger and there's no challenge. England 8 for 1.
It's possibly the worst way to get out in cricket. That ball strangling him down the leg side. Simple catch for Blundell behind the stumps. And Emilio Gay, it just comes off the thick edge of the bat. And he's fuming with himself there. It's one of those where you wait for 2 days, you get your opportunity, and you get out in a honking way.
Yeah, well, England 8 for 1. Gay has to go. Bethel will be the new man, and we're going to have a new man in the commentary box. Daniel Norcross is going to take over from me after one more thought from you, Alex.
Well, we were talking earlier, Finney, about how England wouldn't want to be 30 for 3. And it's not been an ideal start. Emilio Gay getting out, strangled down the leg side. You'd feel for him. He's waited so long, and that ball just back of a length. He struggled against O'Rourke, yes. And O'Rourke's got a few to climb, and that one just a little bit straighter. Climbs on him. He tries to tuck it into the leg side and tucks it to the wicket-keeper down.
Yeah, I mean, everyone says, and you're quite right to do so, that it's a horrible way to get out, but it's sort of reasonable, isn't it, to bowl at the hip, I think, and if you get them out that way. I mean, I think when they're pulling and you get a bit of a glove and it's a bit wider of leg stump, and not so much, but that was close enough to him, I think, to sort of challenge the shot.
But as a batter, you feel like it's such a poor way to get out.
Yeah, you're fuming. Yeah, honking, I think you said.
Honking, yeah.
I like that. I'm proud of you. You didn't say disappointed. Good, because I think you'd be more than disappointed.
Raging.
Well, yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if he throws a glove or two. Here's O'Rourke to Bethel, who gets one on the glove. That pops up. He's a handful, is O'Rourke. And Bethel just turns it into the onside. It's a wicket maiden because there's no run off that last ball. Picked up at square leg. And O'Rourke has got a wicket in his first over, and England have lost a wicket in their second. They're 8 for 1.
Just a little more on that rather curious New Zealand innings. 317 out of their 438 runs from the opening partnership, 72.4% of the match total, and all test innings of 300 or more. I make that the 7th highest proportion of runs scored in a single partnership, and in terms of opening stands at second highest proportion of a team score of 300 plus made
after
by
what?
an opening pair.
So what's top? Tell us after this ball. As Nathan Smith is in to Duckett. 3 slips in place. Duckett plays with an angle bad off the front foot to full ball and sends it to Gully along the ground. There's no run.
The highest was 75.6%, which was Sherwin Campbell and Adrian Griffith, the partnership we talked about yesterday. They made 276 for West Indies against New Zealand in December 1999, batting first, and a game that West Indies ended up losing. So, if you want to infer what the inevitable result of this match would be, therefore, England have basically got it in the bag.
Yeah, but did England lose a wicket in the second over of their reply? So, yeah, Gay has gone for a duck. Bethel is out there almost effectively as an opener with Duckett as Smith is in around the wicket. That's pushed into the offside, fielded square of the wicket, and there is no run. Alistair Cook's with us. Hello, Alistair.
Hello, that's an opener's lot, isn't it? You field for 4 and a bit sessions, and you think, I can't wait to have a bat on that. And then you get strangled out down the leg side, which I think normally you think a little bit unlucky. You just then start, look at the Test cricket, it's horrible, isn't it? But does Gay have a little problem with that back of length ball? Does he cross himself off a little bit?
Smith in, Duckett defends on the front foot, back up the wicket, bowler fields in his follow through.
And you feel bad for doing it because you know that is, you want players in Test cricket to give him a fair go, and he's going to. He's done well in his start, but it's amazing how your eyes start looking in. The ball he's facing a Rourke, he's 86, 87 mile an hour. Probably hasn't been exposed that much to that. And then...
Is that dismissal one that you got much? Because you tended to like the ball on your hip, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you asked Emilio, where would you like some of the balls in your first couple of overs on his hip, you would say, yes, please, get off the mark and off and running.
Smith in, edged and dropped. Sharp but very, very takeable chance. It went quickly, but it's Henry Nicholls at third slip, and it went to him at a good catchable height. There wasn't too much problem about fingers up or down or whatever, and I think it's Nicholls. Just double check this. It's a legitimate edge. Duckett looked around straight away. Oh dear me, and it did go. Well, I mean, a very, very catchable height. That should be taken. He's sort of snatched at it slightly. He's gone a bit crocodile clips at it, symbols, if you like. Duckett survives, 8 for 1, and he punches his next ball. That's a proper punch through extra cover for 4. Takes him into double figures. It happens so often. A drop catch, then 4, and well, I mean, England could very easily have been 8 for 2 there, and really in trouble. They could yet be in trouble, of course, but that one was just a bit shorter, and he's just found a massive gap in the offside. It's come right out of the middle of the bat and screamed to the boundary.
Yeah, a typical Ben Duckett crunching punch, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it beat him for pace. I think it beat Nicholls for pace. Maybe how close they are, whether they think we've got to stand close.
Smith in, Duckett turns the ball into the onside up to mid-on. Well, there is no runs, a fielder there. Sears. End of the over, 12 for 1, 4 off that. Duckett has 12.
It is funny, isn't it, sometimes? I've always thought about slip catches.
Yeah.
Because everyone talks about, I've got to stand where they don't want them to not carry. But that would have carried another.
Oh, yeah.
You would have said another
7 or 8 yards?
Easily. And yet they stand where there. It was because he went quite hard at it, gave him that initial...
new ball as well.
New ball,
I mean, presumably slips do sort of go back and
you try
forward.
and find, but it's strange, isn't it? You talk about it, and actually he could have been another 7 or 8 yards back and taken a really comfortable catch. Definitely beat him for pace.
O'Rourke starts a new over to Bethel, who defends solidly on the front foot with a bit of a flourish up to wide mid-on. There's no run.
And do you know the effect of maybe Kane Williamson retiring? You know how many times he was a brilliant catcher, Kane, wasn't he? I don't know if he always fielded in the slips, but he was always around that position, gully, third slip.
sort of influencing their positioning?
No, just the fact that he's there. The Nichols, how much he's done. Nichols could be a brilliant slip catcher. I'm sorry, I don't watch too much domestic New Zealand cricket.
He's quite advanced, though, isn't he? I mean, he's actually now Latham's gone a bit further advanced as well.
So he might be a brilliant slipper, and that's just one of those.
Yeah, right, next delivery is pushed off the back foot by Bethel down to Santner at Gully. Jeremy Coney was talking about this at the Oval. He was a bit annoyed or vexed by how close together the slips are.
How they feel close together.
Yeah, he thinks that they could give themselves a little bit more of a stagger. Now, this wasn't so much about the stagger, it was about, as you say, Alistair, it's about how far advanced they were. It's a glum look. It's
the coach's reaction. The coach's reaction.
Which one was it? But there were coaches there looking disappointed. One's head just dropped. So no, wickets ought to be difficult in this surface as this is driven through the kind of backward point region, past Gully, in the air, off a thick outside edge down to the boundary for 4. Streaky shot from Bethel. He goes to 4 with that, 16 for 1. And I mean, this game is just really bizarre, isn't it? 317 for none, then 121 for 10. The last 8 put on 77. And currently it looks like the ball's flying through. Real pace off the pitch. Threatening the edge.
Yeah, normally you'd say the heavy roller would just take a little bit of pace out of it for 20 minutes, half an hour or so. Run through and doesn't... But then Duckett has crunched 2 or 3 glorious covered drives, backward punches or whatever you want to call them.
O'Rourke again trying to leave this Bethel, and it kind of glides off a bit of bat into the slip region along the ground.
Big innings for me, for Jacob Bethel. First innings runs. His famous first innings average is fairly low. And coming into the series of very, very little red ball cricket. Well, none.
Yeah, I think none is the right.
Yeah, I was just
assessment. Yeah.
And we will see how that decision plays out. But this is the day where he needs to respond.
Here's O'Rourke, and Bethel gets a bouncer, which kind of evades. I say a bouncer, it was sort of shoulder high down the leg side, and he makes no attempt to play it. No, you're flinching a bit next
That made me flinch a little bit, because that was just that really awkward angle for a left-hander. He actually played it really nice. I think it was a bit wider down the leg side, but it's another half yard straighter. That's a arm bit. That's not pleasant.
Did people come round the wicket to you? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, all the time towards the end. I hated it.
Towards the end?
Yeah, it annoyed me. Got to start over the wicket.
Because over the wicket you get your bread and butter ball off the hip, will you?
Swing it. Try and swing my pads. Aggers is always talking to me about, look at that LBW.
O'Rourke in, goes up on his toes. Bethel plays at the offside square of the wicket. No run. End of the over, 16 for 1. Have all of England's runs been boundaries?
Yes.
Yes. So far, as we see Emilio Gay, who's now got to resign himself, he hopes, I guess, now to just sitting and watching for a while.
He's also on that awkward bit of being on a pair as well, which I don't care what anyone says is definitely plays on batsmen's minds.
Yeah.
He'll have a long time to think. Could have a long time to think about it.
Did you ever get a pair?
No. You survived. I do remember tapping Nick Brown, I think it was Brownie, or it might have been Tom Westley at the other end, when I got off the mark in my first innings of my last first-class game.
Yep.
And I made a conscious effort tapping his pads. I can never back him.
Brilliant. Smith in, beats the bat with a beauty. That's come in from round the wicket, then gone away from Duckett's forward lunge. You never ran anybody out in the desperation of not getting a pair in the second innings, did you? They'll tap and go. Sometimes
not that I can remember, but I reckon towards the end when it became a bit of a thing, the last little bit where I don't, again, totally irrelevant, but a little game within a game.
So you really were thinking about it?
I was thinking about it because I don't know why.
Well, no, because you've been playing cricket for a long time and you wanted to end with
without a pair, without contributing something to the game.
Yeah. Smith in, and Duckett flashes at this and cracks it away through backward point off the back foot for 4. There's a little bit of width. He's made a bit of width for himself as well because he's a short man, so sometimes balls closer to him feel further away. That's the Father Ted school of near and far for you.
I've never really ever spoken to the bowler about this. Flat wicket, sunny day. You've done your job.
Yeah.
You've nicked him off. You've nicked the guy off who's a dangerous player, and someone's dropped it, and then you keep bowling at the same guy. Say, well, actually, I've done what I should have done. This should be irrelevant, and yet it's not. And then he punishes you even more with some boundaries.
20 for 1. It's now still 20 for 1 as Duckett defends into the onside up to wide mid-on.
It must be so mentally hard to deal with.
Must be, mustn't it?
Really hard. I always, you talk about the batting. Oh, you got to be mentally strong to bat. But when you're out, and you go and suffer inside. You go and suffer away from the public eye, away from the glare. But as a bowler, you suffer.
But bowlers let you know, though, don't they?
Yeah, but now Smith has got to deal.
He's got to get him out again.
Yeah, got to get him out again and deal with it in front of everyone else, rather than just walk off and get to sit down in your change room on your own and try and process it.
It's very empathetic of you.
But then you can then go and do something about it the next ball, I suppose. It's a totally different attitude, isn't it?
Smith worked away beautifully into the onside, just in front of square. There'll be a couple of runs. It was a nice shot because he's found that little gap and he didn't try and whack it, he just tried to place it and picks up the first non-boundary runs of the innings. 22 for 1, Duckett to 18. Yeah, that's very thoughtful and empathetic.
Which is different.
But you're right. You see, the other thing is that if it is dropped, you get another go next ball. I remember Anya Shrubsole was brilliant on this. In the World Cup final of 2017, Jenny Gunn dropped what might be. It could be the worst drop in history. I mean, Mike Gattings was a bad one at short leg. And
Andrew Strauss in a T20 game at Stamford. The easiest. It was like Mike Gatting-esque.
Right.
Very Mike Gatting-esque.
Here's Smith in, and Duckett works it into the onside again up to mid-on. Still got a ball to go. 22 for 1. Yeah. But Anya Shrubsole wasn't at all phased. She said, don't worry, I'll get the next ball.
And she did.
And probably did, bowled her.
Yeah, that was...
But Anya had quite the attitude.
I mean, that's what you have to do, isn't it? It's easier said than done, isn't it? Easier just...
But bowlers have the memories of elephants, don't they? Catherine Sciver-Brunt can remember every single catch dropped off her, and whenever I see her in the company of anyone who's dropped a catch off her, she reminds them. It's an amazing thing. Here's Smith to complete the over. Oh, that's edged away. Guided? No, edged. Down past Gully's right hand and down to the boundary for 4. I'd like to see it again, see how catchable it was. It was with long distance between third slip and Gully, but it was a trifle streaky. 10 off the over. The luckless Smith has none for 22, and Duckett, who was dropped on 8, now has 22. Will Tottle has been in touch, and this is an email of mixed emotions. I'm currently stationary on the M5 with no realistic release of the traffic following an incident. Oh, Will, I'm sorry, that is horrible on a day like today. While hugely frustrating, I am thoroughly enjoying your fantastic coverage, forever hopeful of a mountain of England runs to make my current predicament more palatable. He goes on, and I will tell you what he says when it becomes available to me. Starting a new over is O'Rourke into Bethel, who works his way off the pad. It's going to roll down to fine leg. They'll take a single, probably a leg by. Let's wait for the signal. It is a leg by. 27 for 1. The possibility of this being read out will provide further excitement in an extremely boring scenario. Well, we are the masters of boring scenarios.
I'm going to add on to my empathetic afternoon. I hope everyone's okay.
Oh, you are on fire today.
So I hope I'm not, but hopefully everyone's okay. And then the boring situation doesn't seem quite as bad. I mean, I leave in 11 minutes, so they'll be fine. They'll be all right.
That's true.
I hope everyone's okay.
Get the TV then, haven't you, probably? Right, here's O'Rourke into Duckett. It's the first time he's bowled at Duckett. Well, he's whipped him away beautifully. Out to a deep backward square for 4. I think that's the first ball he's faced from O'Rourke in this innings. It was short. The problem with bowling short at Duckett is he's not going to get in the same tangle, perhaps, as the tall Gay will get. And that was just really nice. He played good use of the bottom hand, kept it down and hit it just behind square. This is his home ground, of course. Knows all the angles. 31 for 1.
I always find that a strange comment.
Do you?
knowing the angles.
Well, here you've got some weird ones.
Yeah, but he hasn't hit that to the short boundary.
No, not yet, but I bet he will.
It's not the angle. It's not the angle.
He knows what he's doing.
He's used to batting here, I think.
Is so short, flashing outside off stump. That is a horrible, horrible shot. He just played a lovely shot. This has been the story of Duckett since the start of the Ashes. When he went out to the Ashes, went through the keeper, by the way, no run. Everyone was saying he's England's best all-format opener. He does the lot, and he was.
I think he is England's best.
Yeah, probably is.
He definitely is that. He just hadn't. I was just about to say while you're talking about that, that shot against O'Rourke was bowling, mid-80s, high 80s, cross-batted shot that you thought, why didn't he score runs in Australia? Because you thought that going before the series, you thought extra pace and a wicket, really hard to stop Duckett scoring, but they bowled a bit fuller on nipping wickets, so it was irrelevant. So he actually needs to bowl fuller here.
It's O'Rourke, there's a trifle fuller, and it's pressed back to the bowler off the back foot, no run. But you see, I didn't think he looked too bad in Australia. He just kept getting out. You know what I mean? He sort of looked.
Well, he got
over
200 runs, but with no half centuries, which I think was the second most runs in an Ashes series by someone who didn't get a 50.
So he was sort of getting in, and he was sort of playing nice shots, scoring nice balls, whatnot. But then finding a way to get out, as they say.
I do not fear for New Zealand. I just wonder how they're going to stop this England attack, England batting scoring today.
O'Rourke to Duckett, works this into the onside. It's in the air for a while, but goes straight to mid-wicket. There's no run.
And it'll have 2 wickets. This just looking at their bowling attack, it doesn't look like a maiden bowling attack, like a boring.
No.
To take Henry out of it and Jameson, who are just relentless.
Have you seen much of Sears? I haven't seen much of Sears, certainly not live.
I've seen him once in a net at the Oval.
Quick?
He hit Will Young and the net nastily.
Well, and then said, I think you're going to have to leave right now. Did you not like that one?
I'm just going to refuse to even acknowledge it.
Here's O'Rourke into Duckett to complete the over, who lets this go through to the keeper, and there is no run. 5 off the over. Duckett 26. Don't forget he's been given a life on 8. England 31 for 1. Bethel 4. Andy, were you about to say something then? I'm going to get out of the way because it's time for Jonathan Agnew.
Just to clarify that, Duckett, that was the second most runs by an opener in an Ashes without a 50, the 7th most overall by any player in an Ashes series without making 50. So lots of starts. Did you have a phase like that, Alistair, where you kept getting him but couldn't go on? If so, what did you do to rectify it?
I reckon in that 2008 period, 2009, I reckon there'll be a period of my games. I'm now hoping your computer backs me up on this. I reckon I scored quite a few 70s, without going on to get hundreds. Not loads of 70s, but enough to keep me in the team but frustrating not to make a difference. Aggers.
Yes, still the heat. And England a bit lucky here, 31 for 1. In goes Smith and bowls and wraps him on the pad. Sound like a hard noise there. He's been given not out. Smith's looking for some support from behind, but he's not getting any. But, Bethel needs a start here just to get in. And what's Duckett up to? He's waving towards the dressing rooms for something with some urgency there, waving his arms around. No one's watching. 12th man will get a telling off. Something for his hands, hand dryer, sort of stuff you can rub stuff on.
Like some, I don't know,
spray.
Where it's like, and then it turns into like white stuff all over your hands.
So does it?
Yeah, I think so.
Can't say I ever had the need for that.
Nor did I.
You're a famous non-sweater, aren't you? 31 for 1. There are a few of those around. Bethel on 4. And Smith with 3 slips and a gully's on his way again. He's there and he bowls to Bethel nicely forward, or rolls away into the gully area. And there's no run. 31 for 1.
It's not quite as cool anymore. Not being able to sweat. I said it yesterday. Because that's what anyone ever talks to me about when it gets hot. Yeah.
It's true though.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I went running last night, this morning, and you do get a bit of a bead on, but considerably less than everyone else.
Right. Something to do with your metabolism, wasn't it?
I don't know. We once went for a sweat test for England. I thought this would be really highly technical.
Yeah.
Everyone was intrigued.
Smith round the wicket, bowls. Bethel waits, plays it quite late. Finds Santner at backward point.
It's to work out how much fluid everyone needed, what kind of salts was lost. I thought this is high tech. We got there, I think it's at Loughborough. We had to run on the treadmill or do some kind of exercise for 20 minutes. And when I said literally, it was cotton wool in 4 or 5 different spots. And then the lady did the exercise, picked up the cotton wool and said, "You don't sweat very much." I'm like, well, I could have told you that before the exercise, and that was it.
How to do it. Yeah.
So just be careful when it gets hot, you don't get too hot.
Oh, right, of course. Yes, I suppose so. Smith round the wicket, and Bethel wants a single. Duckett responds well, actually, there. Where the partners really do respond immediately. 32 for 1, Duckett 26. Well, I've been on a treadmill next to you somewhere. I think it might have been in Bangladesh. In the hotel gym. I was just walking, but you were like the road runner. Is there anything like it?
Yeah,
There's a steam coming off the treadmill.
I was obviously in bad mood or something, take it out. It's just, I just hope the lady made a lot of money. Maybe I reckon she made a lot of money out of the ECB to come and do sweats tests. And it was really not that scientific.
Duckett's got 26. It's 32 for 1. Smith runs up and bowls to him very late. He guides that away. He's timed that beautifully. A short boundary down there. He's leant back. Played that very late and with a little punch. He's used the speed and the hardness of the ball. It's flown across the outfield. There's a fielder actually square there for the Duckett shot. But he's just opened the face and played that a little bit later. Steered the ball wide of him.
I was laughing at Dan Norcross saying knowing the angles, but actually that was the perfect shot of knowing the angles, because he didn't.
No.
A deep point out there, that is the home advantage. Just knowing you just have to guide it a bit later and it's almost impossible to stop.
Yeah, just knows the ground, doesn't he? Scored so many runs here recently. 3 slips a gully, and Darkhead Smith again runs in, bowls. Oh, almost a leading edge there. But it was a leading edge, but almost a catch. To the bowler as Duckett there closed the face of the bat a little early. It's not far away at all. But you feel that if England get through the new ball here, that the New Zealand attack is inexperienced now. No Matt Henry, no Jameson. They have a really good opportunity here. They've got to get through that the first few overs.
They do, and also England and New Zealand got that balance. They've got to get that balance right. Because actually England today, although one nick did go through there, they didn't have many slips for much of the day. And they had a lot of men in front of the wicket. And New Zealand only scored 50-odd runs in that morning session.
Yep.
Didn't look like piercing the bat too much. So when does Latham switch from being really aggressive, which they are now, with the new ball quite right, and they had a chance at third slip, dropped, to then bowling quite straight. It seemed like that last ball there to Duckett was a straight ball. And they're just grabbing on that grass, a smidgen, I'm talking smidgens here, to make it a little bit inconsistent on the bounce.
O'Rourke comes bounding in and Bethel steers the first ball to backward point, and I see one of the fast bowlers over there loosening up very energetically. I don't know what Fred Truman might have thought about that.
That's a side plank, Aggers.
Side planks. Oh, I do side planks.
Yeah. Pardon?
I get personal trainer.
Ask your money back.
No, the side plank goes. I'm into the side planks. Trouble is that Emma goes to the same personal trainer, so the whole thing is a competition. It's a contest. 36 for 1. There's O'Rourke, towering figure, bowls on the hip, and Bethel tucks up around the corner. They only have one there. It's meant to be it's Santner. That's Ravindra actually there who fields. 37 for 1. Bethel to 6. He's going through a lot of loosening up down there. That's Tickner, whose head is probably still throbbing a bit from that clang that he took from Archer. Tall man. Looks as if he's going to replace Smith down at this end. No breeze at all. Look at those flags. That's a slight flicker. That's it. O'Rourke comes in, bowls, and thick leading edge there from Duckett. Tickner fields. People going up and down the aisles. There's a lot of people sitting in the corridors again behind us, and it's rather sad because there's no TV there, or there's nothing. They're just sitting there in a corridor on a chair, and it's hot. It's hot in that corridor. If it's hotter outside than in that corridor, then it really won't be very.
Well, there's a couple of my friends here, and they went to the Oval as well, and it was hot. And they said the good thing about the Ovals was you could get in the shade and watch the TV. There's no TVs around here to be able to watch the cricket.
No.
Did you see the waiting room? The bottom of our stairs.
Oh, the Hadley waiting room.
No, the bottom of our stairs.
Right, here's Duckett getting on down the leg side.
So at the bottom of this building, if you walk down all the stairs, there's literally look like a GP's waiting room.
It's the Richard Hadley waiting area.
Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Oh, right, sorry, I didn't realise.
The great man.
Apologies, Sir Richard, but it looked like a GP.
It was all in there.
There's 2 fans there, and everyone just literally cuddled around these fans, and just the cricket was going on, and I was like...
Yeah, it's a shame. It costs a lot of money to come, but I don't know what the option is, really. But, there's a whole line of them outside. It's like being in A&E. Here's O'Rourke round the wicket, towering over the umpire. Bowls very full. Duckett gets something on it, a little scrape of bat. And the ball skims away down into the boundary below us here for 4. O'Rourke slightly off target, and Duckett there's got a little scrape. So it's 41 for 1. Duckett goes to 34. We've got half an hour to go until the tea break on the second day. Umpire Mennon's lost his hat there. The wind must have suddenly got up when I said there was no breeze, because umpire Tucker's hat blew off as well.
No, I'm going to say those flags are going quite strong.
They are moving now. Yeah, somebody's finally, perhaps he's suddenly arrived. A bit of a zephyr. Trees just moving outside the ground as well. Here comes O'Rourke, bowls short. Duckett tugs that around the corner. Smith is on the leg side boundary. Umpire Menon holds on to his hat as he gives O'Rourke his cap, and we'll get our first look at Blair Tickner coming on at this end. And he's every bit as tall as O'Rourke, I would say. He's got fair hair. Handing his cap to Rod Tucker. And Tom Latham, the captain, going to discuss what field they have here. They've got Duckett on strike. So inevitably the man of that deep point boundary. Tickner's chosen number 13 on his back. I don't know, do you get many 13s?
I don't know. There's no central database of shirt numbers. So
is there not?
No.
Oh, that's a shame.
It's one of the great failings of the modern world.
But we haven't got a 13, have we?
What number would you have chosen?
Well, it wouldn't have been 13.
If available.
I really wouldn't have bothered, but I couldn't have had 13.
No, I know you could have 13, but you must have a number you'd have on the back.
4.
But you'd have liked to have 4.
4.
Yeah, but if, say, Lammy had had 4, because he bats 4.
There's Tickner bowling his first ball. Rangy sort of a bowler. That's tucked away down to mid-off. And there's no run.
I suggest something higher.
Do you?
Yeah, like top.
4. I don't think it'd bother me, but I could not go for 13. It's just not possible.
Is that in commemoration of your total number of Test wickets?
What, 4?
Yeah.
Well, there are a few 4s in my life. 4th of the 4th, 4 wickets. You are cruel sometimes.
They were good ones, though, weren't they?
They were crackers. Just at Harrods' price, as Peter Willey would say, rather than Marks and Spencer's. 43 for 1. Tickner again kicks up his heels, runs in, bowls on the off stump. Bit of bounce there. Tall man. Bethel's been wrapped on the glove. That's a stinger. Michael Vaughan's looking quizzical. He's looking as if with a furrowed brow. Michael,
well, good afternoon. I'm just watching the screen, actually. There's a bit of a job being done on Jacob Bethel and his technique. He's saying that his hands are going a little bit outside his eye line this summer. Rather than the Sydney 100, he was a little bit tighter, he was a little bit open, more open with that front foot, the right leg, a bit closed off.
Tickner again bowls to him, he can work that into the leg side.
You get a sense that drop catch is a real big one in this game.
Yeah, massive.
It goes then. Joe Root's out there.
Yeah.
Facing O'Rourke with a brand new
Absolutely.
Duke ball.
No, I think that's it was worthy of a note in the book, that one. Duck it on 8. Ooh. Yep, and with 1 wicket already down.
Tickner's got a left arm full of tattoos and a left leg.
Has he? You can see them from here. In he goes again, galloping in, bowls outside the off stump. Oh, that's a nice shot. Bit of width there, but the length wasn't too bad, but it's just the width that has really swung the bat through the line there. Terrific shot from Jacob Bethel.
Well, I got a sense that New Zealand felt that England yesterday bowled a bit too wide. Well, they've, particularly from this end, have bowled probably a yard and a half too wide to both the left-handers. O'Rourke's been outstanding.
That was a lovely shot there, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was not a bad ball, that really. Just a little bit of width. Tickner again, shaven-headed bowls. Oh, that's gone very low. Taken on the second bounce there. Tickner's got his hands on his hips. He's a tall man, and that, I'll say, shot along the ground. A bit of exaggeration, but it kept very low.
Yeah, that's a bit of a concern for England. Again, a little bit tighter, a bit straighter. And a little bit of nip.
Yeah.
Right, it bounced through to Blundell. 1 bounce to the keeper.
Did move. The angle around the wicket. Bethel's on 10 is 47 for 1, so England are 391 runs behind. Still a big deficit. Tickner again is bounding in, bowls, and is short and is pulled down towards long leg. And they take a run. Rather like the start of Tickner's run. It's been a bit of a feature of this series so far, isn't it? With at the Oval and so on. But he sort of prances at the start like a dressage horse.
Okay, I haven't really studied him yet.
Have a look at the start of the
over.
Sonny Baker with his start, and Shoaib now leaps into a. This was quite an interesting one. He sort of prances on the spot. You'd call it passage.
Well, you commentate, don't you, on the dressage?
I did. I think I've been retired now.
Have you sacked or?
Well, I think I was retired.
Retired. Okay, that's the new modern way of being nice, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
What was your best piece of dressage commentary?
Oh, gold medal.
Was it? Were you there? Yeah. How did it go? Was it?
It went all right. No, well, no one could see it, so they didn't know. Right, O'Rourke bowls a very high bouncer. Amar Menon might be interested in that. He's just saying 1 for the over, though.
So what was your? So you obviously commentated on all the moves and all the
passage and PFs and half passes and those sorts of things. I didn't know what they were, but they sounded good. Yeah, gold medal.
Who won the gold medal?
Charlotte Dujardin. On Vallegro.
Right. Good work, John.
And then Nick Skelton came romping in with the show jumping as well on Big Star. 48 for 1. There's O'Rourke bowling. Oh, now that's an interesting leave in that it's actually hit Bethel there. I suspect. Oh, I was going to say a nasty blow because it looks as if it might have done, but actually it looks as if it might have hit the very end, the top of his bat handle. Which, if it did, it saved him a rather nasty bruise. Because that was a quick ball. Oh, does that hit the bat handle?
Yeah, it's coming right off the kind of top of the handle.
Yeah.
It's gone straight into the ground. I mean, he's actually lucky it doesn't just balloon in the air.
It was, but also like it didn't go into his forearm, which wasn't too far away.
So you did the show jumping as well, did you?
Yeah. Jump off. There's O'Rourke round the wicket, bowls Bethel forward. So it was interesting because you get a little map for the original show jumper. You get a map and you can see what they are, so you can write a boxer or a triple or whatever it is, and they run around the map. But when there's a jump off, there's no time. These bulldozers come in, build a completely different course.
Oh, so it throws you.
No map. Know where they're going, and Nick Skelton was first off at Rio. No idea where he was going. And
that's a good jump.
Well, the gold betting. Well, he's just kind of,
lovely spring.
Make it up. Like the cricket commentary, really. There's another short one. Bethel sways out of the way.
I like the fact you're owning up to commentating on the Olympics.
Oh, yeah. We have one of those. I don't know what there was. It finished quite early. What were those big, massive sort of South American rodent-like creatures? One escaped recently.
Capybara.
There was one lurking. We used to be able to go across a little bit of a river on a boat in Rio de Janeiro to a beach cafe and have a drink at the end of the day. And this thing was always roaming around. I tell you what, they're big animals. You wouldn't want to mess with one of them.
What, just hanging around
skulking, in the undergrowth. You have to go down to a little boatman. He'd paddle you across. Here's O'Rourke bowling, and again, it's another leave, and the ball hits the bat. We've seen a few of those. Yeah, Capivara. You see them on the roundabouts over there.
What size are we talking?
Well, like a big pig. Big pig.
Big pig, is it?
Yeah.
Not as big as a big pig. I'd say.
Well,
what, mini pig?
I'm not.
Medium-sized dog, isn't it?
No, bigger than that.
Bigger than.
It's a stocky thing.
So bigger than a quokka.
Oh yeah. Look up a capybara. They're big lads. He's in the undergrowth, or roaming around, and he's waiting when you come back after a couple of caprinas. Look at him. It's massive.
Let's have a look.
The world's largest living rodent.
There you are. There's O'Rourke down the leg side. Bethel takes the bat out of the way.
Andy, let's have a look there.
Look at that size compared to the size of a man.
But that's 6 foot high.
It's massive.
So it says
that's a bear.
Average height 18 inches to 2 feet and 1 metre to 1.3 metres long.
It's a big lad, I tell you. You don't want to see them at night in the middle of Rio.
That picture there.
It's the internet, Michael. Do not trust the internet.
Anyway, this all started by the start of Tickner's run. You have a look. And Simon Mann can have the pleasure of describing it.
And they've done well today with all the wickets, and now recovery after losing Emilio Gate for naught. 48 for 1 in 10 overs. You get a sense that England will score around 4.5 to 5 runs an over naturally on this kind of wicket.
So Tickner's at the top of his mind. He holds the ball up almost as if he's sniffing it. A little bit of prancing, goes backwards as well, and then runs in with his gangly frame, and his first ball who's over is defended by Duckett, dropping the ball onto the pitch. There's no run. You need characters like that, don't you? You need idiosyncratic run-ups, and it's important that the game has room for all sorts.
I wonder if he's always done this from an early age, or it's we all talk about processes, don't we? You find your processes. The more you play, you have your kind of pre-delivery routines, and this is Tickness. Look at this. There he goes.
Standing on the spot. Now he walks back a couple of paces, goes back to go forward. Well, sometimes you have to do that, don't you? Here's Tickner bowling round the wickets, forced away, down towards deep third for 4. No chance for Ravindra, who's on the deep backward point boundary. Just to his right-hand side, rifling off the bat down there.
Yeah,
50's up. Duckett's got 40 of them. 52 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant shot. I think Ratchin and Tom Latham have to just kind of work together, because Ratchin's too square. He's got to stay a little bit. Such a short boundary. He's got to go a little bit finer. Because Duckett will just keep opening the blade.
Well, is this Duckett's chance? He was dropped on 8 by Nichols at slip, third slip. It was a bad drop, really. Got to be catching those. He's on 40 from 32 balls. Tickner bowls to him. Duckett defends. Rolls back up the onside of the pitch, and it's picked up at mid-on. And there is no run. It's a warm afternoon. The game really has advanced today. New Zealand bowled out for 438. 6 for 67, 30 overs today. I mean, about as good a day as England could have hoped for. Zoltz told me at breakfast this morning that New Zealand will be all out for 423, very confidently. And, well, he's not far wrong. And England losing the wicket of Gay early on, 8 for 1. Have Tickner going in to bowl to Ducky, who turns out into the onside towards forward square leg. And it's picked up by Santner, and there's no run.
It's like a meerkat. Tickner at the end of his run, it's like a little meerkat looking over.
Yeah, there's that as well.
There's a little bit of it's almost like a little jog on the spot, and then he goes back. I mean, it's like he's kind of revving himself up.
Yeah, I mean, we have obviously seen him in action before. We've seen him do it in Test matches in New Zealand, either live or on television. But you don't see many bowlers run backwards then to go forwards. Jacob Bethel now. It's at the non-striker's end. Duckett on strike, and here goes Tickner to bowl to Duckett, and Duckett turns out into the onside. He'll get one here through mid-wicket. I think that's all they will get. They touch for they're coming back for the second. Throws on its way to the non-striker's end, right by the bails, but that was well judged by Bethel.
I like your commentary there, Sam. The art of getting out of her.
Well, he's now picked it up though, Michael, so I haven't really got out of it, have I? You noticed.
Yeah, it was lovely.
54 for 1. Duckett to 42.
The last ball just swung slightly. Swung back into Ben Duckett. First one that we've seen as they swing. Seen a bit of nip.
Sears is fielding sun hat mid-on. Here is Tickner bowling, turned into the onside for another possible 2. Sears is after it, in fact a more comfortable 2 this time. He gets to it and sends the return in. Sears, who's wearing number 14, I had him down as number 24. So I just wondered for a moment who it was, but number 14.
We've seen this before.
56 for 1.
With Ben Duckett, that when you open all the gaps, he's just so good at just kind of knocking it. You've got to be brave enough as a team, especially with your square leg back, because you're not going to think about bouncing him too often at Tickner's pace. So you've got to bring your square leg up, put him quite straight. You've got to put your fine leg a little bit wider, and you've just got to be very accurate on and around that off stump. Try and get him playing square. I thought India last year actually did it as well as I've seen many teams. Australia obviously bowl well to him in the winter on different pitches, but he's become such a good player when the field spreads, just knocking it, and he still finds the boundary.
Smith has switched round. He started from the Ratcliffe Road end, now he's bowling from the Stuart Broad end, the old pavilion end here at Trent Bridge. 3 slips in the gully. Smith's 5th over. He's gone for 27 so far. Into bowl to Jacob Bethel, and Bethel gets one outside the off stump, and he crashes that away for 4 through extra cover. That was a bad ball, and it was dispatched by Bethel very quickly to the boundary. 60 for 1. Bethel to 15. Gets a quick hug in the middle of the pitch from Ben Duckett, and the reason for that is not... the 50 partnership had already been raised, hasn't it?
Just because of the shot.
Yeah.
No, it's the 50 partnership.
There was the 50 partnership. Yeah. So I was just working out my arithmetic. Yeah, it was wicket fell at 8, and now we're up to 60. Here is Bethel playing into the offside towards cover, and there's no run.
Took just 9.2 overs. When England reached 50 in the last over, they did so with their 11th 4 of the innings. It's the joint most boundaries England have ever hit in their first 50 runs of a Test innings.
No. Well, there's that feel about it with new ball, lots of spaces. Duckett playing attacking shots. Runs will come quickly, so I'm going to put the pressure back on New Zealand here. Got a ring field now on the offside. 2 slips of gully, 3 saving one on the off, 2 on the on. But especially if you're going to bowl short and wide, as Smith did earlier in the over, it doesn't matter where you get them or put them. Smith bowls, that's clipped away. Nice looking shot from Bethel, but straight to Ravindra at mid-wicket. No run.
I think on this kind of pitch now, this is a better field. Having your extra cover in place, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, you can put cover point back if you're really wary of the boundaries, but I just think putting the squeeze on with just an orthodox field is probably the right way to go. Jacob Bethel tried to walk down there to try and put the bowler under even more pressure. I mean, England probably getting a sense from Smith that's been hit for 31 from his 4.3 overs that they can probably get him under a huge amount of pressure.
He moves smoothly into bowl to Bethel, who's up on his toes, guiding that away towards backward point. Santner goes to his right to pick up, and there's no run. That T20 international, by the way, in Belfast, Ireland have recovered to make 182 for 9. I think it is from their 20 overs. So a good workout for India before they take on England next week.
India are 16 for 1. Sanju Samson's out for 5. They haven't played Suryavanshi. I'd be very disappointed if they don't play.
You've been disappointed you had a ticket for the game today. We'll go to Belfast during the break. Tea break, which is coming up in 10 minutes' time. Smith bowls, forward goes Bethel, laying defensively up the onside of the pitch. And it's picked up by Ben Sears at mid-on, and there's no run.
The wicket there was taken by Jai Mundra, who's on T20 international debut for Ireland, and took a wicket bowled out Sanju Samson with his first ball.
And the run scores for Ireland were...
Sorry, that was his international debut in any format. So it's quite a nice way to start for Ireland. 50 for Lorcan Tucker, captain and wicketkeeper. 49 for Gareth Delaney.
60 for 1. Bethel on 15. Waits for Smith. Smith bowls to him, and Bethel drives, not quite where he intended. Ball rolls up towards mid-on, where it's picked up by Ben Sears. And there is no run. It's the end of Smith's over from the far end, his first over from the Stuart Broad end of the ground. Well, it's a good game, this. It really is. It's come alive. It's a contest. I think yesterday, moving towards tea. Well, at tea, New Zealand were 213 for no wicket. Eventually, 317 for no wickets. The game's turned around a bit since then.
Yeah, certainly. England have showed a lot of spirit. New Zealand did a similar thing last time, weren't they? 495 for 4.
I think they were 496 for 5. They were 405 for 4 at one point, then 496 for 5. Bowled out for 553. England made 539. Bowled New Zealand out and chased 299 to win in that dramatic final session.
Oh, here's Tickner. A prancing start. Moves in and bowls full outside the off stump, cracked away by Duckett on the drive. I think he'd be disappointed he missed out there. It was right up there for the extra cover drive, but he's drilled it straight to Nichols, who's fielding in the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, they have brought square leg up onto the one, just a straightest, kind of a straight mid wicket in place. They have got cover point back, so he's got a little bit more protection. Take no extra cover in place mid off. Just the 2 slips.
Tickner moves away past the umpire up to the stumps, bowls to Duckett, who comes forward, plays that quietly back down the pitch. And Tickner fields off his own bowling. There's no run.
I remember yesterday morning, probably around lunchtime, I looked down from here and you could see footholes. I thought, this is going to be a week for the spinner. If you look down now, there's hardly any.
No, it looks unblemished from here, but people who've been out there say it's dry and some scorched bits.
Yeah, but the heavy roller, that 2 heavy rollers on it today that they seem to have got rid of.
Taking the bowl's a full toss, which is sliced away for 4 by Duckett. Not a great piece of cricket, really. Poor delivery. Duckett wasn't looking to hit it there. It was a dive at gully that was unsuccessful, and it went down towards the deep third boundary for 4. So Duckett's on to 48. He's on his home ground.
Yeah, there was indentations, but the heavy roller this morning, another one in between innings. The bowler will have done the majority of that. I mean, O'Rourke got a few to bounce.
Yeah.
But he's bouncing from his height with his pace. We haven't seen a great deal from this end. I mean, the one that Ben Duckett snicked off Nathan Smith just bounced a little bit more, but nothing vicious.
64 for 1. Tickner tries again. Moves into bowl to Duckett, and Duckett drives. There's his half century. He's not going to go for 4, but it'll bring him at least 2 out towards extra cover. Ravindra runs round from deep backward point away to his left-hand side, returns it, and Duckett has got a half century. Well, he threatened one in the first innings at the Oval before he was run out, and he's got there in quick time as well. 40 balls and 10 fours, profiting from being dropped on 8 by Nichols at slip. Great opportunity for him. He knows these conditions, this pitch, very well.
His square leg goes straight back. He's played nicely here, Ben Duckett. You need a little bit of fortune when you're in need of a big score. He got it on 8.
Taking the balls to him short, and that's gone for 4 somethings. Past the keeper, might be buys. It is. There's a wild delivery from Tickner bowling, round the wicket, way down the leg side. Blundell dived across. Duckett went after it, couldn't get anything on it.
Well,
4 more, 70 for 1.
Ben Duckett has done a job on this New Zealand attack. because they're a little bit frazzled. Square leg now go back. We've seen a full toss this over, which was wide of off stump. We've seen one short down the leg side. Start looking at, little handkerchiefs that you try and land the ball in. Well, it's quite a big one that they're landing in at the minute.
What you don't want here as a batter is him just to absolutely get it right, just angle one in and move away and take the edge. Bowler Jaffa. Here is Tickner bowling a short ball, swatted away by Duckett, out towards deep back of square leg. Santner to his left, picks it up, sends in the return over the head of the keeper. Tries to leap in the air to take that, backed up at cover. One to Duckett. He takes the ball at the end of a bit of a wild over there from Tickner. 71 for 1. We've only had 13 overs of England's reply to New Zealand's 438. Duckett 51, Bethell 15.
His half century, as you said, 10 fours and just 40 balls. It's his 23rd 50 in Test cricket, 6 centuries amongst those innings. His first in his last 15 innings. He had a 14-inning sequence encompassing the 5 Ashes tests and the first 2 tests of this series without a 50. This is one of the longest such sequences by an England opener. But some good names also on that list. Mike Atherton had a 16 innings run without a 50. Alex Stewart 14. John Edrich 19. Arthur Shrewsbury back in the 19th century one. I think it was a Nottinghamshire. Only 15 innings.
Here's Smith beginning a new over. Bowls to Duckett, and Duckett covers up to ball, coming in with the angle, defends it towards cover, and there's no run.
It's only his joint 5th fastest 50 out of his 23 50 plus innings, of which now I think 12 have been scored off 50 balls or fewer, so just over half, which is in the traditions of opening the batting in Test cricket, not a stat you would have ever expected.
No. But this is the Duckett that we've seen in the past that I think England have been missing for a year now, close on a year. But it's only a start. Smith bowls to him, turns that into the onside, short of Sears, coming round and in a bit from mid-on, another run.
Well, I think I've just seen on the screen, he's got an average of 112 here in Test cricket. So a few things to make. I mean, when you're not in the runs, it's great to arrive at a ground that you've had previous history of success. And number 2 is, it's a perfect pitch. It's a good pitch to, and get that deposit and make sure that it's a big one. Once it's in your favour, we saw Latham needed a score. He knew yesterday it was in his favour, so gets a 150. Same for Conway. Ben Duckett, you feel, is going to have to do exactly that.
72 for 1 for now. It's Bethell facing Smith. Smith bowls. Bethell inside edge onto the pad there as he pushes forward. Ball rolls away into the offside. They were waiting for the big appeal there, but Bethell got something on it.
Still looks vulnerable to those balls from around the wicket, full of length. The inside edge saves him again. The inside edge saved him from Nathan Smith's previous spell as well. Just seems to get that right foot planted across. Usually you get a ball that nips back. Could be in trouble.
3 balls to go into the tea interval. And Smith tries again. Bowls to Bethell, and Bethell comes forward and checks the shot, guiding it down into the gully, where it's stopped by Devon Conway. No run.
Duckett in Test cricket on this ground, as Michael was saying, has thrived. This is his 3rd match here. 4th innings, scores of 71 and 76 against New Zealand 2 years ago, 140 against Zimbabwe last year, and now 52 unbeaten in his last matches for Nottinghamshire here in April. 62 and 93 against Warwickshire, then 42 and 203 not out against Surrey.
Here we go, the game's going to start now.
The keeper's coming up to the stumps for Nathan Smith. Blundell's gone back to get the helmet. I think he got that double 100. Do you know who was bowling for that double 100? I think it was Rory Burns. So if you're approaching your double 100 in a county game, someone like Rory Burns is probably who you want to be facing. So the keeper's up. And here's Smith bowling to Bethell, and Bethell's forward. And they get a single into the offside. The throw comes in from point. Bethell was quick, and so was Duckett, making his ground at the striker's end. But you've got to be careful, a situation like that with the keeper standing up. you've got a double option for the fielder, hitting the stumps and hitting the keeper's gloves. You can then whip the bails off. 73 for 1. So that should be a Duckett. 1 ball to face before tee, and Bethel secure, unless he's run out backing up or something daft. This is the last ball before tee, and still 365 runs behind. But they've had a much better day today. Smith bowls, and Duckett tries to force into the offside. I think of a single, it's not there, it goes too close to cover. So there we go, that's the end of the afternoon session on this second day. England are fighting back. They have scored more runs today than New Zealand. New Zealand 67 for 6, England 73 for 1. Of course, New Zealand had all those runs in the bank yesterday. 438 all out. England responding well after the early loss of Emilio Gay, caught down the leg side by Blundell O'Rourke for naught after Duckett had hit a couple of boundaries. Duckett's also been dropped by Nichols at slip. The game has been moving quite quickly this afternoon. 93 runs and 4 wickets. And New Zealand are still in a decent position in the game, but England have given them something to think about today.
Yeah, I mean, New Zealand will be thinking they're still in a decent position. They should be in a better position, but it's a great opportunity for England. There's no Jameson, there's no Matt Henry. You've got Mitchell Santner, who's playing in the game, who's not played any cricket. Tickner obviously hasn't played a great deal of cricket. Sears. Will O'Rourke's the key. He looks the one bowler that could get a bagful on any kind of surface. So if they play Will O'Rourke nicely, he's got the one already. I think there should be a big score for England on this pitch.
Well, that's what they, of course, will be hoping. And I think what we're hoping for is a really competitive, tight, exciting game, aren't we, to finish the series?
Oh, a nipper.
Yeah. Well, something that really keeps us interested, really holds everyone's attention to the 5th day.
Could happen.
Yeah. Anyway, it's been up and down so far, one way and then the other. England fighting back today. It has been, in many ways, already a remarkable test match. You don't see many games with a triple century opening partnership and then a collapse of a 10 for 121. And then England 73 for 1. How many overs have we had of this England innings? They've scored quickly as well. Was that 14 or 15 overs? 14 overs. Duckett has 52 of them, and Bethel 16. So a really intriguing final session ahead of us on this second day.
Umpires taking the field here, blisteringly hot afternoon, and the crowd reluctantly wandering back into their places again. A couple of thank yous. I must thank Siddharth for some lovely curry.
Yes.
We don't often receive curries, do we? But it's been like a real culinary test match, this one. Cakes and pies and even curries. So Siddharth, thank you so much. Thoroughly enjoyed by the whole team. Thank you. Sam and Amy, meantime, a quick email from our honeymoon. All right. Somehow in the last 2 days, with a test match special coverage on, whenever we've had a bit of downtime, my new wife, Amy, started the trip rolling her eyes every time she heard the familiar voices coming from my phone, wondering how anyone could listen to cricket for hours on end.
What?
But then something strange has happened. She's now asking, what's happened? Who's batting? What's the score? And even reminding me to put it back on if I've paused it. Why would you do that? I think you've created a test match special, Convert, to say thank you for the coverage. It's part of our honeymoon memories.
Well.
There's a thought.
An interesting
Have you ever
one.
been part of anybody's honeymoon memories before?
I don't think I have, but Sam and Amy, well, now we're on all the time.
Well, there we go. Well, I hope we don't have too many pauses for the coverage, Sam. But well done anyway. We've got a convert.
Amazing.
Yes, there you go. You get all sorts, don't you? So, looking out there, I see Mitchell Santner has got the ball in his hand. And he's going to come on and bowl from this end. And he was loosening up, wasn't he, during the tea break, getting himself warmed up. Not that he needs to be warmed up, I mean, just go sit outside for 5 minutes. But just getting his length and bowling into the baseball mitt and so on. So he's coming on. It's his first match in this series. He might bowl rather wide on. He's got an unusual action. His right arm, his left arm bowler, sort of disappears. It sort of shrivels away. But he's a tall man, and he's getting ready to bowl to Bethel, who's on 16. Duckett 52, badly dropped on 8.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him bowl. So he's quite a quick bowler when it comes to white ball cricket, is Santner. But we've seen the slower balls turn.
Well, in he goes then, with no sort of leading arm. He bowls with his left arm, and the first ball is prodded into the offside, and there's no run. 73 for 1. I think evidence of the heat was best illustrated by, well, he's a friend and he's a colleague, or not directly a colleague, who's in the same business. Here's Santner bowling, is tucked away down to mid-on, and Bethel scurries a single. The throw has rattled up Santner's fingers a bit there. It came in very hard. 75 for 1. One of our colleagues, who was puffing and panting as he came up the stairs.
If it was Norcross, that's no surprise.
No, it wasn't Norcross. He's not working on our organisation, but he's a colleague in the same business.
Okay.
And I said, if you, of all people, are finding this hot and hard work, then we're all going to be struggling.
Are you going to divulge?
Well, play along, have a guess.
Oh.
Have a little guess. In goes Santner and tosses that up, and that's worked away. Oh, that's actually rebounded off the short leg fielder there. And for a moment, the wicketkeeper was interested in picking up the rebound catch.
Is it a retired wicketkeeper?
Yes.
It's DK.
No.
Oh.
No. Kumar Sangakkara.
Oh.
Here's Santner bowling, and that's swept out to deep square leg for 4. Fielder there, not sure we saw much of that. Where's it gone? Oh, it's hit the fielder. I didn't see much of it either. I was looking out there. The fielder ran and hit the short leg for Kumar Sangakkara was puffing as he came up the stairs.
Yeah.
Well, that as a man from Colombo.
Yeah.
And if he's struggling, he did blame his knees. So,
make him out of breath.
My knees, Jonathan. Well, possibly. But he looked a bit hot. 74 for 1. Santner again bowls, and again short leg does a good job there in stopping that. Not sure he enjoyed the first one. The last one particularly rebounded quite hard into him.
No, it just got him straight on the hand.
Yeah, it's Ravindra, isn't it? He might have to bowl. Why put him in there? 74 for 1. And number 74 moves in and bowls, and Duckett sweeps, and this time finds short fine leg. There with the sun hat on. I think that's our dressage man, Tinkner. And it's 74 for 1, Duckett 52. Bethel has 17, and the man out was Gay. Bit unlucky. I always feel a bit sorry. Well, sorry as a bowler can feel for a batsman caught down the leg side off a little glove like that, but you know, it's unfortunate. Right, we've got Sears coming on from the pavilion end. Have you seen much of him?
Funny question that, actually, I guess. I have seen him bowl.
Oh, right.
Because he broke my other half's hand in a test match against Ireland.
How very nasty of him. Have you had it out with him?
Well, I actually texted my other half saying, ha ha ha, you got a golden duck.
Oh, he was out as well?
No, today, Sears, didn't he?
Oh, this one. Oh, yes, he did. Oh, I see.
Yeah, I said it's
right.
revenge.
So there's a bit of feeling about this.
No, well, yeah, there is, you know.
Right. I've not seen him bowl, actually. Let's see. In he comes now and bowls outside the off stump, driven through the offside very easily. Medium pace that, out towards deep point. I mean, anyone who gets a hand broken by that. You've got to question their resilience a bit, I think.
Yeah, maybe it's in the batter, not the bowler.
Oh.
Maybe. Yeah, one just...
Yeah, so there's a nasty break.
Well, it was, yeah. He's ruled him out of the India series. He's not playing against India now. Which, probably not a bad thing, is it?
Well, I think you want to play, don't you?
Yeah, true.
So it's Ben Sears then, elbows jutting out, runs in again with a big leap and bowls, and that's edge, but it hasn't got the pace to carry to slip. And lands well in front.
Well, that's the thing. He's a bit all arms and legs, is Sears, but he can get the ball to nip off the surface. And this time he's gone scrambled seam delivery. It's just nipped a little tiny bit, just enough, but he bowls about 80 miles an hour, so he doesn't... I think the slips might have to actually come in
Yeah.
Pace more.
Are they still wearing those little green pimply gloves in Ireland or something?
They've not quite caught up with the times.
I'm going to stop teasing him now. I'm sure it was a brutal delivery, reared from a length. That's not a broken hand's not nice.
No, he's got the all clear from the doctor yesterday, though. So
Good.
He can be back playing.
That's good news. 77 for 1. Sears again bowls and Duckett on the front foot. Pats that away back up the pitch. And there is no run. You're looking predatory, Andy.
Winston Benteke made his debut for New Zealand in late 2024 against Australia. He averaged 86 miles an hour in that game on the ball tracking. They picked up 4 wickets in the second innings. The Ireland Test was just his second. He has 7 wickets across those 2 games.
He's a tall man. There's a big leap as he bowls, but there is an experience about this New Zealand attack. That's why that miss from Duckett could be expensive. And he flicks the next one away into the leg side as a fielder at long leg. We'll throw that back in again. 78 for 1. Duckett to 53. Bethel has his first look at Sears. He's on 20 now.
Could do with a score, couldn't he, Jacob Bethel?
Absolutely.
As obvious as that sounds, but he's not got above 15 in this series so far. He's not got above 14. 14, obviously, in that first test.
He looked nice up before tea. He's got himself back in again. Now here's Tickner and bowls to him. He just leans into a drive, sends it out towards deep extra cover. Chases the fielder out there. Despairing dive. And he takes the ball with him into the boundary. That was a nice shot. What I like about Bethel's drives is that you see him put some weight into it, can't you? It's a lot of left-handers stand there and just drive, a bit like Conway we saw, but he really bends the knee and puts a bit of force in, a bit of oomph into it.
It's his head position for me when he plays that drive. He gets his head right over his front foot.
Good shot that was. 82 for 1. So Inglis will trail by 356 runs. Sears again round the wicket, bowls to Bethel, who sort of shuffles into a defensive shot. Ball is picked up at mid-on. That's the end of Sears' first over. 82 for 1, 16 overs gone. Gate is open to our right there, so people come filing in again. Busy out the back. There's ice cream vans and so on.
Did you get an ice? We got offered ice cream.
I did get an ice cream.
What did you get?
I don't often eat an ice cream. I had a Mars.
Oh, did you? I turned it down today.
Did you?
Yeah, well, I thought I had one yesterday. Can't have one every day. I'm on a health kick, you know.
Good. Well, that's very resilient of you, Alex.
Everyone listening to the radio couldn't see Ags's face when I said that, then it was a face of shock.
I didn't give it away, did I? 82 for 1. And this is tossed up, flicked away into the onside. And that's going out towards the boundary. Full toss. And Duckett goes to 57. 86 for 1. Poor ball this.
Yeah, not great delivery. The full toss, and obviously with a set batter, they're going to take advantage of it. Duckett did reach for it to make it a full toss, didn't he? To hit the ball into the leg side, but Santner now just rubbing his hands in the dirt to make sure his hands aren't moist. That ball can't slip out.
And he goes again and bowls, tossing it up. And driven offside this time, past mid-off, who dives. But it was never really going to work, that dive, and I think O'Rourke knew it. And another 4. It's not a good start for Santner. It is a strange action because it's a sort of basic flaw, really. It is a flaw in an action. If you're not using your leading arm, whether you're a fast bowler or a spinner, you're not going to be nearly as effective in all sorts of different ways. In terms of energy and effort, but also accuracy, height. There's so many things that leading arm controls. And yet, here he is now. He's a senior player, isn't he? But it's never been addressed, or it doesn't appear to be addressed anyway.
I think it's because he has been so successful in the shorter format of the game as well. But he uses it, but it just comes down far too early, doesn't it? Yeah. Or I say far too early, a lot earlier than other spinners.
Yeah.
We try and hold that front arm up for as long as possible.
He goes again and bowls, and this time Duckett, so he blocks that back to the bowler again. He's on 61, 90 for 1. Lots of play left today. I suspect the crowd might thin out a bit before the end. Santner trots in, bowls short outside the off stump, and Duckett tries to force that, doesn't time it. Feel that it's at cover point. The Welsh flag flying over there to our left. Rogerston Cricket Club. You come across them?
Nope.
I have to be honest, I not have a clue where Rogerston is, apart from it being obviously in Wales.
I was about to say that.
Apart from that, Duckett, they catch it, they shout, is chop that away down to deep backward point. Wasn't near anybody likely to catch that. Another single, 91 for 1. Where's Rogerston?
Just across the border?
Yeah, just outside Cardiff.
Is it? Never seen a sign for Rogerston. Maybe it's one of those long Welsh ones that you can't, don't really understand, but he'd go into Wales to start with. It's on tossed up, defended, pushed away into the onside. I shall look for Rogerston from now on.
More just outside Newport.
Does it say much about it? They've got a very big flag. It's probably the biggest flag on the ground.
It's in the historic county of Monmouthshire, Haggers.
Right. Famous
it's on the eastern side of the Ebu River.
Anyone famous for Rogerston?
The silence says enough.
Probably not.
It's got a power station.
Excellent. There you go.
It's got a power station.
Hang on, modern day Rogerston it says there. I saw on your page.
It's got some open spaces that are popular.
Right, we're all going to Rogerston. 91 for 1. Duckett's on 62. And then comes Sears round the wicket and bowls and drive there, punched into the offside by Duckett down towards the Rogerston flag, actually, at a deep point. And they take another run, 92 for 1. It's nice to know where these places are, isn't it?
It's got a very long Wikipedia page.
Barack Obama, David Cameron visited pupils at the school there in 2014 when there was a NATO summit at the Celtic Manor Resort, which is nearby.
Good Lord. I'm sure it was an unforgettable day out for Barack. Probably still talks about it. 92 for 1. Bethel 24. Over his bat now. The drone sets off. In comes Sears. Bowls. Tucked away off his hip. They're running that first one hard. New Zealand really, their opening stand was excellent. And these two now also. Throw comes in. Powerful 1-2 from the deep. But Duckett already in his ground. 2 runs taken, 94 for 1. Bethel goes to 26. So you can take some sucking in some air there every time you run a 2. Really hard work. And Bethel steps into the crease again. Here comes Sears. Pavilion behind him, a big leap and he bowls. That hits the pad. Just trickles away to be picked up by Blundell, the wicket keeper. Leg by, very daintily signalled by umpire Menon down there at the far end. Still no sign of these Spanish storms.
No. In fact, the clouds that started to build earlier have disappeared.
I was looking at I was very kindly sent a lightning map by somebody. It's actually quite dramatic. There's a lot of lightning going on in the north of England at the moment. It shows you the live lightning, and there's a lot happening. Sears bounds in, bowls, and Duckett plays that beautifully again, just opening the face of the bat. Ball runs quickly away out to our left, out to Smith at deep point. Hello to Liz and Thomas Buckley. We love cricket in our house. Our son Thomas achieved his first 50 last Saturday, and today my husband Mark turns 50. Mark's been a faithful follower of TMS for years, and now we all listen. It would make Mark's day even more special if you could wish him happy birthday. Consider it done. One of ours is birthday today, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Sears bowling. That's brushed away down towards fine leg for another boundary. And the 100 comes up for England. They've lost 1 wicket. Duckett 64. Moving along nicely. So too's Bethel now, 30 from 44 balls. There's the applause. A score a little bit slow going up on the board, hence the crowd. Perhaps not recognising immediately that the 100 was up. Yes, Jack Wood, who works with us here, his birthday today.
You wouldn't know though, because he's not worn a happy birthday badge all day.
No.
And now he's not wearing a crown that says birthday king on it.
No, none of that. No, he's the next one, pushed up off the front foot out towards point. No, he's a sort of retiring character.
Yeah, doesn't like the attention.
No. But happy birthday, Jack. I'm having a lovely day with all your friends in Nottingham. Are you? Obviously I'm going home tonight. Are you taking Jack out for?
I can't believe you're not doing the TMS birthday dinner.
Well, unfortunately I can't this evening.
Yes, we are all, by you, taking Jack out for tea.
Good, very nice. There's lots of choice in Nottingham. Where are you going to go, do you know?
Jack's actually booked somewhere. It's probably not your kind of establishment anyway.
Isn't it?
No. Imagine it's a bar.
Weatherspoons.
Maybe a walkabout.
Oh, not going there again. Right, we've got Santner bowling now. And that's pushed away into the leg side, and there's no run.
Other pub chains are available.
Well, yes, they are. There's a lot of them. Yes, that was Anyway. 101 for 1. Bethel on 31. In goes Santner. And, he's just chopped that away past slip. And they'll come back for 2. Think about the third. They're not going to get it. The fielder's already got the throw on the way. 103 for 1. Bethel 33. And Duckett has 64.
What we found in the first innings watching Bashir bowl was the full deliveries were so easy to score off. So Santner just needs to be more back of a length than full. That's his margin for error.
And he goes again, bowls short and pulled away into the leg side. Smith should get that. Yes, he does at mid-on. Tumbling over as he fields it. They take another run. 104 for 1. And Santner really hasn't found his consistent length here yet.
No, when you think of a spinner bowling in the heat and you want them to hold up an end, I instantly always just think of Graham Swan and how he would just do it for hours and hours.
Oh, yes. Santner again, bowls. Oh, he's cut that very late and very fine. Down through third man. The fielder's not going to get there. Very well played. He knows this ground so well. He just knows the angles.
That's the 100 partnership in just 16 overs and 5 balls.
It doesn't really matter where you play on any of these test wickets. You know that towards that stand on our right hand side it's always going to be a short boundary.
Just beat the field. It's gone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep, so 100 partnership. Bethel's contribution is 34. Duckett is now 60, not out. He's looking very good form of the day till he's run out. And goes Santner creeping in, he bowls a little bit turn there, but it's short again, so Duckett can cut. And again, it's that poor old Sears down there who's running around all over the place. It's the last thing you want to do when you're mid-spell. It's got an enormous sun hat on. And he's patrolling that point boundary for Duckett. So it's not the kindest place for a captain to put a fast bowler. He's always going to be busy down there. 109 for 1. The last ball of Santner's over. In he goes. It's defended stubbornly by Bethel to end that over. So Duckett will be on strike. It's 109 for 1. Duckett 69. Bethel has 34. Alex, some thoughts from you? And then Dan Norcross is coming in.
No, you're absolutely right, Aggers. Santner yes, he's only bowled 3 overs, but he has just been a little bit of licorice all sorts, hasn't managed to get his length right. And we saw him just take the pace off on one of those deliveries, and it did turn towards both left-handers. Well, it turned towards Duckett, who signalled to Bethel. Yep, that has turned a little bit, that one. But you want him to be more economical here. You need him and Sears to be bowling in a partnership, but actually since tea they've been expensive, both these bowlers.
Hello, Alex.
Hello, Dan.
Right, 109 for 1. England going off like a train here. It's not far off 6 and over. Ben Duckett on 69 is facing up. Sears bowls full on off stump, defended the offside, no run. Have you mentioned this already, Andy? Is this Bethel's highest first innings score?
It's the first time he's reached 20 in the first innings. His previous 8 tests, a total of 70 runs in his 8 first innings.
There you go. Well, by the way, India are struggling a little in the first T20 against Ireland in Belfast. They're 96 for 5 after 11, chasing 183. Tell you more about that in a moment as Sears is in. This is driven, but with no timing, 2 extra cover, so there's no run. Commentary on that's on Sports Extra 3, available via BBC Sounds.
Me and producer Adam are just so telepathic. I was literally about to say,
yeah,
India need 84 in 50 balls.
Oh, and who's in at
5
the moment?
down. Washington, Sundar and Dubey.
Oh, Shivam. All right. Who's got the wickets? Curtis Camphor not playing?
No, he's broken his hand.
He's broken his hand?
Sears broke his hand, didn't he?
He's broken. Of course he has.
Me and Aggers were just half joking about that.
Oh dear, I'm sorry. Here's Sears again. Forward comes Duckett and glides the ball off an open face down to deep backward point and takes a single, moves to 70. So who has been taking the wickets for them? They've been spread around.
Yeah.
Matt Hollard, looked like Holland. Liam McCarthy with 1. Jai Mundra and Matthew Humphrey. Slightly new look T20 side from the last Irish T20 side we saw.
Plagued by injuries at the minute, Dan.
Are they?
Mark Adair, side strain. Barry McCarthy, ACL. Curtis Camphor, broken hand.
Not ideal, and yet they're giving India a good game there.
Yeah.
Sears in now to Bethel. And Bethel drives beautifully up to mid-on, but there is a mid-on who's quite straight. It was a really nice shot. Felt like the middle of the bat. He's shaping up nicely here is Bethel, 110 for 1. England showing the intent, the energy and the positivity. Despite being hit for 317 for a first wicket, you can say they've comprehensively come back since then. There is a little bit of weather around, as they say. Not today, over the next few days. We're hoping we're going to miss most of it. There's a Spanish plume, we were told this morning, which is like a layer cake of darkness. As Sears comes into Bethel, drives, so extra cover for 4. To the right of mid-off, but not far to the right of mid-off. Beautifully threaded, brilliantly placed, wonderfully timed. Bethel's looking good, dare I say it, on 38, England 114 for 1.
It's a good over from Sears until then, but too full, this delivery, and a half volley for Bethel, being able to drive the ball through the covers. And says thank you very much.
Has anyone bowled over the wicket to these left-handers yet? Because I know everybody says it's a brilliant, but at the moment it's not working. You can try both. England's bowlers did go sort of back and forth for a while, didn't they? Stokes did, certainly, as Sears is in. This is worked into the onside. Ball that slightly popped on Bethel. Plays it off the front foot, takes a single and keeps strike. 6 off the over, 115 for 1. Bethel to 39. Because it is still possible to get people out that way, especially players who are aggressively minded and want to drive a ball across with the angle. And I know there's not much swing, so I know LBW is going to be difficult. But it's getting a bit same old, isn't it, Alex?
It is. Post-tea as well. England just upping that run rate. It's just felt slightly easier, hasn't it?
What was the score at tea?
73 for 1. So they have
42.
42 in 6 overs.
Woof.
20 overs gone. England have scored a boundary or more in 16 of those 20 overs.
Well, I never. Duckett's going at better than a runner ball 70. 63 balls he's faced. His first half century since in the Test match, since the Oval last year. His highest score since Headingley, is it perhaps, by now? And he played really, really well in that opening partnership to help get England over the line in a big run chase. It is incredibly hot, by the way. I know it's obvious it's incredibly hot, but it's really humid with it, and I'm seeing quite a lot of people in a degree of distress around this ground, so do take care if you're listening in. Hydrate.
Find shade, please.
I mean, I'm not normally good at health advice, but do please find shade, yes. And Santner starts a new over. This is flicked off the back foot nicely past a diving mid-wicket. He'll get a single. Latham there might have stopped that, but he didn't get down quickly enough. 116 for 1, Bethel to 40. There are plenty of highlights to catch up on tonight, on Today at the Test, with Alex Hartley no less. She's here. 6 New Zealand wickets. 6 New Zealand wickets and 1 England wicket. And a fair few runs. That's BBC Two and iPlayer at 7 p.m. And we'll also round things up the TMS podcast on BBC Sounds. And Santner tosses one up and it's swept away through deep backward square. The chase is on. I fancy it's futile. It is. Fine shot from Duckett, down on one knee, and got it not that far behind square. 124. As pigeon post has arrived for Andy Zoltzman. Andy Zoltman. Have a word.
That could be your new stage name.
Zoltman. I'm desperate to know what's inside it. It's an envelope with something inside it. Careful. There's a cheque fallen out.
There's a tenner.
Oh, I say. Is that from a maiden aunt? As Santner waits and will now come in again to Duckett on 74. Duckett goes back in his crease, just gets a little tucked up, but gets back down on it and slip fields on the bounce. Anything exciting? He's keeping it from us. It's quite it's a lengthy note in blue.
It's an invitation to appear in a podcast.
Oh, lovely.
How official.
Yeah.
I know they just sent a text.
Yeah. Santner, flatter, has edged just past slip, a diving slip. It's going to run down to the boundary for 4. It's gone very fine, just past the left hand of the keeper and to the right of a diving Mitchell. It would have been a great catch because it was going at some pace, but I wonder if he got any fingers on it. And that has just bounced a touch on well, I say it has bounced a little bit. Mitchell's are quite wide, perhaps. Is he where you'd want him to be?
He's where I would want him to be.
Well, in that case, maybe Duckett's just got a bit lucky. He's found that gap. There's no chance for keeper.
I think he's actually gone finer now.
He has, because his right foot's now more in line with the popping crease, the return crease, or whatever it is. As he goes on the reverse sweep, doesn't really get much of it. We'll get a single down to deep backward point. But that 4 and that single has now taken Duckett to 79 and England 125 for 1 in this, what over are we in? The 21st over. They're going at the moment, they're going at exactly a run a ball.
That's satisfying.
It is, isn't it? I like it when that happens.
Yeah.
I mean, they maintain a pace like that. And they've made a big inroad into the 4-3-8 as Santner's in. Bethel goes back into his crease and pushes into the ground. It bounces up and off the short leg. And there is no run. Are you off? Going to get some cool and some shade. Find a fan. There's lots of fans knocking about. The hand fans, they're everywhere.
There's probably about, 20,000 of them in this ground?
I would say so. It is hot. So 10 off that over as well. You've got one. Yours is very dinky, Andy. Have you had that? Is that an old version? Because there are these bigger ones that go on a little stand nowadays.
It's new.
New? It's very discreet. Alistair Cook's going to rejoin us with a session run rate standing at 7.43, 7 overs, 52 runs scored. And he's O'Rourke coming back into the attack. You sort of feel like he has to here, Alistair. There's England 125 for 1. This is what New Zealand would have dreaded at the start of the day.
Absolutely, they would have dreaded it. And almost, I'd love to have seen the odds.
At 317 for none.
We'll go 316 for none. If you'd have told,
so you had
all
time.
Of us to try and predict the score.
What's going on? They're changing the ball. we've got a ball change by the looks of things. Yes, they are going to change the ball.
If we could have predicted the score at 4:30 on day 2, how many people would have got it right?
Well, I don't think I had England only 313 runs behind, because when did the time of the first wicket go down? No, you don't check. Was it 5:25 though? I've got a feeling it was about then. So if you think that at 5:25 yesterday, which is about an hour away, New Zealand at that point were 317 runs to the good and hadn't lost a wicket, and that if you then job forward less than a day's cricket, that England would be fewer runs behind. That seems absurd, doesn't it?
It's madness. It's madness. Similar to the game in Perth, I suppose. At lunch on day...
Oh, yeah, 99 ahead.
Was that lunch on day 2?
With 9 wickets in hand. And
lost
the game. Yeah, seems, again, impossible, doesn't it?
It does seem impossible. And I'm still... Must be one of the highest scores. It's going to be... that New Zealand are going to be under some serious pressure, aren't they, at some stage?
Well, it feels like it. I mean, obviously, things can change. When you've got those runs on a board, a couple of wickets goes down, everything looks different.
I just can't see New Zealand with this bowling lineup being able to control England at any stage. And the only person who feels as if, certainly the left-handers, will be different, Santner bowling to the right-handers, is that control. And is Brett Tickner off the field? Because they've just shown... Sorry... Yeah, just shown on the TV screen, you know, the blow he took to Archer on the floor, and I can't see him out there and wonder whether there is concerns about him. He didn't bowl particularly well.
He didn't. He did delight us with his approach to the wicket, though, which is truly the jauntiest start to a run-up you could ever wish to see. Now then, we are almost ready to recommence, but Duckett hasn't got his helmet on. I don't know why. Now he's going to the umpire. He could have actually maybe had a chat about this, or is it something in his eye?
Yeah. It's also testing a little promise I made to myself.
Oh, yeah?
As a commentator, when I first got invited to be a commentator, I really wanted to make sure that I would be on the positive side of it. Right. So, say it's a good shot.
Yes.
But most times, the reason it's a good shot is because it's a bad ball. And you could say, oh, that's a half volley, or you say that's a cracking cover drive.
Duckett on strike. O'Rourke into him. Oh, and he gets a short ball. He under edges, and it goes nearly so close. Well, it does go so close, but it goes nearly back on the stumps. And it's almost as if that ball, he played the shot too early almost, and he expected it to come through, and it didn't. But he's got away with it. Yeah, he was...
No, I think it's the other way.
Everything's gone wrong there.
Yeah, I think
everything's weird.
Yeah, I think he got beaten for pace.
Let's see.
He was in control, and then it hit him a bit. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, it was ugly.
It was very weird. The bat's turned in his hand, and anyway, it's come down to the ground and missed the stump. So we will continue your thought about positivity in a moment as O'Rourke turns and runs in, and Duckett defends a back of a length ball into the covers. There's no run.
So, you know, I want to look at the positive side of it. So
yes.
The positive side would be England have played really nicely. They've been in the field. They've scored. They've actually played lovely. And there's no such thing as easy test runs, because I know what it's like out there. Ask Gay. Like, he had to field and he's out for naught, and he's sat there, not easy watching this.
No.
Do you know what I mean? When your mates are, they cannot stop them scoring. And I was like, right, I've got to be. Say the good shot, but I've just watched that last half an hour of bowling and just...
O'Rourke in, Duckett drives, but not with timing, up to wide mid-off, no run.
And it has been poor.
Yeah.
You know, just poor in terms of hitting any kind of area for more than 2 or 3 balls at a time. But I'm aware of it. I've had my little off microphone rant about it. I'm going to try and be positive.
Is there a degree to which we can give credit to the batters for, you know, putting the bowlers under the pressure that makes them make the errors? Would you like to try it that way?
Yeah, I could say that. I mean, straight away, Ben Duckett put Nathan Smith under the pressure. You know, first loose ball in the first over, he crashed for 4, followed by another drive. Here's
O'Rourke, turns and runs in. That's tucked into the onside. There's masses of space. It's going out towards deep square leg. They're not going to take it. We're just in front of square. And Santner runs in from the boundary to field, so just take the one. Duckett to 80. 126 for 1 brings Bethel on strike.
So you can say that, the positive, and then therefore they know they can't miss. So that's a positive thing. And
I mean, they're
every
missing
time
Henry, aren't they? They're missing Control.
And
they're missing Jameson.
And probably Phillips, and the fact that if you have 2 left-handers and an off-spinner, you could then bowl at these 2 and something. Anyway, but it hasn't been the best bowling I have seen. England have cashed in, and they're right back in this game. They are absolutely back in this game. And I think if I was Tom Latham here, you've got your best bowler on, I would try and create some kind of pressure here. Going back to sound like an old captain here, but sweepers on both sides. Your best bowler, no, you might have to do it for an inexperienced bowler, but he's going at less than 2s. He's going less than 3s. Apologies, where the team is going over 6s. Get one of those sweepers up.
Here is O'Rourke, and it's pulled by Bethel down towards the boundary. He's going to get there. He's got it fine enough. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that's where he wanted to put it. 130 for 1. I've got some news on Tickner. He's off with dizziness and nausea, and there's quite a lot of that about today. Dizziness and nausea. I don't think that's entirely where he intended it, because he's sort of kind of a bit under edgy, but look, it's fine. It's 4 more.
Again, I'm not going to be cynical about that. I'm going to say I hope he's okay, because it's a nasty blow.
This is so fascinating watching you know.
I'm fighting a few demons here.
Well, you were being empathic before, if you remember. Here's O'Rourke in driving his Bethel, but straight to short extra cover, and there's no run. 130 for 1 at the end of the over. Bethel 44, Duckett 80. Remember last time we were on, you were feeling all sorts of things for people. Now you're trying to be positive. Has something happened to suddenly turn you into sweetness and light?
Would you say I'm not nice?
I'm not saying that at all. I just say that you're a realistic man, a grizzled former cricketer.
Well, I'm realistic about Tickner.
You're realistic.
My insides are telling me something about the Tickner, but obviously...
Well, it's hot and bothersome out there, as it is for everybody. You can follow us, by the way, in lots of ways, including via smart speaker. Just ask your smart speaker to play 5 Sports Extra. You say, play 5 Sports Extra. That's how you do it. Or if you want the exciting climax to Ireland v India, you can say to your smart speaker, play Sports Extra 3, for that is where you'll find it. You can send a message to us directly without having to type a single thing. Just say to your smart speaker, this is amazing, ask BBC Sounds to send a comment. And then you then say the comment, and hey presto, up it comes. You don't even have to type anymore.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping someone might be able to help me.
Santner's still in, and he tosses one up, and has been larruped through mid-wicket for 4. I mean, he's just treated that with such disdain, Duckett. It's the moment there was a bit of flight, he said, that's no problem. And he's just whacked it agriculturally, but timing's sweet and lovely. He can trust the pitch. And he's just taken him down.
It's a great shot.
Wicket.
Great shot.
There you go, positive.
It is. No, that's clever batting. Pierces the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on.
130
with the spin, good shot.
134 for 1. Santner in again. He goes again. And where's he got this? It's going out towards deep mid-wicket. It will be cut off this time. They'll come back for a couple. 136 for 1. Duckett to 86.
And this is Ben Duckett at his best, isn't it?
It's a bit of a danger zone for Duckett, though, isn't it? He has a habit around this area of not converting. Yeah, and he's got beautiful position here to be in on his home ground on a flat deck against New Zealand bowlers who are actually scratching their heads. They don't know what they're doing.
Sorry, I interrupted you about 3 times. You kept adding extra things. I was saying, but this is Duckett's his USP, isn't it? Like taking spinners down, hitting him. He's so hard to bowl to as a spinner. The sweeps, both sides of the wickets. So short and picking length. No, he's not so short but he's very good at picking length.
Right, I'm going to test the newfound gentle, positive Alistair Cook here.
No, well, the reason I'm saying I want to say how well England are batted, not how badly New Zealand are bowled.
Well, you have, but I get to ask the questions here. So Santner is in, tossed up, defended on the front foot, back to the bowler. If Shoaib Bashir was none for 34 or 4.3 overs, you'd be saying skipper's got a problem, wouldn't you?
Well, I think New Zealand have a problem. Absolutely, they do. They thought that Santner would be their control bowler.
He's in now to Duckett. Full toss. Flicked away down to deep square leg. It's a bit of a pie, but he's hasn't taken full toll. But he sort of doesn't need to, because he's at a 4 or 2. And he just in a controlled fashion picks up a single. 137 for 1, Duckett 87. And
without being too cynical again, when was the last time Santner played a bit of red ball cricket to get a bit of rhythm?
That's a generous point.
Again, he hasn't. I mean, he was at the IPL, I'm sure, wasn't he?
I don't know when he last played a red ball game. Andy might be able to tell us. We talk about preparation a lot. Santner is in to Bethel. Bethel goes back into his crease and cracks it through the covers for 4. Great, finds himself the space he needed. There is a man at cover point, but there's a big gap between extra cover and where cover point is, or would be, and he's just smacked it through. He does hit the ball so hard, Bethel. By the way, in Belfast, India 129 for 6. I need 54 for the last 5. That's live on Sports Extra 3, if you want that. But at the moment, there's quite a lot going on for England's batters. A 141 for 1 in the 23rd over, going over a runner ball. Santner in to complete the over. And Bethel goes back into his crease and whips the ball off the back foot up to Smith at mid-on. End of another expensive over, 9 from it. Santner, 39 runs from 5. Bethel, 48. Duckett, 87. I'm getting out of the way. Stephen Finn's coming in. And Andy Zonsman has a point to make.
It's 11 from the over, so 54 from Santner's 5. He last played red ball cricket in a 2-test series against Zimbabwe last year. Picked up 4 wickets in the first game, only bowled 1 over in the second game. So that began on the 7th of August last year. So
So we're not surprised then, really. He's struggling to find a bit of rhythm with his bowling, and Bethel scoring a few runs, I think, adds to my argument about coming into a Test match series with absolutely no red ball practice. He has 4 knocks, doesn't score any runs. Suddenly, after the 5th knock, he's found a bit of rhythm and he's scoring some runs. Hello, Stephen.
Hello. You like being improved, right, don't you?
You can argue anything, can't you?
O'Rourke to Duckett, defends into the offside off the back foot, into the vacant point region, but there is no run. 141 for 1, Duckett 87, Bethel 48. And is it possible to work out what the score was this time yesterday? Because what a difference a day makes.
Roughly, I don't keep times, but if we're 40 minutes into the evening session, so maybe the 9th over after tea, I guess.
About 70 overs?
Not quite, so it'll be 63, 276 for naught.
There we go. What a different complexion we have now. O'Rourke in, defended off the splice of the bat by Duckett, into point again, but no run. Another dot ball. But that's why we love Test cricket, isn't it? Because you don't get the fluctuations in a game or the games within a game that you do in Tests in any other format, in my opinion.
Well, I think 316 for naught, although the one run before New Zealand lost wickets. The good old phrase of cliche, it would be a good game to win from here. Looked a long way off for England, but I would say England now, with the sides available, we're not talking about full strength New Zealand, actually England are favourites of this game.
Yeah, feels like a lot rides on this spell from O'Rourke, who's round the wicket to Duckett, who thrashes this without timing towards mid-off for another dot ball.
So I'm just going to clarify that favourite, as in they are more likely to win. I'm not sure. Wonder whether this wicket might be too good for a result. That's my thing. But I say that England, I would, if I was a betting man, I'd say actually England have more chance at this stage now.
Yeah, and I bet the odds don't reflect that still at this moment in time. Well, when I was downstairs doing TV just now, it was about 40% England. No, sorry, 40% New Zealand, 25% England to win the game.
I mean, I suppose if you actually look at the score, which I assume all the the computer or AI friends from AI are saying England still trail by quite a lot.
297, yeah. But it is. I mean, we were sat here yesterday wondering if England would ever take a wicket, and they ended up taking all 10 wickets for about 120 now. O'Rourke round the wicket to Duckett, drives back down the ground, fielded by O'Rourke and his follow through nicely actually. And it's a dot ball. Now New Zealand just conferring with the umpires there before that delivery about trying to get the ball changed, which is a valid method of trying to make something happen, isn't it? sometimes it just doesn't feel right in your hands.
So they only changed it 16 balls ago.
Okay.
So
well,
maybe they don't like the new one.
Well, that's it. I mean, it's not working for them, is it? Mitchell Santner, I mean, it seems inconceivable that he's going to keep on bowling 5 overs for 39, but Blair Tickner off the field with nausea and dizziness. Running out of options here in New Zealand as O'Rourke again from the broad end bowls a bounce and it goes up over the keeper's head for 4. Buys, yes, buys, not wide, buys. And it was banged in very, very short, and Blundell made a half attempt to stop that because he'd have needed to be stood on his own shoulders to catch that. 145 for 1.
So just clarifying, I assume Tickner is off because of the blow he took to Archer.
You would imagine so, yeah.
And because of that,
yes,
they are allowed to replace him for concussion. But are they only allowed to replace him overnight? Could they make the call?
I think if the doctor says now and it's corroborated, I think that they'd be able to make the change now. O'Rourke. Duckett twitches at the knees and waits and pulls hard out towards deep backwards square leg. That's going to be 4 more. Pierces the gap between long leg and deep backwards square for 4 more, and Duckett's into the 90s. He moves on to 91. Bethell has 48 and England flying now, 149 for 1.
Well, just the casual 8 of the over. And that's why, for me, those runs, they trail by 289. With an hour and 45 today, yes, the scoring rate's going to come down a bit towards the end, but if Duckett stays out for the next hour and 45, England are going to trail closer to 150 by the end of the day. 160, 170, I'm going to say another 100 an hour and a half.
But they're not trying, are they? I think that's the important point. When you look at the scorecard here, you look at it without having watched the game and you think, England must be taking risks. They must be chancing their arm. Maybe they've gone back to the Baz Ball of old, but it just doesn't feel like that. It's just been gifted so many scoring opportunities by New Zealand through an inability to create any degree of pressure.
I also wonder now whether you go back to Smith, their best line bowler, keep her up. One slip if you have to. I wouldn't even mind if they didn't have a slip. I think you should have one. Ring the field up, bowl absolutely gun barrel straight.
That's what England did, really, wasn't it? There are gaps both sides of the wicket here for the England batters to be able to score with the way that New Zealand are bowling at the moment, but by just bowling straight, you can control the scoring rate more. Now Santner is still bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Bethell, very full and clipped out towards deep backward square leg. It just dribbles out there, so Bethell moves on to 49 with that single, and England to 150 off 24.1 overs. This partnership worth 142. And as we were just saying, no risks taken. Been playing the percentages, waiting for the opportunities to score, and 2 batters who look as though they're determined to cash in a lean series, lean runs of form. Bethell this summer, but Duckett in particular. Santner over the wicket, and Duckett just patiently dabs this into the onside. Initially thinks about coming back for 2 as Ravindra runs round from deep mid-wicket to collect that. Just the single though, 151 for 1. But certainly here, this must just be as a batter, you're just telling yourself to stop the man on your shoulder talking to you and saying play a big shot and back the truck up and cash in. Santner to Bethell. It's timed nicely out towards wide mid-on where Smith does the fielding, and that single brings Jacob Bethell his 50 from 60 deliveries. Well received by this Trent Bridge crowd. It's almost full out there despite the blazing sunshine and the heat, and they're being treated here to a very dominant and patient display of batting from these 2. 50 runs from 60 balls, 8 fours, the first time he's passed 50 in the first innings of a test match.
Yes, his 5th 50-plus score in all, including that one brilliant century in Sydney.
And Santner is quickly to the back of his mark and in again to Duckett this time, who turns towards mid-wicket and beats a flopping fielder there, Tom Latham. Just a single added, 153 for 1.
Just his 9th test, the first time he's passed 20 in the first innings. Also his 4th home test, he'd scored just 40 runs in 6 innings in the previous 3. But overall, a very good start to his career.
Yeah, well, looks good for it now. 1-5-3 for one. Santner, Bethel goes back and is almost caught on the crease there, defending this into the offside dot ball.
Yeah, this is the moment where you've got to be really greedy, really on it though.
Is it hard to do?
I think sometimes batting, you get that period where it becomes too easy, and before you know it, it's happened. You've made that stupid mistake.
Can't say I know that feeling. Bethel faces up to Sant, the defender, back down the pitch. Dot ball.
And it can happen, and you're like, oh, what have I done? And before you know it, you're out for 50 odd, sat down and changing,
watching someone else score,
scoring your runs. And the more time you get into that thing, the less it happens, because you know how important it is.
Well, that's a drinks break, and England are finally poised here. They still trail by 285 runs. The score 153 for one, but what we're watching in front of us is not befitting of a team who trail by 285. They really are flying along, and in Ireland, we might have an upset for the ages. Ireland in the first innings 182 for 9, and India have slumped to 138 for 8, so needing 45 runs to win from 3 overs. 2 wickets remaining, and the in-batters are Harshit Rana and Arshdeep Singh. So Ireland on the cusp of a monumentous victory, and Talk Sport. Oh, I'm going to get sacked. It's only my second down the job. BBC.
You can go and work for them over there.
5 Sports Extra 3. You can follow the closing of that game. Massive victory for Ireland.
A massive victory, and also India should play the youngsters, shouldn't they?
Well, he has to, doesn't he?
Has to play.
I mean,
the cricketing gods have turned on them because of that.
I think Varney said he's going to start a social media campaign to get the young fella in for the next test, for the next T20.
The 150 for England, 24.1 overs, is their third fastest that they ever reached 150 in Test cricket, behind the 2 innings in Rawalpindi in the 2022 series, December 2022. They reached it in 150 in 22.2 overs with no wickets down in the first innings, and 22.4 overs for 3 in the second innings. So this third on that list, and the fastest they've ever done so in England.
Well, and they've not taken any risks. I think that's the thing that stood out to me, really. It's just been smart batting, and everything that encapsulates this team when they play well, I think they've done here, and yeah, they really are in a fantastic position in this game.
Talking about when you miss out on a flat one of my early experiences of Graham Gooch as my coach. He used to be first team coach, but occasionally came back and took the second team, and we're playing Warwickshire at Chelmsford. It was on near very short boundary on the sides, and we're 180 for 1 at lunch, and I was 90 odd not out, and Mark Bettini was 80 odd. It was obviously very small for me to be on there. And Gucci, he liked the batting, but he was, he has a bit of that concern, because it was, I think Mark Bettini's first scoring shot was a 6 over extra cover to get off the mark. And anyway, he came up to me and said, make sure you get yourself back in after lunch. Second ball or third ball, I had a massive whooshka at it. Caught keeper, trudging off, thinking, oh my God, Gucci's
How old are you at this stage?
18. 18, I think I was 18, right? And I thought, oh no, Gucci's going to give me an almighty rollicking. Anyway, so I trudge off, try and avoid it. And I was like, when's it coming? Didn't say a word to me. Anyways, Mark Bettini went on to go and get, I got 240 or something. And as he got out, like clapping, standing on the balcony at Chelsea clapping, and Gucci just tapped me on the shoulder and goes, "It's got your runs there, mate." It's the only thing he said about it, and I was like, yeah, fair point.
I've spent a bit of time with Gucci actually the last week or so at the Oval Test. He was on fine form, recounting stories. And it's a famous story from 1986 with the Richard Hadley wearing the World 11 T-shirt. Have you heard that story?
I'll have to save it.
Story. We'll have to. I wouldn't do it justice. I feel like we need Graham Gooch to do that. No, drinks are over. O'Rourke's in, and this is pulled by Duckett. An appeal. Duckett looking to pull that very similarly to the way James Roux got out in the previous Test match, and New Zealand convinced that this one has stayed down, and there's some conferring in the middle of the pitch. O'Rourke trying to convince Latham to go upstairs. Blundell saying I don't know, and Latham's gone for it. Unsurprising, really. You have to have a look. I'd be surprised if this is hitting the stumps though. 153 for one, and it's Duckett on 93 who this review is against.
He's showing the New Zealand players where it's hit him on his not so big pads, so I think that's a little bit irrelevant where it's hit him, because he's not a big fella, but surely this is going over. He is just a long way back in his crease.
It certainly skipped through, and it's hit him on the thigh pad. I think that's too high. I mean, Ben Duckett is a small man, but the way that Will O'Rourke gets the ball to bounce, he's on his tiptoes as well. The leg that it's hit him on is off the ground, so there's no bat involved. And this is going straight to ball tracking. All right, it's hit him in line, but
Pitching out sort of impact in line. Wickets missing. Newton, you can stay with your original not out decision. Stand by.
yeah, it felt unlikely that was
Your on-screen signal now.
ever going to be overturned. Nitin Menon. One more correct one for the stats.
Be happy, won't he?
Yeah.
Umpire. Easy decision, but understandable why New Zealand take the review.
And you have three, don't you? So they've lost one there. So New Zealand have two left. England have three. But it is desperate times for New Zealand here. There's still an hour and 33 minutes left this evening to play. England trail by 285. And Will O'Rourke feels like the main threat at the moment for New Zealand. 1 for 23 he has from 7.1. He's in again to Duckett, who turns this into the onside off the splice of the bat and dribbles away slowly over the wickets to the vacant square leg fielder. One added to the score, 154 for one.
Just quickly on that, England 150 in 24.1 overs, the fastest any team has ever reached 150 in a test in England.
Well played. And they've got New Zealand on the ropes here. Will O'Rourke, his long run up, pacing back in. The shadows aren't lengthening yet, only 5 o'clock here in Nottingham. He turns at the top of his mark and runs from the Stuart Broad end towards Jacob Bethel, who is hit on the thigh pad, and it goes back down the pitch towards the bowler, who collects in his follow through. Dot ball. What are you thinking here? Are you thinking see O'Rourke off, or you just wait and pounce on anything that loose that he bowls? Because he is the main threat, isn't he?
Absolutely be aware of. He is New Zealand's main bowler. Try and take as few risks as you can. You know, you hear about going up and down tempos. This is a great example of being able to. You don't have to continue. A few dot balls. You know this heat is only going to have at best 30 balls in a spell.
And recognise the moment in a game.
This is it. But if you're New Zealand, I'm now flipping onto New Zealand's thing as a very late no ball is called.
154 for one.
O'Rourke's back at his mark. They're thinking the game can change very quickly.
155 for one. One added by the no ball.
Giving it 2 no balls.
Yeah. The partnership onto 147 now. Duckett on 94. Bethel facing up on 50. O'Rourke roars in round the wicket, back of a length, and just played off the inside half of the bat, off the back foot by Bethel, behind square on the leg side for a single. 156 for one.
Yeah, and New Zealand just have to say, well, look, we got ourselves in a great position. England fought back. New Zealand can do that. The difference for me is just the control in pretty much 1 out of the 5 bowlers New Zealand have got. So this is a good example. A bit of game awareness, knowing the threat. Where was it where England were playing and you literally thought you have one spell to see off the danger bowler? Oh, it was Mitchell Starc in Perth, I thought.
O'Rourke to Duckett on 96. It's pulled out towards fine leg. Is it going to beat the fielder down there? Yes, it is. Duckett on to 98. On his home ground, he loves batting here. Runs earlier in the season, averages around 47, and that's only going up at this venue now. So England on to 160. The partnership goes past 150.
Yeah, in just 23.5 overs.
So there we are. Rapid scoring from these two, but it does feel like it's been a patient partnership, and Duckett here has an opportunity to reach a Test 100.
Patient. They're scoring at 7 runs a night.
But it does feel patient.
Like it.
But it's counterintuitive, but I think those statements can coexist. Now Duckett faces up. O'Rourke round the wicket. This is tucked round the corner, and will Duckett set off for 2? No, it was a cumbersome first run from Duckett, who didn't really want to take the risk, so he moves on to 99. England to 161 for the loss of just that 1 wicket, and Emilio Gay will be sat there thinking, oh man, why did I have to get strangled down the leg side today? Of all days, Blair Tickner's off the pitch with dizziness and sickness. He was... Simon Mann shelled one behind us. Again. New Zealand struggling for a breakthrough. O'Rourke to completely over. Bangs this one in halfway down, and Bethell sways out the way and lets it go. And it's through to Blundell behind the stumps. That is 5 o'clock. Bethell has 51, Duckett 99, and will be on strike at the beginning of the next over. England 161 for 1. Alistair Cook, some thoughts for you, and then Simon Mann's coming in to take over.
Stephen Finn leaves us and telling us how patient these guys have been. Scoring it over, run aboard, but he's right. It's just felt, I'm not sure the word patience for me, it's just the word control of this partnership. They've been in just absolutely control. After that one drop, which has cost New Zealand badly, and Bethell's first, I'd say, 10-15 balls since that moment, England have just been in absolute control, and New Zealand have been powerless to stop them scoring. And I really think a change of tactic is needed of how they need to bowl. Simon.
Good evening or good afternoon. I think in this time of the year it's good afternoon, isn't it, rather than good evening, even though we're in the evening session. Santner's going to bowl to Duckett. He's 99 not out. He's on his home ground. What an opportunity. Santner moves in and bowls to Duckett, who stretches forward, turns into the onside. They're off for a quick single. Throw comes at the non-striker's end. It's wide. Duckett's home for 100. It's his 7th in Test match cricket. It'll mean such a lot to him after a lean year. Missed by Henry Nicholls on 8, but he has made the most of it. Helmet off, and there's some relief in that celebration. And why wouldn't there be? After the spell he's been through. But he's home and he's made it count. It's been a fine innings.
Well, relief was the first word came to mind for him personally. So when you go through those lean spells, the 100 seems a long way off. But what he has done today, he's gone back to his game. He's attacked from the off, but he's had that control with the attack. On a good wicket, on good conditions, you have to cash in, and that's why it means so much when you go through those periods where you don't score runs and then you finally get that moment. But now he knows this job is only half done.
Santner bowls to Bethell. It's short. Bethell goes back and tries to manoeuvre something there, but in the end he just couldn't find the gap and hit it back to the bowler hard. 162 for 1. It's a quick 100 from Ben Duckett. We'll get the full stats in just a moment. Santner bowls very full. It's eased up towards deepish mid-on by Bethell, who ran with a shot, put the fielder under pressure. Smith misfielded, and they come back for a buzzer or an overthrow. 164 for 1. Bethell to 53.
The 88-ball century for Ben Duckett, his 7th in Test, 18 fours in it. It's the joint 2nd fastest by an England opener in Tests.
That was Santner bowling to Bethell. Left arm over from the Ratcliffe Road end, floats that one up outside the off stump. Bethell comes forward looking to push that away through the offside. Santner goes after it to pick up, and there's no run. Meanwhile, we'll just do this first and then we'll come to those stats. Ireland have beaten India in Belfast by 34 runs. It's a strong Indian team out, and they're preparing for that England series. Is their first match of the tour. But Ireland, a notable scalp. Here's Santner bowling. Forward goes Bethell, plays away into the offside and there's no run. Sorry, Zoltz, I interrupted you.
Yeah, so the joint second fastest 100 by an England opener, 88 balls. Duckett himself also had an 88-ball 100 in Rajkot against India early in 2024. Zach Crawley has the fastest, that was 86 balls. In Ben Duckett's comeback test in Rawalpindi, when they shared a pyrotechnic 200-plus opening stand, wasn't it, that first day of that series?
Santner wheels in again to bowl to Bethel, and Bethel miscues that. Thickish outside edge. There's a yelp from Santner there, but it still went along the ground to mid-off. No damage done. It's the end of Santner's over. 7 overs for 46 from Santner, the holding spinner. 164 for 1 in reply to 438.
Ben Duckett's 7 Test hundreds, all in the top 11 fastest ever by England openers in Test cricket. It's the joint 9th fastest 100 for England in Test cricket by any player. Tied also with that century of his own in Rajkot, Peterson's 88-ball 100 in Trinidad in 2009. Still leading the way, Gilbert Jessop with his 100 off something between 72 and 76 balls inclusive in 1902 at the Oval.
Yeah, so we feel that someone to break that record, that you've got to do it in 71 balls to be conclusively the fastest 100, because of that book that Simon Wilde wrote, where he really went into the detail of it and couldn't come up with anything definitive. We've all said 76 balls, but we think it's 1 or 2 fewer than that now. 164 for 1. It's going to be Nathan Smith to bowl another over from the Stewart Broad end, and it's down the leg side. It's tucked away by Duckett down to fine leg, where he finds Ben Sears wearing his sun hat, and they're through for a single. They walk through. Duckett to 101, England to 165 for 1.
And without bringing back bad memories, I suppose, first time Duckett has scored any runs since Noosa. That famous incident, or infamous incident, and without a shadow of a doubt, off-field stuff has definitely played certainly a part, I believe, in his lean run. And I think maybe that could be the closure of that incident and the move on and upwards.
Well, he was shaping to do something like this at the Oval in the first innings. Here's Smith bowling, the keeper standing up to Bethel. He plays it up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, he was batting nicely there, but he's made it count on his home ground today. And I mean, it's this confounding game of ours, isn't it? You get dropped on 8. It was a straightforward chance, relatively speaking, for Nichols at third slip. Duckett on 8. You'd hope to catch those, really. He put it down, and Duckett has absolutely made the most of it. I wonder what Nichols is feeling at the moment. Not good, I shouldn't think. Smith bowls, turned away by Bethel towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Oh, he's thrown the ball in there, and I think he's hit Bethel, the field, and he apologises. He threw it into the keeper, who's standing up to the stumps, and there's a bit of a low 5 there. Who's it out there at
Tom Latham,
mid-wicket? The captain, Tom Latham. Yeah, he was hurling the ball in, and Bethel was backpedaling, but I think it hit him on the way through to its intended target, which was the gloves of Blundell.
The accidental, deliberate throw.
Yeah. So, sorry, mate. Sorry. Smith. Long, straight, purposeful run round the wicket bowls, and Bethel comes forward and plays into the onside. Latham is after it towards straight mid-wicket, and then Bethel runs out towards square leg. He's anticipating another throw over the top of the stumps. It's not nice, actually, when you have the cricket ball thrown at you like that. You must do that with your kids, don't you? Just give them catching practice. Also, I know I do it at home sometimes. Normally with the tennis ball, sometimes with the cricket ball. Quick catching practice. Or you must do that, surely. Yeah, the odd broken finger, but there you go. You've got to sharpen up, haven't you?
Solid parenting.
Exactly. Here is Bethel forward, playing that into the onside towards mid-wicket. 165 for 1. It's normally followed, if the catch is dropped, I normally say you've just dropped the Ashes there, just to make it even worse. Jeremy's wondering what the heck we're talking about. Duckett on 101, Bethel on 53. Transformation in this game today, and it's been a bizarre game already, really. You don't get many games like this. England 273 behind. Smith bowls, and Bethel's in defence. A hint of a thickish outside edge in that defensive shot as it runs into the offside. It's picked up at cover, And there is a no run. 165 for 1 with an hour and 20 minutes cricket left on this sun-drenched second day.
I think they just announced that Tickner's been replaced by Folkes in the match due to concussion.
Okay, that's very logical. We were just checking that up, whether that was going to happen. Tickner was struck earlier by Jofra Archer. Short ball. He was hit on the side of the head. Nasty when he got up and batted on. And then came out to bowl. How many overs did he bowl, Tickner? 3 overs. And then he went off with nausea and dizziness. Because it is a very hot day as well. So you wonder whether there might be a heat factor in that. Santner bowls to Duckett. Duckett turns it with any spin into the onside towards deep mid-wicket. And Duckett walks through for a single. 166 for 1. We're just checking that. It was on the loudspeaker. It's very difficult to pick up the loudspeaker here. Yep, we've just confirmed it. So Folkes for Tickner. Jeremy Coney, perfect summariser to analyse that change.
Yes.
Santner bowls down the pitch, comes Bethel driving out towards mid-off. They're off a quick single. Sears throws at the stumps at the non-strikers and misses. I think Bethel would have been home. Sharp fielding, sharp running. 167 for 1.
Yeah,
so
way to his left, had to make some ground to get round it, to use the right arm to catch and field and then throw. Just enough time for Bethel to get there. You had 3 stumps to aim at. Santner a little disappointed with the effort.
Folkes has played 5 test matches. Here's Santner tossing that right up and eased up towards deep mid-on. Smith is there. He's not going to let them have an easy run because they want to just sort of jog through. He hurled the ball at the wicket-keeper, made them get a move on. 168 for 1. Just milking Santner here.
Folkes stronger with the bat, but they're both bowlers, of course. Tickner, more of a seam bowler, really, rather than swing.
Santner bowls, played into the onside, and they're going to pinch another single. Smith's onto it though at mid-on. Oh, it's a very wild throw. Oh, it's going to be 4 overthrows. That wild. They've got a 5 there for a push into the onside that beat Latham at straight mid-wicket. Smith was looking for the potential run out because initially it wasn't obvious there was a single. Well, he hit the stumps to great effect at the Oval. There he was so wide. And everything at the moment going England's way. 173 for 1. Bethel to 59 with that bonus 5. Duckett now on 103. Santner's gone for over 50 now. He's only in his 8th over. In his first test match for about 11 months. And first class game as well. Reverse sweep comes in. It strikes the pad, goes away into the onside. And there is no run. So Folkes played against England in that one-day series, in that white ball series.
Correct.
Before England went to the Ashes. Had some
Got
success
wickets
as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
In-swing bowler to a right-hander.
Santner just tosses that one up gently. It's eased away by Duckett for a single back or a square. Duckett going for the reverse sweep in that over. I mean, obviously it's one of his shots and he's a very good player of spin. But I suppose it's one of those days, and we saw it earlier, Latham and Conway, especially Conway, when you get in, get really greedy. Not just greedy, but really greedy.
Well, I mean, New Zealand obviously under huge pressure at the moment, and the game has transformed, isn't it, really? First of all, through losing wickets and not scoring runs, and then secondly now, dropping a catch early when you would have had Root in, probably in the 3rd over, and O'Rourke fresh. Root loves playing here, I'm guessing. But since then, it's been all downhill for New Zealand. Santner, of course, returning with a shoulder problem from the IPL earlier for about a month.
Smith bowls to Duckett. Duckett takes it off his hip down towards fine leg. Sears jogs in. And they run through for a single. 105 to Duckett, 175 for 1.
And Santner is the man, of course, that New Zealand were really going to build the structure of their bowling around. So he's gone something like 8 overs for 50, hasn't he, or something? Yes, I don't think I've ever seen him be so, messy with his length and his lines and so on. So he's coming back from a long layoff.
Bethell waits now for Smith, who bowls to him, and Bethell covers up, plays it up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
New Zealand are going to have to keep bowling him, though. Hope he can bowl his way back into some sort of form. I think they're going to need him in the second innings, of course, so they'll hope there's a no ball there.
No ball, 176 for 1.
So Smith is ready to bowl. O'Rourke is ready to bowl. Tickner's out now. O'Rourke into the game. At least New Zealand have a bowler they can use there.
Smith turns at the far end. Goes into bowl to Bethell. And Bethell is beaten there. Lovely take by Blundell, who whips off the bails as well. There's an appeal to square leg for a stumping. Foot raised. Probably wouldn't have known too much about that, Blundell. They are going to check it. Because he was riding the ball, Blundell. So whether he was, you're concentrating on the ball, then obviously your instinctive reaction is to whip off the bails as well. So he might not have had a look at where Bethell's feet were, but it's possible Bethell was up there because it just seemed to bounce a bit. Well, there's no great excitement out there, but you never know. Let's have a look. I say you never know. We're going to find out now. Now Bethell's foot.
All the way through. Just keep running it through for me, please.
Bethell's foot's back.
Keep running all the way through until the bail's off. The foot's grounded and the bails are broken. Ready to make my decision for the big screen.
It's a funny one, that, because Bethell lifts his foot
after the bails,
and it looks like a long time after the bails are off, because in slow motion it inevitably will look a long time. But I like to see that in fast motion, because I think the foot went up not long after the bails came off. Anyway, he survives. 176 for 1. Bethell waits and defends against Nathan Smith, plays it out towards cover, and there is no run. You don't want to get out to a stumping like that on a pitch like this. You've done some hard work to get in. He's had his struggles early on, Bethell. He was kind of walking away, wasn't he, Bethell, after Blundell had rode the delivery, taken it, and then taken the bails off. He was kind of walking across his crease. So the foot was up for a minute, or a second, but it was after the bails had come off. Smith bowls to Bethell. Bethell drives, nice looking shot through mid-on, but a tumbling save from O'Rourke prevents it going for more than a single. It's a nice looking shot from Bethell, well fielded as well. 177 for 1. Bethell moves to 60. Chance to cash in. He's not had a great time of it. Well, neither of these two have had a great time of it in this series. Bethell in the IPL, he played quite a bit, but he got past 30, and then of course he had that finger injury, which meant he wasn't at the IPL right at the end. So he came back. There was some doubt about whether he was going to play at Lords, and he was fit, but he's barely got a run in the series until now. Smith bowls to Duckett. Duckett guides it away. It's a nice, clever shot, guiding it down towards deep third. Fielder runs around, knocks it back inside the rope. That's excellent fielding as well. They're going to come back for 3. Well, skillfully played, using the pace of the ball, and folks running round the boundary prevented the extra run. 180 for 1, but New Zealand still struggling to contain England. They're scoring very quickly. I presume we'll see folks in action fairly soon, having replaced Tickner. 180 for 1. And it's going to be Smith to complete the over. And you see the slip in a gully, 4 saving 1, 2 out on either side, fine leg. Think back to where we were this time yesterday at 20 past 5. Smith bowls to Bethell, who has a nice confident defensive shot, standing up and playing it back to the bowler, who picks up. It's the end of the over. It's 180 for 1. Bethell has 60, and Duckett has 108. More drinks being brought onto the field. Not an official drinks break, but we know it's such a warm day here at Trent Bridge tomorrow, and we're anticipating another one tomorrow. but also the possibility of a downpour. We don't know about that yet. We might get it, we might not. Heavy downpour in the afternoon.
Looks like the replacement for Santner is going to be Sears from the Radcliffe end. He's bowled a few overs from the other end, but just struggled really with his line. No one has really created any problems other than O'Rourke for the English batsman. And runs have come virtually from every ball.
We only had 30 overs, it's 180 for one. Here is Jonathan.
Yeah, and here's Sears, and he's driven hard up to mid-off. A lot of pressure on New Zealand here. They've lost Tickner now to a concussion substitute. Zachary Folkes, who I see warming up. He's played 4 tests. Actually, he's got the best figures of a New Zealander on debut, so we'll see what he's made of. But Tickner, it was a nasty blow on the helmet, wasn't it, from Archer? And I suspect the heat and everything else won't have helped. So he's been ruled out now. Another victim of the concussion test. And Sears having a change of ends. He's running in again. A bowl to Duckett. It's short and tucked away off the hip. And a single to Duckett. He goes to 109. He's run in 97 balls. And apart from that blemish, the drop, he's played some really good shots. I mean, he's been busy. Typical Duckett, really. He's used the angles really cleverly. He knows this ground very well. Successive test match hundreds here for him now. And of course, the 200 he got before this series for Notts. He obviously loves batting on this ground. Well, it suits him, those short boundaries over on the right-hand side there, and just run the ball away. Guide it down towards that short third man. Backward point area. Sears again runs in bowls, and this time it's Bethel who comes forward and pushes the ball to mid-on. There's been no control really about this New Zealand attack. Santner's pitch map, if you looked at that, if you've got a 12 bore and blasted it from 10 yards range at a barn door, I think it would probably resemble his pitch map.
And thanks very much for that.
I think it's probably about accurate, isn't it?
Well, it's inaccurate. Yeah, it is really. It's pretty bad.
In goes Sears, bowls, and that's driven past the right hand of extra cover. It's a lovely shot. Fielder out there in pursuit. I'll throw it back in again. That's Ravindra out there. And they take 2 more. Bethel to 62. 183 for 1.
How many overs left tonight, please?
27 after this one.
Rather more than
not such
get.
a good. Well, do you think so? Yes.
Well, they're going to get 12 or 13, aren't they?
Okay.
Being realistic. Hour to go, hour and 5 minutes. Sears flings that down the leg side, and neatly taken by the wicket keeper. An hour, a hot hour. The spinner sidelined. It's going to be 12 max, isn't it? Which would leave about 15 unbowled. But that's both teams. It's not just New Zealand. Both teams culpable. But it's extreme heat. Sears on his way around the wicket. A straight run, and he bowls. And Bethel walks into that defensive shot and plays it firmly back to the bowler. 3 from that over. And England rattling along at 6.5 and over as they pursue New Zealand's first innings. They're 255 runs behind now. So 12 overs at 560.
So 6, yes. I was just trying to work it out.
190 behind at the close. Might be a little fewer than that. 180, 190. So they'll get just for planning ahead on the game. This is England's plan. It can all go wrong. But mid-afternoon tomorrow be level. And then if the Spanish plumes don't arrive, they can start to build. But that's if everything goes according to England's plan, and New Zealand will be trying to stop that. So we've now got Folkes. Is it? No, it's Smith. Sorry, he was warming up. So it's Nathan Smith from the pavilion end. He'll bowl to Duckett. 183 for 1. There's the toiling Smith, and he bowls, and Duckett just whips in away off his pads down to deep backward square leg. He's just pierced that gap again. He's done it so many times in this innings. He's just got the angles absolutely right. He seems to have some sort of radar out there. He knows where the fielders are. It just eases the ball in the gaps. Other times when you're batting, when that just happens, you just, another day that would go to the fielder.
Yes, yes I do. Of course, this is his home ground, isn't it? He kind of knows the angles here. Very hard to stop scoring, though, at the moment.
It really is. 113 not out from 98 balls. Smith again round the wicket, bowls. Oh, he's chopped on! Duckett's out. He's played the ball into his stumps, looking to dab it away into the offside. And his very entertaining century has now been cut short. 113, his final tally from only 99 balls. And the Trent Bridge faithful on their feet to applaud a very positive, typical Ben Duckett innings. Busy. And he's waving the whole crowd there with his bat. Pirouettes, thumbs up. He's going through the card there as he walks off. But why not? It's a lovely innings. He did have a life on 8. And New Zealand may yet regret that. Now, rather strange sound. I always feel it's always a bit odd when Joe Root comes out to bat. And you hear that, it sounds like a boo. It sounds like the sort of noise when Steve Smith walked out to bat at Edgbaston. But it's an affectionate and not a boo by any means. As Joe Root runs out into the sunshine. 187 for 2.
Well, just an in-off, was it?
Yeah.
I couldn't quite see from my angle, but yes. Well, New Zealand will be relieved about that. But to see Root come out as well, he enjoys playing here. Difficult to stop Duckett scoring, and it's always difficult, whatever the pitch. Really, if Root gets in, he'll score at a decent clip as well. He's got so many shots that he plays, and so many options. So it's not going to be much of a break for New Zealand, I don't think. I think England also are trying to push this game ahead as quickly as they can, and trying to get into a position tomorrow where they can forge ahead in this game, and then perhaps put pressure back on New Zealand in the third innings.
That's their plan.
Yeah, and the choices, they've deserved the choices if they get to that position.
Keeper standing up. And we've got Smith scampering in from the far end. He bowls to Root, who flicks his first ball to mid-wicket. So there's no run for him there. So the keeper up at the stumps.
Ben Duckett's final number is 113 from just 99 balls with 19 fours, his 7th Test 100. There's 88 balls to reach his century. It's the joint 2nd quickest by an England opener and the joint 9th quickest for England by anyone.
He's hard to bowl at, isn't he, when he's going. Root looking for his first run. Smith bowls to him. He's on the back foot now, playing very assuredly back up the pitch again.
Yes, if you're any offline at all, or line or length, he's got a way to deal with it too, Duckett. And he started very early, right from the first over, really.
The partnership was 179 in 29.3 overs, so basically a run ball.
Yeah, they're rattling along, 251 behind. Smith again in the sunshine. Over the wicket he comes. Bowls to Root with a bit of a grunt. Root very solidly forward there. Taps the ball back to the bowler. Now goes Gardening, tapping away there at the pitch. I don't think it's anything in particular, but it's something to do, really. You're a gardener, Jeremy. Are you always tapping around?
Yes. Looking after your space.
Yes.
I think that's setting it out as a batsman. I think you want to have that known that area. You're right, though. Often they were minuscule things.
Yes. Here's Smith, bowls. That's played away down to mid-on. It's the end of a successful over for Smith. Little inside edge into the pads, accounted for Duckett. And they're now 2 down for 187. It's not quite the same as some of those old wet pitches that you saw where the batsman would thrash the pitch down with the back of the bat. That was proper gardening. Splatters of mud coming up when the ball pitched.
Those days when they weren't covered.
Yeah.
Sides always had a couple of spinners, didn't they, when it was drying?
Yep.
Entirely different construction of teams.
Reverse batting orders.
And then they went through a phase where they covered the ends of the wickets for the bowlers, didn't
Yes,
they?
we had one of those. Alan Donald we had.
Oh.
That was lovely. Nice dry run up. Dry bowling areas, creases. Here's Bethel on the front foot. Pushing out to cover. Bowl a good length and I sweat up my nose. About 95 miles an hour. I think it was abandoned after a year, that little experiment. We talked about night watchmen and being sent out there, but in those days, poor old numbers 10 and 11 sent out, they reversed the batting order when it was a minefield. Out you go, lads, you're dispensable. And then when it gets a bit flatter, we'll send the batsman out. 187 for 2. And that's worked its way off the hip out to mid-wicket. One of those very early tests was one like that, wasn't it? Was it in Australia where the batting order was reversed, and was it England beat Australia on a wet one?
Yeah, there were a few there. I think the Brisbane test, first test, the 1950 to 51 Ashes. There were some funky declarations, 32 for 7 declared.
Right.
I'll get the scorecard up.
I've got a feeling going back in the day when our old friend was playing, there might have been some reverse batting orders. I've given you a half volley there.
Old friend?
You'll find one. 187 for 2. Bethel 62. And that's driven, sliced a bit. Wasn't quite aiming there. He was aiming for extra cover. And he gestured as much there as he ambled a single. And running behind point. 188 for 2. Bethel 63.
Very little movement for any of the New Zealand bowlers. Very straight.
Yeah.
I've got the game from 1950. I'll look back to see if I can find any involving Charles the Terror Turner. 1950, first test of the Ashes at Brisbane, Australia 228 all out. England 68 for 7 declared in response.
Sears over the wicket. Bowls, that's defended by Root.
It was in the days of uncovered pitches where if it rained, and I think it was particularly in Australia, as the pitch dried, it was treacherous for a period of time. So when you talk about uncovered pitches, actually a lot of uncovered pitches were dead flat batting pitches, but they got difficult after rain generally. So England declared to try and bowl whilst the pitch was still difficult. Australia then 32 for 7 declared in
what a game.
13.5 overs.
And so what were England chasing?
Chasing 193, bowled out for 122.
It's a great game of the tactics. Fantastic, isn't it? Sears again, played out to cover.
England didn't completely reverse the batting order, but they held Len Hutton and Dennis Compton. Their 2 best players went in at 8 and 9. Hutton made 62 in 90 minutes, not out, regarded as one of his greatest innings on a treacherous pitch against a fine bowling attack. Ray Lindwall, Bill Johnston, who's a superb left-arm bowler, Keith Millen, mystery spinner Jack Iverson. So yeah, one of Test cricket's most curious matches.
Yeah, and they were sent for the anti-corruption unit now. Declared us 60 for 7. Wouldn't they? They'll all be hidden.
Yes.
Yeah. In goes Sears over the wicket, bowls, pushed away by Root. He wants his first run, but Bethel's not responding there. And it's the end of that over, 188 for 2. Bethel 63. Root no score.
Yeah, better over from Sears, just the one run from it. If they can get themselves into a little bit of better form for the second innings for New Zealand and try and get these bowlers to have a few overs and find a line and a length that they can operate from, maybe the second innings will be a little better. But until then, I'm afraid England very much in charge, and will be looking to just push ahead tonight once Root in particular gets up to speed.
I mean, it feels as if they're in charge. They're still 250 behind, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, there's still a lot. They've got a big gulf still.
Mid-afternoon tomorrow.
Yes, here's Smith bowling, and Bethel tucks him away off his pads. Thanks, Jeremy. See you later. And they come back for 2. Yes, they will. Root rushing for the far end, running his bat in. 190 for 2. So 248 runs behind. So a lot of overs won't be bowled today, but I think, for all the grumbling that we have, over rates and so on, you can't really blame them for that. Michael Vaughan's back. What have you seen?
Well, I've just seen that 2 that was taken. Sears threw the ball to the non-striker's end, and it was away off the stumps, but if it had been hitting the stumps, Joe Root was out.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you're talking 5 metres away with his throw, but...
Right, the next one from Smith, played off the back foot by Bethel. Cried no. So still 248 behind. Crowd sitting patiently. As yesterday was the case, it's thinned out to the left, which is the side of the ground that really takes the hit from the sun this time of day.
Look at this couple on the screen, I guess.
They've got a couple here. They've come prepared. They've got big sun hats, and then they appear to be towels that are wrapped entirely around their faces, apart from their eyes, which have sunglasses on. It's an extraordinary sight. Smith bowling, and that's played.
Or maybe
the back foot. There's no run.
Maybe they're not meant to be together.
Oh, it's one of those kiss cam things. Right. That's
was that CEO, wasn't there, that got caught out on?
It was
Kiss
Chris
Cam?
Martin.
That was
Wasn't it? Chris
Coldplay.
Martin.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, maybe that's it. Yes. We're not.
In the back together, and they've come to the cricket.
Well, we're not really.
They're not going to catch us out this time.
We don't have kiss cams at cricket, so they're all right.
I just wonder.
They are heavily
tactic,
disguised.
isn't it?
Yeah. 190 for 2. There's Smith round the wicket, bowls, driven by Bethel only as far as mid-wicket. I mean, you wonder actually, with all that gear on, if they're not going to be hotter, don't you think? Got towels wrapped around their heads and faces.
White towels, aren't they? Just wrapped around their heads. I mean, it's interesting, this game, isn't it? Because it does feel that England are on top, but they are still 248 behind.
Absolutely.
It's just the ball's doing nothing. There's no swing, there's no seam. You've got an attack that's so inexperienced.
Yeah.
Santner's hardly played any cricket. He's the senior pro.
Yeah.
I think there's now been replaced by Foulkes.
Here's Smith. Bethel on the back foot again, just pushes that away defensively.
This last 4 overs has been the best. Because at least obviously they've got the wicket, but at least they've had a little bit of control. And there's been a few dots. Just got the one slip, a gully, cover point on the boundary, square leg back. Mid-wicket, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, so they're not over-attacking.
Mop of the brow by Smith. A few deep breaths. And he's on his way to bowl the last ball of the over, just 2 runs from it so far. And here it comes, galloping up, Bethel drives, he falls over there, Smith. And they're going to take a single. Right down into the pitch and the dust. Hard work with bowling today. 191 for 2. Root still to score his first run. Bethel has 66. And they're going to take another drinks break here. It's a randomly timed one, but I've been a bit surprised that there's only been one drinks break per session, apart from the last session of the day when they seem to split it up in half and have this second interval. So 191 for 2. Root get to score. Bethel 66. England 2:47 behind. And there'll be about 45 minutes of play left by the time this drinks break concludes. Michael, thoughts from you, and then Dan Norcross.
Yeah, this 2.5 hour last session, so let's have a bit more in terms of the drinks. Ireland beating India. T20 cricket, the world champs. Many people have been saying that India have got around 4 teams that could win a world test, world T20 tournament, but maybe they can't. With the Irish involved, it's a fantastic victory.
Tell you what, I'd be very surprised if Suryavanchi's not playing the next game.
Well, I think we should pretty much all say that the series over here can't happen unless he does.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think he's that big now. Yeah, I think the British public or the Indian support
demand it.
I think he's incredible, and he does he's earned the right to get that opportunity. But I would say that he may play on Sunday. Now they've lost.
Well, it was. I don't think we should underplay it. It's an amazing result for Ireland because they are missing a load of players themselves, aren't they? So there were a lot of callow players, inexperienced players in that, and they didn't just win. They trounced them. Hammered them. 35 runs, wasn't it, in the end? I don't. Is it too soon to worry about the health of Indian cricket? Perhaps it is. Perhaps it is a little soon for that. Here, the wicket of Ben Duckett has just changed the momentum a little bit in this match. A fabulous partnership between Duckett and Bethel that got England, almost on top, I suppose you might say. It was a very rapid one. How many was it in the end?
179 in 29.3 overs. So
over a run a ball.
Well, including a couple of no balls, it was exactly 179 scoreable deliveries.
Right.
But they had just put a little bit of a break on. There were 26 boundaries in the first 26 overs. Then in the 5 overs leading up to the wicket, just the one boundary, the ball before Duckett was out. That's not including the 5, including 4 overthrows, and no boundaries since. So only one boundary in the last 8 overs after 26 in the first 26.
Right. Well, 191 for 2 looks great, but England are still behind by 247. Bethel on 66. Root yet to score. He scored 500s before at this venue, and the pitch is great, and the bowlers, they won't be tired as such, about 34 overs, but it is incredibly heat sapping out there. And New Zealand have lost Blair Tickner, if you're just joining us. He's out with concussion. They'd already lost Kyle Jamieson and Matt Henry, so they are down to the bare bones as Sears starts a new over after the drinks break. Into Bethel, who clips this straight to short mid-wicket, where Tom Latham stops the ball. Nicely struck, well timed. He's looked pretty good as Bethel for his 66. Ben Duckett with another quick fire 100. I heard you say, was it 7 or 8 of his 1100s? Of the top 1100s by Englishmen have been Duckett's.
So that was looking at the quickest hundreds by England openers, and all 7 of Ben Duckett's Test hundreds are in the top 11 fastest by England openers.
That's quite extraordinary. The Sears comes around the wicket to Bethel, who comes forward, defends into the offside, but it's picked up at short extra cover, and there is no run. There's 45 minutes to go today. So what do we think that is? 10 overs at 3.5 or an over?
Probably 40 more runs, I reckon.
So a deficit of 200 starting the third day. It's absolutely bizarre that this time yesterday New Zealand were about 330 for 2, and somehow England are now only 247 runs behind. barely calculable, the turnaround in this match. Sears into Bethel. Bethel just plays into the offside again. Good probing ball.
I mean, New Zealand, realistically, from 317 for naught. If they batted really, really badly, you're thinking 517.
Yeah, on that. Well, from watching it yesterday, where you couldn't see how you could get a wicket. You think it's because England tightened their lines, yeah?
Yeah, I thought they bowled well, yeah. I do. I thought they bowled particularly well this morning. You know, some iffy shots, but you're looking at Mitchell Santner's going in at number 7 for them, so they're a little bit light this week, New Zealand, and I think England realise that they can just keep chipping away.
Here's Sears, full, driven into the offside. A good diving stop again. Ryan Nichols prevents the run. If he hadn't got his hands to that, that would have raced away to the boundary. But just some dot balls starting to accumulate here.
Yeah, just the last few overs, they've just tightened the lines, they're not over-attacking. I thought the Shoaib Bashir caught and bowled of Nathan Smith. They were just starting to get a partnership going, Smith and Blundell. That was a tremendous catch.
Yeah, it was an important moment, wasn't it? Because then, bang, bang, suddenly it was all over.
Something like New Zealand were just batting today, almost just take time out of the game. They didn't have any energy about their batting.
Yeah, they didn't really put pressure on England's bowlers, did they? As Sears is in, forward in defence comes Bethel, pushes into the offside. Nichols has fielded for the 3rd time in 3 balls. And we're one more dot ball away from a maiden.
So how many have England scored in the last 5?
The last 5, including this one, they have scored 11.
Yeah, so they're just starting to build something here, New Zealand, just making it a little bit hard. I mean, Duckett's when he bats like he did today, he's a bit of a freak, isn't he? It's so hard to keep quiet.
Well, he was just manipulating the ball. He sort of knows the dimensions of this ground as well. It's sort of perfect for him. And Sears is in to complete the over. It will be a maiden as up on his toes goes Bethel and pushes into the offside. 191 for 2, 35 overs gone. Bethel 66, Root yet to score.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, particularly that area over there, that short third region. You know, you saw him kind of just lean back and open the blade and cut balls early when the ball was hard, and he was beating the cover point fielder on the boundary by just because he knows it's so short. And then he went a little bit finer and he just went in front. It
was really deliberate, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he did it off Santner as well, so Santner had come in to tighten it up, and he just found this way of just angling his bat down into that space. He was sort of cutting a death by 1,000 cuts, although it was only about 3 or 4 of them, but that was enough. Right, Root hasn't got off the mark yet, and keeper is standing up to Smith. How many overs has he bowled in this spell, Smith? This is his 5th coming up in this heat. You would imagine it's probably his last. There's a little bit of movement, is there, in the pavilion? It's now stopped. And Smith runs in, and Root guides this away for 4. It's a typical Root shot. It looks quite risky. It's got him off the mark, but it's played so well and so late. It is a late cut off a fast medium bowler with a keeper standing up. You've got one slip and a gully, and he's got it in the big gap between the two. Totally deliberate. But how late has he played that? I mean, that's almost behind him.
Yep, and it's just with the full face of the bat.
I mean, you must feel dreadful as a bowler because you feel powerless. You've done almost nothing wrong there at all. And he's just used the ball and said, well, it's going in that direction. I'll just deflect it down to where it was already heading to start with. 195 for 2. Root off the mark with that 4. Here is Smith. And Root waits, gets one that just bounces on him a touch, gets him on the thigh and goes into the onside, picked up by Latham.
Well, that's the first one I've seen do anything quite dramatic for a while. That nicked back a long way to Joe Root. Bounce, hit him on the thigh guard. He's taking his bat down to pat it down. A bit of an indentation that it's just at the edge of.
Yeah, well, if we start to see a bit of that happening, the game, I mean, it's speeded up a lot today. And England are still 243 runs behind. So if New Zealand can get a little flurry of wickets, just pick up 1 or 2 more before the close. Smith in, Root defends on the front foot to short extra cover. There's no run. It's a sort of pitch that Tomorrow's crowd, Saturday crowd, they'll be fantasising about Harry Brook right now, thinking that could be a spectacle.
There's a bit of cloud around tomorrow, so...
How are we looking?
Well, it's saying 28 degrees, but cloud, so maybe that'll offer a bit more conventional swing.
Could do. I mean, the ball at the moment is 35 overs old. Well, the close of play, it'd be 45 overs old, you think, roughly, as Smith is in driving his route, but straight to short extra. There's no run. So they've got a little way to go before they can get to a new ball. We've not seen a lot of deviation, have we, in this match? We did in at Lord's, masses of it. At the Oval, there was just enough of it. Here, we're not seeing a great deal. Have you seen any signs, any puffs of dust? Any signs of degrading?
No dust.
No dust.
No.
Smith to root pushes up to mid-off along the ground off the front foot. Once again, there is no run. England just regrouping here with Duckett gone.
It's just the length. I mean, that first ball that Joe just kind of opened the blade and put it down to third, it was because it was just a little bit shorter, so he could kind of go back on the back foot. And since then, it's been a little bit fuller. He had to play a few nice forward defences, but they'll know New Zealand. They can get on to just jag back.
Well, that's what definitely the plan is, isn't it? Keep her up. They know that that's how they have got him in the past. As Smith comes in and roots. Is he beaten on the outside edge? Well taken by Blundell, standing up. A little push at it, misses it. Roots looking a little bit more suspicious of the pitch than anyone else has. 195 for 2, 4 off that over. Route 4, Bethel 66.
Well, it just shows you, doesn't it? Batting's not easy. You know, he's been. There was a little bit of dust actually from that last delivery that beat the outside edge. You know, it doesn't matter how great you are when you first go out there. You've got to get kind of flow of the game. You've got to get the pace of the pitch. You know, it's not that easy when you don't see too many boundary options. You know, there's no real gaps, is there? It's quite nice at the start of innings, load of gaps. The ball's not doing a great deal. You lean on a few and get to 20 quickly. You know, I don't think it's an easy time to come out and get 20 quickly while the field's set quite deep. And it's not too many scoring opportunities. You see that last ball.
Yeah, it was a little bit of dust.
That's what you were talking about, a bit of dust.
Yeah. Well, I'm on the lookout for dust, me. Next delivery, full, smashed, but good hand on it. Henry Nicholls has fielded really well at extra cover, and by palming that towards Santner at mid-off, he's saved 3 runs. They got through for a single. It was cracked by Bethel.
Well, I'm sure Santner went to throw the ball in. So you watch the keeper here. So it's a brilliant stop. Saves 4 extra cover. Santner gets it at mid-off, and he goes to throw the ball, but he doesn't release it. But the keeper doesn't realise that he's not. So he's ducking. He thinks it's been thrown, but it wasn't. So when New Zealand in the last half an hour, again, they fielded better.
Yeah,
they've been stopping 1 or 2 nice ones, some good diving stops at extra cover.
We've got a wide first slip, a gully, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, a forward square leg, and the deep square legs. It's clipped away down to that deep square leg by Root. That's a bread and butter shot. A pretty average ball, all straight ball. Takes Root to 5, 190. Oh, it was a no ball as well, so that's why it's 198 for 2. Old Tucker signalling. And he's signalling for quite a long time. He needs someone to acknowledge it. He's still got his arm out. Yes, senior. We've not seen Folkes yet. Presumably you can bowl immediately, can't you? As a concussion sub. There's no waiting around, is there? You might get a bowl before the day's end. Sears comes in. Bethel gets one of the pads. It strikes the pad. I don't think there's any bat on it. It rolls away to short fine, and the keeper tidies up. They've run a leg by, 199 for 2.
Well, yeah, I think O'Rourke will bowl a couple more.
How many has he bowled so far, O'Rourke? 7, 8. 8.
Yeah, I think Tom Latham will give him at least a couple, if not 3, just to try and have a go at Joe Root.
You kind of think Smith might have run his race for the day. He's done 5. Might get 1 more in, I suppose. So you'd go O'Rourke at the far end, would you? And then A little look at folks. Here's Sears, clipped away beautifully by Root for 4. Just behind square on the leg side. There's a deep backward square leg. But he's got it well to the left of that fielder. It's just come straight out the middle of the bats. A couple of times now Sears is straying on the pads, and the applause is for the 200. 203 for 2 England. Route to 9.
Yeah, the Kiwis have got a good chance here to try and put England's finest under pressure. Just 34 minutes left in the day's play. He's still there tomorrow. Give him half an hour in the morning, Dan, and then I think he's going to be very...
Sears in, bowls on short ball wide of the off stump. There is a deep backward point, so they only take the single. Route cutting goes to 10, 204 for 2.
I think on these kind of pitches, great players, I think you've got about an hour and a half window.
Ooh, okay.
And on this little pitch. Yeah, but it's probably a little bit harder for Joe in this case because it'll be 30 odd minutes now, and then he'll obviously get another chance to go at him in the morning. But I reckon if he's there at 12 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah. Sears comes in around the wicket to the left-handed Bethel, who drives into the offside. Santner moving to his right from mid-off, makes the stop. They take a run. Bethel to 68, 205 for 2, because England are in a position here where they want to get up to New Zealand score and beyond, and the pace that Root naturally bats and England naturally bat is, tomorrow is about batting all day for England, isn't it?
Yeah.
If they can, and into the 4th day. I mean, that's not, as we've seen from New Zealand, not an easy thing to do. But that is the game plan, I'm sure. As Sears starts in again to Root. And Root digs one out that's full, very full, almost Yorker length, and just plops down in front of him and picks it up and hands it to the fielder. End of the over. 205 for 2, 37 overs have gone yet, that's all. Route 10, Bethel 68, the men out, 2 openers, Gay, strangled down the leg side, glove through to the keeper for a duck in the 2nd over. Oh, another no ball, so it's not the end of the over, and it's 206 for 2. And the other man, Duckett, bowled, trying to run the ball down to the deep 3rd boundary and just nicked it back onto his stumps.
I don't think it'll be the last of the drag-ons.
Do you think not?
No, not on this kind of pitch. A bit lower now, isn't it? Slow. You see quite a few drag-ons on pitches like this.
Sears at top of his mark, looking to complete the over for the 2nd time. Comes in, and Root defends into the offside, takes an easy run. He does that so well. He just finds the gap, square of the wicket in the offside this time, and just ambles through for a run. It was a lengthy over. 8 times Sears came into bowl, 2 no balls, a leg by, a 4, and 4 singles. I can't be bothered to add it all up, but it's a lot of runs. 207 for 2.
12.
Thank you.
5 singles, 2 no balls, a leg by, and a 4.
So that has rather broken the stranglehold a bit, hasn't it? You would say. That must be the most expensive over for quite a while now.
It's the most expensive over of the innings.
The most expensive over
of the innings.
Is it?
Yes.
It felt like that. It felt like we've had quite a few double boundary overs, but I suppose that one was no ball assisted. Smith is going to continue a 6th over of his spell. He's into Root, who works the ball into the onside. It was on his hip, but there's now a fielder that's got a square leg saving 1. It's a tight field, this. It's very much a containing field. There is a slip, and keeper standing up, and then a gully, I think we'll call him that. Is he a gully? It's a very wide 4th slip. I think we'll call him a gully. Short extra cover, deep backward point, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket on the 1, forward square leg, and quite a wide long leg. Smith turns from a Stuart Broad end and runs in. Root works this into the onside, but again can't beat that fielder at forward square leg. I like this field.
Yeah, it's given New Zealand control, but it's also it's got the fielders in the right catching position. Short mid wicket on a pitch like this, you could easily see Joe Root flicked one to Tom Latham there. Got 2 fine slips, so there's not really a gap for Joe Root to play that little glide that he loves to play.
Yeah, it's got a sort of gap between the extra cover and the wideish mid-off. There's a single for him square of the wicket on the offside down to the deep backward point as Smith is in, and Root defends a full straight ball back to the bowler. Do you detect something there? A little bit of
nip. Yeah. He plays it nicely, Joe. He just had that full blade of the bat just in front of the pad. Go back to the oval where he was out, particularly the first, and he got his bat kind of stuck behind his pad. Looks like he's making a conscious effort to make sure his bat is in front of his pad.
Are you off, Michael? Michael's off.
Goodbye.
Cook is hovering. 207 for 2, England. Smith runs in. Root waits. And then drives, but imperfectly, into the offside. It's picked up by Nichols. And short extra cover. Alistair Cook is back with us. We missed all the massive excitement, didn't we? That was... The others got that since I've sat down. It's all been a bit tighter here from New Zealand. England trying to rebuild after the loss of Duckett.
Well, there's been an element of New Zealand bowling a lot better, hasn't it?
Yes, I think that's fair to say, yeah.
And also setting nice straight fields. I do think the ball just getting softer has just made it a bit harder to pierce the gap, and that coinciding with, obviously, Ben Duckett leaving the arena.
Here's Smith, and Root defends a full straight ball back to the bowler. He's got 1 ball left in the 6th over of this spell. He's a strong man, but one senses it must be the end of his spell. And there may be a bit of O'Rourke, maybe a bit of Folkes. I'm interested to see Folkes.
Well, I think you get him straight into the game, don't you?
Well, it's odd that they didn't, really.
Yeah, I thought the strange occurrence of a concussion sub, and he would have turned up today and not. I thought he'd be playing.
I suppose you haven't warmed up in any way or prepared yourself for it. It must be quite weird.
Maybe he's not too hungover.
Well, one would imagine not.
Well, you just never know.
Smith into Root. He tucks his ball into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket. That is the end of the over. A maiden over from Smith, the 6th of his spell, as I say, 207 for 2. Root 11. Bethel 68 more from you, Alistair, with about 27 minutes to go. And maybe about 6 overs, possibly 7. And then to take you through 2 stumps it will be Stephen Finn.
Well, I think it is, folks. Marking his run up from the media centre end. And again, cricket has such a wonderful way of keeping everyone on their toes. I'm sure when he went to bed last night, the last thing he thought he would be doing at 6:05 would be bowling England, who are 207 for 2, and him actually have to play a really key part in the next 3 days of cricket.
Well, yes, the fresh bowler coming on. We're in number 35. Folkes, swept back hair, keeper up to the stumps, a wide first slip gully, extra cover and mid-off the offside field as he's in around the wicket and starts with a dot ball outside the off stump to the left-handed Bethel, who lets it go. There's a deep backward point, mid-on, short mid-wicket, a deep forward square leg and a long leg. Shadows are lengthening a bit now. Floodlight, the shadow from the floodlight is on the pitch. It's bright blue skies, though some wispy clouds in the distance over the top of the pavilion. It's a construction site at the moment. And Folkes round the wicket, bounds in and punched without timing towards short extra cover by Bethel. Dot ball. It's off the wrong foot a bit.
It is a little bit off the wrong foot. That's the first thing I noticed. I think he almost caught Bethel out by surprise that in that first ball rushed him, but actually will suit this situation very well and suit New Zealand, who've had zero control for the first 33 overs, I think it's been. But got a little bit of control now, and he looks like a control bowler.
Folkes round the wicket, an attempted cut, playing a miss by Bethel, looking to guide that down towards the cut-off boundary. Dot ball What have the passages of play been like, Andy? Since the keeper's come up to the stumps for Smith, the scoring rate feels like it's slowed a lot.
Yes, Smith came on to bowl his current spell, the 28th over. At the end of the 27th over, they were 164 for 1. I mentioned they had basically a boundary every over in the first 26 overs.
Folks, bounds in again. And Bethel pushes forward and defends towards short extra cover dot ball.
Since then, in 11 and a half overs, another 43 runs, so down towards sort of 3.5 and over. Not helped by the 4 overthrows and a few no balls. So much more control, far fewer boundaries. Had just 3 boundaries since that Smith spell began.
Folks, it's ball the 5th ball. Bethel leaves this alone outside the off stump. Nice line and length again though. Nice start by Folks. 207 for 2.
Yeah, and just the pattern of Test cricket, we say how much we enjoy Test cricket. For the fact it changes so often and so unpredictably.
And the art of hanging in there is genuinely a thing, isn't it?
It's a skill. It's a real skill as a side to not let your bad periods last too long.
They've certainly gathered themselves here, New Zealand, as Folks again. Short and wide outside the off stump, but straight to the short extra cover fielder.
Sorry, Zoltz is laughing to himself, what it seemed to me.
What's happened, Zoltz? So that's maiden over.
I just put my hand down to the side of my chair and there was a man on the floor. Owen, our engineer, fiddling around with some wires under the desk.
That's it. All I could see was you like giggling to yourself out loud. I couldn't see Owen and then I saw him crawl out and I got why you're laughing. But I honestly thought I'd said something ridiculous, or I realised a man was tickling your leg.
You're not
I accidentally patted a man on the back without knowing there was one there. Zach Folks is on his debut took 9 for 75 against Zimbabwe in Bulawayo in August of last year. That's the best match figures by a New Zealander on Test debut, beating Will O'Rourke's 9 for 93 against a curious South African team in Hamilton in 2024.
That's right, that's where all their players missed it for the SA20.
Can he bat?
No, O'Rourke is back into the attack and he's bowling down the leg side to Root, who lets it go and Blundell tumbles to his left and there's no run.
He does look like that kind of bowler who would be a bowling all-rounder, just for the way he runs in there and be, wicket to wicket, not express pace. But I'm just trying to say he's got 9 for, and he's you told me he got 250s on his debut as well.
No, he's not batted a lot in Test, just 5 innings, 3 not outs, 39 runs, so not much to go on. In first-class cricket, 26 games, he's averaging 18 with 3 50s, so kind of useful lower order.
Solid number 9. O'Rourke into Root. Punches this attempted punch off the back foot, inside half of the bat into his pad though. No run.
He might end up, those guys who start at number 9, they might end up at 8.
Yeah, like work your way up with more confidence and work your game out. Yeah,
and as
you happened to me.
No, need of something called talent.
Well, yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's maybe mildly harsh, but bailed you out a number of times, mate, as captain.
Once. Living once.
And what a glorious once it was. O'Rourke. A wide first slip, gully and a leg slip, waiting as Root. It's down the leg side, long way down though. Root attempts to dab it, and it's that kind of delivery actually, no run, that you would get caught leg slip.
That bad.
Yeah.
The only thing you can do is edge it behind.
But why do batters instinctively play it that?
Because instinctively you think that's runs
for him.
And also, but it's a little bit of a plan here because they do have a leg slip, so that is a perfectly legitimate ball. Do you remember a guy called Chantry?
Yeah, Jack Chantry.
Jack Chantry. He used to play with a leg slip to left-handers.
Big bananas, didn't he?
Proper.
Like big in-swing.
To left-handers in particular. And I remember watching, feedback cricket.
O'Rourke to Root. And then Root is on the inside half of the bat, turns it round towards long leg. Just a single. 208 for 2.
And I remember watching, because I'd heard all about Chantry and, bowl off the wrong foot, hooping, lots of wickets. And I was watching all the left-handers play because I'd not really seen him. and about 4 or 5 dismissals were caught down the leg side at leg slip, and all the batters going, my bad luck, my bad luck. I remember Michael Carberry in particular doing it, and I was like, right, okay, so I just let the ball hit me. So I don't know what's happened here.
Wi-Fi units flying all over the desk.
Well, Owen's been stroking my shoulder now.
O'Rourke round the wicket to Bethel, who turns this into the onside. There is a deep square leg out there though, so it will just be the 1 run added. Bethel moves on to 69, England on to 209 for 2.
Yes, there's one of those massive induckers, the leg slip or leg.
Is this
gun.
after you'd finished with Test cricket?
I can't actually remember the date of it, and I just thought, because he bowled, no apologies, Jack, very slowly. The only way you could do it is like help it down the corner. So yes. I honestly think I don't know where it was. It was either I think it must have been at Chelmsford. I just let the ball hit me in my thigh, and I thought it was a perfect.
Is it Brian Close, isn't it? With the photo of all the who was it? Brian Close?
Yeah, but Chantry wasn't quick enough to bruise you. So that's all right.
You're incredibly brave. Root O'Rourke is punched off the back foot by Root towards a deep backward point where Santner does the fielding, and there's 1 run added to the score. So Root on to 13. England to 210 for 2. Bethel has 69. Nice innings by him so far, nicely paced, and actually what I think he's done well since England lost Duckett, he's knuckled down and made sure that what happened to New Zealand yesterday where they lost successive wickets, he's made sure that hasn't happened today, which you have to do on a wicket like this.
And I think he'll be reminding Bethel, who actually does have quite a good head on his shoulders. One of the things I think we've all been quite impressed with Bethel, whatever the situation's thrown in, whether he's been in runs or he's captain of the T20 or he's out of form, he looks like he's always played the situation pretty well and been quite calm out there. And I think he'll be reminding Bethel about the importance of this 20 minutes, which will always have an impact later on. And remember, I think one accusation of this England side has been, we'll run to the danger, we'll make an impact in this 20 minutes, but actually
make your impact tomorrow.
Well, this 20 minutes will mean you can have a way bigger impact. If people are batting, the batters are still batting. Looking at tea time tomorrow. That's what England would be desperately hoping.
Folks to Root, keeper up to the stumps, and Root drives up towards mid-on without timing to Santner. There's no run.
Jack Chantry's a first-class umpire now, and made his international debut in a women's one-day international last year.
He did go through a period of just cleaning up in county cricket, didn't he? Jack Chantry.
Yeah, I'm going to say around the 2000, I want to say 16 era, 16, 17, that game. Have a look at the game against Worcester at Essex.
I'm guessing Alistair Cook scored 100. Folks, dabbed into the offside. There's a sprinting gully. Devon Conway, I think, chasing that towards the deep backward point fielder, but just escorting it there really, and Root trots through for a single. 211 for 2.
I do laugh. So I've asked Salts to have a look at the game and his point back refused. He's got his briefcase.
Fair enough. Do you know what?
He's got his briefcase out and he's looking at doing something.
I'm Team Zoltz here. But what we do need to talk about is your mum's comment. I don't think we've had enough time to dissect the fact that she thought I'd had a hair transplant.
Don't ask me this question. You ask my mum. But are you now?
I take it as a compliment because that means that my hair is thick enough for someone to think that maybe it's not mine.
Or you've secretly had one on the sly and you're...
No, that's definitely not the case. Folks, round the wicket to Bethel, who nudges forward and just bottom edges this towards Daryl Mitchell at first slip. There is no run. I'm just posing a few questions here, folks, with the angles and keeping the stumps in play. It's exactly what you've been screaming out all day for.
Well, I did after the initial burst. I thought, have that initial burst, 3 slips of gully, and then just really, especially with this bowling attack, maybe Latham was saying actually they didn't have the control. Now they do, and also there's a bit of, I think, England not really knowing what this guy does.
Folks in, and it's a play and a miss from Bethel, looking to dab it down to deep third. There is something happening. Still 211 for 2. Bethel 69 from 113. It's the first time he's looked a bit twitchy actually since we sung his praises around a minute ago. He steps away towards square leg and surveys the field. That field is a wide first slip, gully, deep backward point, extra cover mid-off. Mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep forward square leg and a long leg. The keeper's up to the stumps, and folks, loping strides around the wicket. Bowl short, and Bethel cuts this out towards the cut-off boundary, but deep backward point does well to run away to his right and stop that going for 4. Just the single. Bethel onto 70, England onto 212 for 2.
Yeah, and this is when New Zealand in the field will be reminding themselves of the situation they did yesterday. And actually, you put 2 wickets on England's score tonight.
Very different.
You get one, you get the night watchman in, or the night hawk, or whatever you want to call it, and suddenly again the game shifts, because then England next half an hour tomorrow morning becomes so crucial.
Folks to Root, who defends into the offside and says no straight away. Bethel half wanted that, but Latham moving to his left stops the single, and that's the end of the over. I'm not sure how many overs gone that is. The scoreboard's confusing me. Our TV monitor's gone off.
41 overs gone.
41 overs gone, 212 for 2. Bethel has 70, Root 14. Root's faced 32 balls for that 14, so he's being forced to work for it, but this partnership is 25 now. Just soaked up pressure, but Will O'Rourke, who's an outstanding bowler, I really enjoy watching him bowl, have done in all 3 of these test matches so far. He's a lovely smooth run up, lovely languid arms when he gets into his stride, and then what I also like about him is when he bowls a good ball, his follow through right in the batter's face.
I tell you, one of the Overtons do that pretty well, don't they? Craig and Jamie, if they bowl a good ball, their follow throughs there. They bowl a bad ball, they're
good competitors. O'Rourke to Bethel. This is pulled without timing towards short mid wicket. No run.
The only thing I haven't mentioned today, which I forgot, we get our annual sausage plat, the 18-inch sausage plat has come today from Elster Creek and Sally Wisdom, which has been devoured. There's nothing left.
What? Yeah, I didn't even see that. It was gone by the time.
I blame Agnew.
Okay, Aggers loves a sausage plat.
He does love the sausage plat, and one is.
Any condiments?
No, he doesn't need it.
Okay.
Black pudding, 1/2 the sausage, and then the bacon.
I'm sure I like black pudding.
You'd like this,
Really?
Yeah, you don't. It's just.
My dad loves black pudding. O'Rourke to Bethel, driven without timing again to short extra cover. So Bethel just lacking a bit of rhythm in the last 10 minutes or so, snatching at his opportunities to score. Just needs to try and remain patient. Okay, so half black pudding, half
bacon, I think, and some onions. It was delicious. It was massive.
Same again tomorrow?
I mean, you could put the order in. I'm not sure it'll come up, but I'll just say thank you. I always mention it, so nice to have a.
It's just gorge, isn't it?
I didn't have any lunch because I knew that was coming up.
Okay. So. O'Rourke strides in to Bethel, who drives nicely this time to mid-off, but straight to the field and no run. 212 for 2.
And just another thing off agenda, our paddle game tomorrow.
Yes,
I've been
up to it.
I am. I haven't played.
Well, you were jettisoned, weren't you?
I was jettisoned.
To be quite frank, your paddle's poor, but you're not quite ready to step up to the big boys yet. But we'll see tomorrow.
Well, the fact that you in Australia were incredibly confident in your paddle ability. To a person like myself who never played it one time before, and I heard a comment from the court next to.
Well, it's called taking it easy on your former captain. O'Rourke over the wicket now to Bethel, who lets that one go outside the off stump. Nice line and length, dot ball.
I couldn't remember his name. I think he played pro somewhere in paddle. And he said, "Cool, you must have played a lot," to me, but that's what he said to me. He didn't mention you at all, but
that's fine. I'm happy to slip under the radar, but we'll find out tomorrow.
We're on the same teams.
Okay, all right. Yeah, let's stop sledging each other.
We're going to have to. I'm looking forward to it. Actually, I haven't played for a while. I was more out of breath than I'd have liked this morning when I was playing, which I think is blame the heat.
Well, yeah, the heat. I think it's a sign of how seriously I'm taking my fitness at the moment. I would wilt in this sun if I had to bowl. 4 deliveries gone in the 42nd over. Will O'Rourke over the wicket to Jacob Bethel, who sways out the way of a bouncer and then practices an uppercut as if to say, do that again and I'll be uppercutting you. But I don't think O'Rourke would mind that. 1 for 34 he has from his 9.5 overs. On the whole, he's been the pick of the New Zealand bowlers because he's not bowled a bad spell, but it's Nathan Smith in this session in particular, after a bad start with the new ball, has come back and really realigned New Zealand's plans and an important 11 minutes here for England to make sure that there are no casualties going into the close of play as O'Rourke to finish the over balls to Bethel, who defends off the front foot towards short extra cover, and that's 20 past 6. 10 minutes to go in the day's play.
So Jacob Bethel's innings, he reached 50 from 60 balls with 8 fours. He's faced another 60 balls since then, scored 20 with no more boundaries, so New Zealand have kept it tight, kept his discipline, and is seeing England towards the close.
And Simon Mann is going to take us through to the close of play alongside Sir Alistair.
I just wondered whether New Zealand could turn now maybe to a couple of overs of Santner, just change the pace. One might just grip, and you'll have Joe Root, who's a marvellous player of spin, but the right-hander might just get one to skid on or just turn, just to see Simon.
So 10 minutes to go, folks. Bowls to Root with the keeper standing up, and Root opens the face and runs it down into the gully. It's half stopped. He thinks about a single, and Mitchell comes from slip behind the gully fielder to pick up the ball and send it in. Conway there with a slight missed field. Root looking for 4 down towards deep third. Shot we've seen so often in Joe Root's career. He's 14 not out. He's not been fluent so far. 212 for 2. England, you feel, looking to get to the close now and reassess. Folks, right arm over, bowls, and forward goes Root, easing that through the offside. This time he's found the gap, and he might have found the boundary as well. He has. Pushing that wide of cover. And I think felt he could or should have stopped it. He did not. And Root goes to 18. If you're wondering why Folkes is bowling, he wasn't in the original 11, you're right. He is a concussion substitute for Blair Tickner, who's hit on the helmet by Archer. He batted on and he came out and bowled as well, but then felt nauseous. Folkes bowls back of a length, and Root defends off the back foot up towards mid-on, and there's no run. 216 for 2. It's been emphatically England's day in a quite dramatic turnaround really in this game. Consider New Zealand at one stage yesterday were 361 for 2. Well, we were saying it yesterday, weren't we? Whether anyone was believing it, I don't know, but England have turned games around from these sorts of situations in recent years. Folks bowls, and Root there squared up a bit by that one. Thickish outside edge, runs down to Conway in the gully, and there's no run. There was a game at Headingley last year where India were 359 for 3 at the end of the first day. England still won the game. I'm not saying they will here, but they are back in it. I think that's the point, isn't it? They're still 222 runs behind.
Well, that's the point if you're New Zealand, isn't it? They've had a really, really poor day in terms of the position of strength they were in to where they find themselves now. But that can flip again. Yeah. They can flip again. They get on a bit of a roll.
Folkes bowls to Root. Root flicks it away into the onside through backwards square legs, off for 1. I think he might have to settle for 1. O'Rourke sends in the return right by the bells. It's a short boundary down there. Can't take the risk, certainly not. Exemplified by that throw from O'Rourke right over the bails. Root goes to 19. 217 for 2. England nearly halfway there. It's normally when the bugler strikes up. No, I
haven't heard of Finchy at all on the trumpet.
Up with halfway there, and there's normally some singing to accompany it. Bethel on 70, Folkes around the wicket, short of a length, dabbed away into the gully, stopped by Conway, and there's no run. The sun still beaming down here at Trent Bridge on this hot afternoon. We await what the weather has in store for us tomorrow. There's some suggestion of a thunderstorm. It stays away because this is a really interesting game building up.
Absolutely, it's the thing I love about Test cricket. You can do all that amazing work that New Zealand did in that first 2 sessions, and you think, they're ahead of the game. It's going to be really hard for England to get back in, and yet they are back in it. And I was impressed with England this morning with the ball. I thought, in terms of how much effort they'd have taken out of yesterday to then have that ability and that kind of determination.
O'Rourke bowls to Root. Root is quietly forward, playing that up towards mid-off, and there's no run. England obviously don't want to spoil it now by losing a wicket before the close of play.
Their determination to not let New Zealand just go, and they a bit like they did the second morning at the Oval where they bowled that badly. I just wonder whether New Zealand were a bit cautious today. They try to protect the position rather than grabbing a bit of the initiative back.
O'Rourke to Root. Root on the front foot, defends towards cover, and there's no run. More live cricket starting now on Sports Extra 3. Somerset against Gloucestershire in the Vitality Blast on 5 Sports Extra 2, and following us here on Sports Extra, the latest match in the Women's T20 World Cup. Scotland are playing Sri Lanka, and today at the Test is on BBC 2 and iPlayer from 7 o'clock. Have a look how England managed to do it today. Stokes to the 4, and 3 for 13 and an 8 over spell. Dragged England back into the game. Here's O'Rourke behind to Root. Root fiddles a single into the offside through backward point. Conway's after it, picks it up, lobs it back. One more. 2:18 for 2. One more, and they will be halfway there. With 3 days of this deciding Test match to come. New Zealand today 6 for 67 in 30 overs, which is your point about quite slow scoring.
The only other thing I was just quickly throwing as well, maybe tomorrow the weather is changing. Agus keeps talking about it, but there should or there could be more cloud about. So it won't be glorious sunshine. What effect that might have on a ball?
O'Rourke to Bethel. Bethel drives and finds the gap gloriously through the offside. That's one of his signature strokes. He's a fine extra cover driver, and that was the best of it. And it's 222 for 2.
How often is it always that? But that, you're right, Bethel, what you like about that shot, he doesn't try and overhit it. As soon as he sees it in his area, it's almost that confidence knowing his ability to play that shot so well that he doesn't have to overhit it.
He's on to 74. Minor trump for him today as well after his travails in this series. O'Rourke bowls to him, and Bethel is guiding that down into the gully. Tumbling save from Devon Conway away to his left-hand side. There's one ball left in the over, and I think we might get one more. Did New Zealand want one more? It's 6:28 and 12 seconds, 13 seconds on our clock. You can't see any clocks on the ground here, so I'm not sure which one the umpires are going by and what that says. It's weird to think times vary, but I suppose it depends how you set your clock up initially when it's first out of the packet or mounted up on the wall. Here's O'Rourke bowling to Bethel. There's a walking defensive shot towards mid-on. Just looking at the umpires, I think there is time for one more over, because we went off at this time yesterday when England took a wicket.
But then we didn't start earlier today, did we? So you should start 5
2 minutes early.
Yeah,
2 minutes early, yeah.
Make up for it. Because England, I remember looking at it, so 90 to bowl was 90.5 overs, but sure you need those 5 balls before you get to 11 o'clock.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
It makes sense.
It's cricket. It's a bit illogical from time to time.
That boundary by Bethel off his 122nd ball was his first since his 57th ball, which was in the 23rd over, and that was in the 44th, that boundary.
So it's basically 6:30 now, and we've got a problem with the ball by the looks of it. It's difficult to say what the problem is, because folks is obscuring the ball, talking to the umpire. It might be they just, I don't know, sometimes you get something comes off the ball and they have to just cut it. So the point being is 6:30 and we're playing on. Yesterday we came off at 28 minutes past 6. Folks goes in and bowls to Root, and Root is forward, pushes that out towards cover, and there is no run. So plenty of cricket coming up. We'll review the day's play. We hope to hear from Ben Duckett, who made his 7th Test 100 today, 107 before he played on. And it's Nathan Smith. Emilio Gay out early for naught. So I have to sit and watch this. 222 for 2, but that's the game. can be brutal at times. Folks bowls, Root comes squeezing forward, bat and pad close together, guides it through point and picks up a single. The old head gets up the other end with 4 balls left in the day.
Emilio Gay's joined a very exclusive club today, involving only one other Test player, Wavell Hines of West Indies, in being an opener who made a first innings duck in a match in which all 3 other openers made first innings centuries. The only other instance before this match was West Indies and South Africa in April 2005. Graham Smith and A.B. de Villiers made hundreds for South Africa.
Folks bowls short outside the off stump, and he goes for a cut shot. It looked juicy, looked a ball to be hit for 4, but he missed it, and it was taken by Blundell, who's standing up, and then he held the ball to the bails as Bethell was overbalancing.
And then in West Indies replied, Chris Gale, 317. Wavell Hines got a first ball duck, caught and bowled by Antini. Disappointing to miss out. West Indies made 747. And Graham Smith bowled 43 overs. A.B. de Villiers, 21 overs.
Folks bowls to Bethell. Bethell's forward. Goes to cover and there's no run. Well, it can be a glorious game. It can be a frustrating game. And it can be a horrible, brutal...
I just want to know how you thought about that thing. Or you be absolutely truthful, how did you think about...
Well, I think he looked at the scorecard and saw that Latham and Conway made hundreds and Duckett made 100 and noticed that Gade made a naught. So
he just wondered whether that
had ever happened before. Yeah. I think get to know the way Zoltz's brain works over time. Folks bowls and Bethell shuffling forward in defence out towards the cover region. There's no run. The last ball of the day is coming up. It's going to be bowled by Zach Folkes, who wasn't even in New Zealand's team at the start of the day. He's going to finish this day's play. Replacement for Blair Tickner. And England just need to put the final full stop on the paragraph of an excellent day. As Bethell comes forward, he plays it quietly up towards extra cover. You can hear the applause from the England supporters who've seen their team fight back today. Not decisively, but potentially so. England faced 45 overs in which they've scored 223 for 2. So they're more than halfway to New Zealand's total of 438. England are 215 runs behind. Root has 21. Bethell 74 after a lean series. And the men of the day for England, Ben Stokes finishing with 4 for 70, including that spell of 3 for 13. And Ben Duckett made 115. For some reason I've written down 107.
113.
113.
Well, you had offered Ben Stokes this morning. Walking off at day 2, it absolutely snapped your hand of it. There's been a bit of a slower last 45 minutes or so. There was a stage where England were above 6 and over without really taking any risks whatsoever. But they trail by only 215 runs, and they are right back in this game.